Hello? Hello?
I am audible to all of you. physically as well as on virtual platform, and representing different organizations such as PhDs, smart cities, Jal boards, municipal corporations, government, eminent institutions, and members from various sectional committees of Bureau of Indian Standards. On behalf of Bureau of Indian Standards, I welcome all of you in this webinar on disaster management in drinking water supply system. Today, we have with us our Deputy Director General Standardization, Shri Pantji. I welcome him, and we are thankful to him for sparing time for this webinar, despite his busy schedule, to grace the event. I also welcome the eminent experts and the speakers also in this technical session of this seminar, and thank them for their participation and contribution in this important event. Today we have with us Shri Sanjay Sharma ji, Chief Water Analyst, Delhi Jal Board, Shri R.S. Tyagi ji, Vice Chairman, Indian Water Works Association, Delhi, Shri Rajat Jain, Additional Chief Engineer, Vapcos Limited, Dr. Piyush Rotela ji, Executive Director, Uttarakhand Disaster Management Authority, Dr. Preeti Chaturvedi, Senior Scientist, Indian Institute of Toxicology, Shri Anil Kumar Sinha ji, IAS retired and former Vice Chairman, Bihar State Disaster Management Authority, Ms. Monica Behel, Senior Advisor, GIZ. Today, our expert on the panel would share different aspects related to the various provisions of emergency drinking water supply services, which involves collaboration and partnership at various levels of the government and the private sector. As you are aware that drinking water and sewerage systems are exposed to both natural and man-made disasters like earthquake, hurricanes, flood, and landslide, droughts, vandalism, and the accidents involving hazardous material that cause death, injury, and significant economic losses to the country. In this seminar, we will be addressing the various disaster situations that can affect drinking water supply system and the steps to be taken to avoid or minimize the damage. The objective of the seminar is to share the impact of disaster, physical, chemical, or biological, that can cause contamination of water, breaks in pipelines, damage to the infrastructure, water shortages, and collapse of entire supply system. So depending on the preparedness, the concerned authorities can mitigate the disaster by adopting strategic approach while designing the drinking water supply system. It would be appropriate for me to share with all of you that considering the disaster management in drinking water supply system is a very important subject, and therefore BIS Sectional Committee on Public Drinking Water Supply Services, SSD 14, has decided to prepare a standard on this subject, and experts of the committee have already started working to prepare the draft document. I hope that some of the delegates may have expertise in the field of disaster management and water supply system. The involvement of experts from the stakeholders in standardization process not only help BIS to address and incorporate the best practices in formulating the standard, but also the standard which is acceptable globally. Therefore, I request to the participating experts and from the organization as well as the experts in individual capacities who are interested to contribute in preparation of this standard may come forward and write to BIS so that their expertise can be utilized in making this standard. I hope that this standard, this seminar would help all the stakeholders to understand different aspects of disaster management in water supply system and enhance our knowledge on the subject. With these words, I once again welcome all of you in this event and wish the event successful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let us next invite Mr. Sanjay Pant, Deputy Director General Standardization, to first inaugural address. Sri Sanjay Pant is a civil engineer and has 32 years of experience in handling various subjects under civil engineering. He has presented a number of papers throughout his career and has been recognized and honored by various prestigious institutions.
Mr. Pant.
Thank you, Mr. Kanodia and Divya. At the outset, let me welcome all of you to this seminar on disaster management in the water supply system that BIS is organizing, partnering with all of you who are here. This is, I think, after a long time, we are trying to do a physical activity. It is in a hybrid mode. I think we are able to maintain social distance and reasonably we are able to make a beginning. Almost every week we are holding some or the other seminars, and these are in the virtual mode. Now we have started in the hybrid mode. I think that all our meetings and seminars would continue in this method of in mixed mode. I think this is one way of mitigating the disaster, where we are able to achieve the objectives of the game, that as many people participate as possible, we are able to deliver. Speakers are able to come onto the dais or in their place, their own place, they can convey their wisdom to people around, and people are able to make use. So this is one way of, I understand, disaster mitigation, better way. We are able to mitigate the pollution even by, lowering the transportation. So some can come, make an impact. It makes, pleasure meeting personally also occasionally. And at the same time, we are reducing the burden on the environment. I think is what we have learned through this epidemic is that there are ways to tackle situations, different situations, and mitigate them intelligently. There are better thoughts today available to help that out. As far as water supply system is concerned, as you understand, first of all, water has to be of right quality. That is potability for the purpose of drinking. So, secondly, it must be managed well, so that we should be able to recycle water and use it economically, and because it is becoming a scarce resource in time to come. So how best we can manage, this is also sort, otherwise it will lead to another kind of disaster where we have good supply system but no water at all. There are a number of cities worldwide which are falling short of the quantity of the estimated water demand, and therefore can we manage that? This is another sort of thing to that can be scarcity, can be another kind of disaster which we have to and then we have to go deeper into groundwater, and this that dries up the aquifers. This is another kind of situation we enter into, and so it will all depends upon many factors, whether the quantity and type and quality of water available in different parts. Then there are places where you have water, though it is available, but it is poisoned because of arsenic, because of lead, because so you have to understand how can it be made potable, but where people are otherwise forced to drink the kind of quality of water which is not at all potable. So are we able to, this is another kind of situation of disasters. And so these are some of the issues. But very well-known issue is there is a water supply system, but then system can get disrupted because of natural disasters like earthquakes, cyclones, tsunami, flooding, in situation of drought where you do not have water at all seasonally. In some of the places there can be flash floods also. In hill areas there can be another kind of situation of flash floods or cloud bursts. So you have this natural disaster also creating a situation of disaster situation in water supply systems. Then there can be a terrorist attack, poisoning of water sources, or in the process of chlorination or processing itself, the systems do not work properly the way it should have worked, and everybody gets affected. And so you have an epidemic created because of poisoning of the water in the supply system. So these are the issues that can be flagged. First of all, what are the issues that can be flagged which may cause a situation of disaster? First of all, and can these be mitigated by properly predicting the kind of systems we have in place? Can we keep on checking and ensuring that these happen? That's number one. So we have to today, we will be able to note down kind of issues, possible issues that we must address to ensure that that we have a system which is sort of resistant to disasters system. So, for example, we have a building. We can say it's the earthquake resistant building. And because we have understood the kind of earthquake forces that may come, that may attack, and the intensity, and we have sort of come to a seismic zonation map of India, of the location, and we are able to know the kind of forces it will have. So potential to disaster, the kind of disaster that may attack. So we'll have to understand the kinds of disaster, their intensity, and that may also depend whether it is a coastal area, whether it is a desert area, whether it is a hilly area. So we'll have to take care of those manifestations of disasters also. That is second part of it. Having understood the kind of disaster possible, including maybe strike from by the employees, because it is a essential item which has to be supplied. So can we consider all these potential elements which may lead to a situation of disaster? That's number one. Second is disaster management, as we all know. Primarily, as we know by now, there is a mitigation part that is prior to disaster. During disaster, there are certain actions, even if with all care, there is a disaster situation which has happened. So what we should do during the course of disaster, and then post-disaster, how can we resilient back as early as possible? So we may need those kind of situations also to be handled. Can we predict those situations, and can we document those? And can we then train people, and can we ensure that our systems are there? The next thing comes, whatever we write, it is not a book that kind of, or an article that we are going to write. What we are going to write in as a part of the BIS standard is an implementable standard, which can be easily implemented. So implementability and acceptability is another important criteria for any standard. That's how standards differ from the articles or books or other kind of publications. So it has to be implementable. The moment a standard is published, the authorities, it should be in a form that authority should be able to immediately implement. Standard itself should be not be a deterrent to its implementation. It should not have certain provisions which are not very easy to implement. So has it given a broad framework or has given detailing to the level of ease of implementation? It can be facilitated in some of the standards. When the standards are new, what we do is we also give certain guidelines as to how it can be implemented. So can we give certain charts, performance, tabulated statement, which can be easily immediately used, applied in situations. So this is another way to handle, to make a standard a good implementable standard. The next thing is today, of course, we need to have inputs. For a standard of this stature, we need inputs of that level. So we have to foresee all kind of situations, foresee and predict all kind of solutions, and then we have to document in the form of a provisions, implementable, compliable provisions of standard. This is what we have to do today. So today's seminar is precisely to invoke those thoughts and see as to how there are experts they have wide experience and exposure to different kind of situations. So we would like to listen to them, understand, note down carefully, and then use that in preparation of standards also, and see how there are other stakeholders who become interested in this subject. Then, having brought out this standard, can this standard be made certifiable? Is it possible, or should we at all do or not do? And that is another matter. But what I would say, we already have a standard which is IS 17482, 2018. That is 17,482. That is a Indian standard on water supply services management. It is already available. There we have made as a beginning, a small beginning towards disaster management as one of the aspects of water supply system. But then we have not detailed the way it should have been done. The moment this standard, the new standard which we are proposing on disaster management water supply system is published, that will become an essential adjunct to that standard. That existing a couple of para and a small annex, which is insufficient today, that will stand replaced through a reference to this standard. And then we'll start. We would like to have assistance of all of you when we go around the country in disseminating on this standard is available. So I can see, say, a period of, say, around 8 months or so, by which we will be able to come out with this standard, and next 4 months should be dedicated to its implementation, dissemination, seminars, webinars on this. So this is my submission to all of you. I am once again grateful to all of you for making particularly the speakers for having been kindly agreed to deliver their thoughts today. We have Mr. Sanjay Sharma ji, who would be speaking on as he is a chief water analyst in Delhi Jal Board. He would be speaking on the subject of handling of chlorine at water treatment plants and hazards involved. We also have Mr. R.S. Tyagi ji, vice chairman of Indian Water Works Association Delhi, who would be speaking on the subject of safety and security audit of water treatment plants. Then we have Mr. Rajat Jain Saab, who additional chief engineer at Coast Limited, flood management in water supply system, another important area. Mr. Piyush Rotela Saab, executive director of Uttarakhand Disaster Management Authority. We are grateful to him for having come all the way from Dehradun to encourage us, all of us. He would be speaking on the traditional water management in Uttarakhand, enhancing availability of and reducing disaster risk. So we'll have to see. Our country is a wide variety of terrains and challenges. So it will be very important that we encompass all of them. Then Dr. Preeti Chaturvedi, senior scientist of Indian Institute of Toxicology, she would be speaking on the toxicological impacts of disaster on environmental and human health. Shri Anil Kumar Sinha Saab, IAS retired, former vice chairman of Bihar State Disaster Management Authority, who would be speaking on the disaster management in India, recent trends and emerging challenges. And then we have Ms. Monica Behl, senior analyst, GIZ. She will be speaking on disaster resilience in water supply system. And of course, she deals with smart cities also. So whether it is smart cities or otherwise, it is an important aspects. And she can add value from the smartness point of view also. Can there be a smart solutions, to help mitigate some of the issues where you are able to predict or you are able to foresee certain situations. My own colleague, Mr. Konojia and Divya, Shivam, they are all there to support us. I'm thankful to them also. And with that, I once again welcome all of you, all the participants who are listening to us, and look forward to a very intensive deliberation today. We'll note down all the important things that emanate out of it. And then we'll see as fast as possible next 6 months if we can bring out a standard, and then we'll be happy about all the efforts that were being made. And with that, I thank all of you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Let's start the technical session with a presentation on the handling of chlorine at water treatment plants by Sri Sanjay Sharma, Chief Water Analyst at Delhi Jal Board, Okhla. He has been closely associated with water treatment and related technologies for more than 30 years and has been instrumental in various projects like the development of a scientific software for water and wastewater treatment and laboratory information management system. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Divya. I'm thankful to the BIS for extending me the opportunity to speak on such a important topic which relates to the life and limb of the water workers working at the water treatment plants. I'll take liberty to speak in Hindi because I have information that many people around India, those are working at the water treatment plants, are virtually participating in this seminar. And from Delhi Jal Board also, the lower staff like chlorine operators and filter supervisors are also there. So I'll take liberty to speak in Hindi so they can also understand what is required for the chlorine handling. So I'll start. Yeah, I'll start with this. Okay. Yes, sure, sir, sure. Thanks. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll try my level's best. So let's start with the handling of chlorine at water treatment plants and hazards involved. So जब हम क्लोरीन की बात करते हैं तो सर्टेनली जहन में बहुत सारी चीजें आती हैं. किस तरह के हजार्ड्स हैं, कैसे हैंडल करना चाहिए, क्या करना चाहिए, क्या क्लोरीन है, सबसे पहले ये समझने की जरूरत है और ये भी समझने की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है. दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाई क्लोरीन, व्हाई नॉट एनी अदर थिंग, why we are not going to the other things available for disinfection of the waters. क्लोरीन ही क्यों, एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट प्रश्न है. तो यदि मैं क्लोरीन की बात करूं तो क्लोरीन का जो ऑब्जेक्टिव है वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स में वो है डिसइंफेक्शन. बिकॉज जो भी रॉ वाटर्स हम लोग लेकर के आ रहे हैं वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट पे, वो रॉ वाटर को सबसे पहले उसके अंदर क्लोरीन ही ऐड किया जाता है. बिकॉज ट्रीटमेंट के लिए बहुत जरूरी है, सप्लाई के लिए भी बहुत जरूरी है कि वाटर पूरी तरह से डिसइंफेक्ट हो, उसमें बैक्टीरियल, वायरसेस या बायोमास ना हो. अभी तक हम लोग सिर्फ इतना समझते आए हैं कि क्लोरीन को हम सिर्फ इसलिए ऐड करते हैं क्योंकि क्लोरीन बैक्टीरिया और वायरसेस को मारती है. नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है. दिस इज नॉट ट्रूथ. क्लोरीन का इसके अलावा भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फंक्शन है और 32 सालों में मैंने अपनी नौकरी के दौरान ये सीखा है कि क्लोरीन का सिर्फ और सिर्फ बैक्टीरिया एंड वायरसेस को किल करने का ही फंक्शन नहीं है, वो आने वाली एल्गी को भी किल करती है. हमारे सामने एक बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम आती है विंटर्स के टाइम पे, जब हमारे फिल्टर्स चोक हो जाते हैं और उस टाइम पर हमको क्लोरीन की सुपर डोजिंग करनी पड़ती है या हमको एक्सेस में क्लोरीन डोज करना पड़ता है. और उसके पीछे रीजन ये है कि अगर वो एल्गी किल नहीं हुई और वो पानी में फ्लोट करती रही, वो हमारे फिल्टर्स तक आती है और फिल्टर्स को चोक कर देती है, जिससे हमारा प्रोडक्शन इफेक्ट करता है. So the first function of chlorine is disinfection. The another function, it is very important to disinfect the waters, to dose chlorine in the waters to kill the algae which is coming with the waters. The another important thing, which is very important again, कि क्लोरीन हमारे वाटर मॉलिक्यूल्स को पॉलिश भी करती है. अगर हम स्पार्कलिंग की बात करें तो पानी के अंदर स्पार्कल लाने में क्लोरीन का बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन है. सो दैट इज द रीजन क्लोरीन को हमें सिर्फ डिसइंफेक्टेंट की तरह नहीं देखना चाहिए. क्लोरीन एसेंशियल इंग्रेडिएंट है और उसके काम वाटर ट्रीटमेंट में उसके अलावा भी हैं. अगर हम क्लोरीन की जगह ओजोन यूज करते हैं और हम दोनों के पानी में डिफरेंस देखते हैं तो दो तरह की चीजें सामने आती हैं. क्लोरीन से डिसइंफेक्ट किया हुआ पानी हेल्थ के लिए ज्यादा बेटर होता है. द रीजन बीइंग, अगर हम ओजोनेशन करते हैं और डिसइंफेक्शन ओजोनेशन के थ्रू करते हैं तो भी हमको क्लोरीनेशन करना पड़ता है, क्योंकि ओजोन बहुत जल्दी से डेसिपेट होती है और रेजिडुअल फॉर्म में नहीं रह पाती. जब तक वो कंज्यूमर तक पहुंचती है तब तक उसके अंदर रेजिडुअल फॉर्म में कोई भी डिसइंफेक्टेंट नहीं होता. सो दैट इज द रीजन क्लोरीन को हमेशा प्रायोरिटी दी गई ओवर अदर डिसइंफेक्टेंट. सो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू अंडरस्टैंड. अगर मैं बात करूं कि आखिर क्लोरीन रिएक्शन क्या करती है, सो अगर मैं रिएक्शन की बात करता हूं तो क्लोरीन जो है वो पानी के अंदर मिक्स होता है, हाइपोक्लोरस एसिड एंड हाइड्रोक्लोरिक एसिड बनता है और ये हाइपोक्लोरस एसिड फर्दर डिसिपिएट होता है. फिर दोबारा से ये HCl एंड नेसेंट ऑक्सीजन बनाता है. ये जो नेसेंट ऑक्सीजन है दिस रिएक्ट्स विद द प्रोटीन्स और एंजाइम्स ऑफ द बायोमास और वो उसको जाकर के किल करता है, तब वो बायोमास नीचे सेटल हो जाता है. सो दिस इज द फंक्शन ऑफ द क्लोरीन इन वाटर्स, हाउ इट बिहेव्स एंड डिसइंफेक्ट द वाटर. अगर बात की जाए तो क्लोरीन के बहुत सारे ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जिनको हम यूटिलाइज करते हैं डिसइंफेक्शन पर्पसेस के लिए. फॉर एग्जांपल लिक्विड क्लोरीन विच इज मोस्टली यूटिलाइज्ड फॉर द बल्क वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स, क्लोरीन डाइऑक्साइड, मोनोक्लोरोएमीन्स, ब्लीचिंग पाउडर, कैल्शियम हाइपोक्लोराइड एंड हाइपोक्लोरस एसिड. अगर हम इस पे देखें कि हमें मोस्ट सुटेबल क्या है, तो मैं दोबारा से बोलूंगा कि हमें मोस्ट सुटेबल वो कंप्रेस्ड लिक्विड क्लोरीन है जो सिलेंडर्स या टनर्स के अंदर आती है. व्हाई नॉट हाइपोक्लोरस एसिड, व्हाई नॉट ब्लीचिंग पाउडर? दिस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन. उत्तराखंड में यदि मैं बात करूं तो उत्तराखंड में एक क्लोरीन पर एक्सीडेंट हुआ और उसके बाद में उन्होंने अपने ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट से क्लोरीन को हटा दिया और अभी वो जो यूज कर रहे हैं वो हाइपोक्लोरस एसिड यूज करते हैं. उनको पता ही नहीं है, आई एम सॉरी टू से, कि होता यह है कि हाइपोक्लोरस एसिड का स्ट्रेंथ रखे रखे वीक होता रहता है और उसके कारण से जब ग्राउंड में जाकर के कभी भी क्लोरीन चेक की जाती है तो क्लोरीन, डिजायर्ड क्लोरीन हमको रेजिडुअल फॉर्म में कंज्यूमर के एंड पर नहीं मिलती है. सो एज अ वाटर यूटिलिटी सर्विसेज हमारा सिर्फ काम ये नहीं है कि हम ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट के ऊपर क्लोरीनेशन कर दें और उसके बाद में भूल जाएं कि साहब मैंने वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट के ऊपर तो क्लोरीनेशन कर दिया है, कंज्यूमर एंड पर क्या सिचुएशन है उसका मुझे पता नहीं है. सो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू एंश्योर दैट 0.2 milligram per liter minimum chlorine should be present in waters as a residual chlorine. That is very important. Even BIS 10500 also said about it that the minimum residual chlorine available in a water utility or a water which is fit for the drinking purposes should be 0.2 milligram per liter. Now, it's very important to understand the next slide, please. It's very important to understand the properties of chlorine. So I am only discussing the properties; those are relating to us only, and those are important to us. So, for an example, physical state of a chlorine is a gas, or if we compressed it, it is liquid. Gas is greenish in color, yellow greenish in color, and if we compress it, convert it to the liquid, तब उस टाइम पर इसका कलर एम्बर कलर है. Odor पंजेंट ऑर्डर है, टेस्ट बीटर है, हाईली कोरोसिव है, बॉइलिंग पॉइंट, मेल्टिंग पॉइंट इतने इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, हम भूल जाते हैं। थ्रेशोल्ड लिमिट 1 ppm है, which means what is the meaning of threshold limit? 1 ppm से ऊपर यदि एटमॉस्फेयर में क्लोरीन मौजूद है तो हमें परेशान करना चालू कर देती है, इसलिए दिस इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। दूसरी चीज हमको समझनी पड़ेगी और वो बहुत ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है, वो ये है कि क्लोरीन पानी में सॉल्यूबल नहीं है। अगर हम ऐसा सोचते हैं कि क्लोरीन पानी में सॉल्यूबल है तो हम कहीं ना कहीं एक बहुत बड़ा मिस्टेक कर रहे हैं और ये हमारी सोच किसी बहुत बड़े एक्सीडेंट को जन्म दे सकती है। जब भी हम क्लोरीन को डोज करें तो हमको ये जानना चाहिए कि क्लोरीन पानी में सॉल्यूबल नहीं है, ये मिसिबल है। और यही एक पॉइंट है जो ये डिटरमिन करता है कि पानी वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट के ऊपर क्लोरीन को किस तरह से फीड किया जाना चाहिए। फॉर एन एग्जाम्पल, यदि मैं क्लोरीन को फीड कर रहा हूं और मेरे जो वाटर चैनल है जिसमें मैं फीड कर रहा हूं उसकी हाइट सिर्फ 1 फीट है, तो आप ये मान लीजिए आप किसी एक्सीडेंट को इनवाइट कर रहे हैं। उसका फीडिंग या उसका डिस्पर्जन किस तरह से वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट पे होना चाहिए, दिस इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड दिस पॉइंट शुड बी नोटेड। बहुत बार क्या होता है वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स पे हमने देखा है कि क्लोरीन टनर से लगाया, ड्राई क्लोरीन किया, उसमें एक गीट बांध दी और जो पाइप है वो फ्लोट कर रहा है। यू आर इनवाइटिंग अ एक्सीडेंट बिकॉज इट इज नॉट सॉल्यूबल, इट इज मिसिबल। ये ऊपर आएगी और ये हवा में उड़ेगी, हमको ये समझना चाहिए। कभी कभी क्या होता है, हम क्लोरीन जो है वो क्लोरीनेटर्स के थ्रू या जिनको हम क्लोरीन मशीन्स कहते हैं उनके थ्रू हम क्लोरीनेट कर रहे हैं पानी को, लेकिन मैंने जो वाटर के जो चैनल है उसके नीचे किस तरह से मैं क्लोरीन डिस्पर्स कर रहा हूं उसको प्रॉपरली मेंटेन नहीं किया हुआ है तो 100% क्लोरीन उड़ेगी। होना ये चाहिए कि एक पाइप को परफोरेटेड किया जाना चाहिए और चैनल के नीचे उसको बिछाया जाना चाहिए ताकि वो प्रॉपरली मिसिबल हो जाए और जो भी एक्स्ट्रा क्लोरीन है वो उड़े ना। उसको मेरे को ये मेंटेन करना पड़ेगा, उसकी कैलकुलेशंस करनी पड़ेंगी कि मेरे को कितने मीटर का पाइप बिछाना है और उसमें मुझे कितने परफोरेशंस चाहिए। This is a very important engineering as far as the chlorine feeding system is concerned. Now the next slide please. अब मैं आता हूं, हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे थे थ्रेशोल्ड लिमिट्स के बारे में। सो थ्रेशोल्ड लिमिट्स की अगर मैं बात करूं तो जैसा मैंने बोला कि 1 ppm पे तक का क्लोरीन यदि एयर में अवेलेबल है तो मेरे लिए सेफ है, मैं उसको झेल सकता हूं और झेल भी कितनी देर तक सकता हूं। दिस इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। क्या मैं पूरी जिंदगी उस प्लांट के ऊपर काम कर सकता हूं जिसके ऊपर 1 ppm क्लोरीन अवेलेबल रहती है? नो। क्या मैं उस प्लांट के ऊपर काम कर सकता हूं जिस पर 5 घंटे 4 घंटे 1 ppm क्लोरीन अवेलेबल रहती है? Answer is no. Threshold limits are proportional to the exposure of mankind, human being. कितनी देर तक, अगर 1 ppm क्लोरीन अवेलेबल है, हो सकता है कि वो मैं उसे नोटिस ना कर पाऊं, लेकिन वो कहीं ना कहीं मेरे लंग्स को, मेरी बॉडी को, मेरी ह्यूमन फिजियोलॉजी को नुकसान पहुंचा रही है। सो 1 ppm क्लोरीन भी यदि मौजूद है तो उसका एक्सपोजर, पर डे एक्सपोजर शुड नॉट बी मोर देन 1 to 2 hours. दिस पॉइंट शुड बी नोटेड। लिहाजा हमको एक ऐसे सिस्टम की परिकल्पना करनी है, हमें एक ऐसा सिस्टम बनाना है जिस सिस्टम के अंदर क्लोरीन की प्रेजेंस उस एटमॉस्फेयर के अंदर बिल्कुल भी ना हो, नेग्लिजिबल। नाउ आई कम टू द पॉइंट, अगर हम कितना ppm क्लोरीन है जिसको एक ह्यूमन बीइंग डिटेक्ट कर सकता है, द लिमिट इज 3.5 ppm। जब वो मेरे को मैं उसे सूंघ सकता हूं, उसके प्रभावों को एक ह्यूमन बीइंग नोटिस कर सकता है, दैट इज 3.5 ppm। अगर मैं 4.0 ppm की बात करूं तो सिर्फ 1 घंटे तक मैं इस सिचुएशन में हूं कि मैं ऐसे एटमॉस्फेयर में सांस ले सकता हूं। अगर इससे ज्यादा होगा तो सर्टेनली वो मेरे को प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट कर देगा। और यदि 1000 ppm एटमॉस्फेयर में है, तो 2 मिनट के भीतर 2 किलोमीटर तक की विसिनिटी लाइफ लेस हो जाएगी. It is so fatal, and we should address this particular point very carefully. हमको नेग्लिजेंस बिल्कुल नहीं करनी है, लेकिन ईश्वर ने हर चीज को अपने हिसाब से बनाया है. अगर मैं बात करूं कि साहब 2 मिनट 100% लाइफ लॉस्ट, लेकिन उसके अलावा ईश्वर ने क्लोरीन को कुछ ऐसी प्रॉपर्टीज दे दी जिसके कारण हम 2 मिनट में भी अपना बहुत अच्छा बचाव कर सकते हैं. और उसका सबसे बड़ा रीजन है क्लोरीन इज 2.5 टाइम्स हैवियर देन द एयर. अगर ऐसा है तो क्लोरीन ग्राउंड पर ही रहेगी. इसका मैक्सिमम कंसंट्रेशन 1 मीटर तक रहेगा और उसके ऊपर धीरे 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 ये कम होती चली जाएगी. और ऐसा माना गया है रिसर्चेस में कि अगर 10 फीट हाइट है तो क्लोरीन नेग्लिजिबल होती है, इवन अगर ग्राउंड के ऊपर उसका कंसंट्रेशन 1000 ppm भी है तो. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, it is highly reactive with the atmosphere. Because it is highly reactive with the atmosphere, तो ये बहुत जल्दी से डिसिपेट हो जाती है. तो ईश्वर ने जहां एक तरफ इसको खतरनाक बनाया, दूसरी तरफ इसकी प्रॉपर्टीज ऐसी कर दी कि हमको एक मौका दे दिया कि अगर हम ढंग से सेंसिबल मैनर में आगे बढ़े तो हम अपनी जिंदगी को बचा सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. नाउ there are 2 graphs, temperature versus volume of the, what is the effect of temperature on the volume of a chlorine, and number 2, temperature versus vapor pressure. These 2 things are very, very important. Boyles and Charles were 2 scientists, everyone knows. उन्होंने 10th क्लास में पढ़ते थे कि temperature is directly proportional to pressure, temperature is directly proportional to. So वो नियम आज भी एप्लीकेबल हैं और हमारे रोजमर्रा की लाइफ में एप्लीकेबल हैं. अगर मैं बात करता हूं तो जैसे जैसे टेम्परेचर बढ़ता है वैसे वैसे इसका वॉल्यूम बढ़ता है, बिकॉज इट कम्स इन दी टनर्स और सिलेंडर्स. सो दैट इज द रीजन कि टनर्स और सिलेंडर्स में आने के कारण अगर इसका टेम्परेचर भी बढ़ता है तो 70 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड एक ऐसा टेम्परेचर है जिसके ऊपर इसका वॉल्यूम 100% तक इंक्रीज हो जाता है. और 70% एक ऐसा टेम्परेचर है कि अगर उसके ऊपर आपका कोई फिल टनर रखा हुआ है तो उसके बर्स्ट होने के चांसेस बन जाते हैं. सो इट गिव्स एन इंडिकेशन कि हमको सिलेंडर एक ऐसी जगह रखना है जहां पर टेम्परेचर ज्यादा ना हो. और इसीलिए क्लोरीन सिलेंडर हैंडलिंग रूल्स भी बनाए गए. इवन BIS के भी गाइडलाइंस अवेलेबल है. वी विल डिस्कस दैट गाइडलाइंस लेटर ऑन कि क्लोरीन सिलेंडर्स को आखिर रखना कहाँ है, मेरे आगे की भी स्लाइड्स में. लेकिन ये पर्टिकुलर ग्राफ हमको ये बताता है कि हम सिलेंडर्स को ऐसी जगह रखें जो जगह ठंडी हो, जहां पर हीट ना हो, सूरज के गर्मी के नीचे ना रखें, और जहां पर मॉइस्चर भी ना हो वो भी, बिकॉज इट विल रिएक्ट, द क्लोरीन विल रिएक्ट विद द वाटर. और क्योंकि टनर्स जो हैं वो आयरन के हैं, वो कोरोड कर जाएंगे यदि वाटर है. क्लोरीन एक्सेप्टर वो एटमॉस्फेयर रहेगा, हाइड्रोक्लोरिक एसिड बनता रहेगा, वो टनर्स को कमजोर करता रहेगा और उसके कारण से जो टनर्स की कैपेसिटी है, होल्डिंग कैपेसिटी है, वो डिटेरियोरेट होती रहेगी. और ये पर्टिकुलर ग्राफ इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्योंकि प्रीसीडिंग स्लाइड्स में इसी ग्राफ के चारों तरफ घूम करके हमारे कुछ डिस्कशंस हैं. नाउ टेम्परेचर वर्सेस वॉल्यूम. सो अगर हम बात करें तो वही 70 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड के ऊपर वेपर प्रेशर इंक्रीज होता है. प्रेशर इंक्रीज होगा, इट विल प्रेशराइज द वॉल्स ऑफ द सिलेंडर्स, टनर्स, एंड द टनर कैन बर्स्ट. So that is again very important graph. Next please. Now it's very, very important टू अंडरस्टैंड कि जिन क्लोरीन सिलेंडर्स में या टनर्स में क्लोरीन गैस आती है, आखिर वो बने हुए कैसे होते हैं। और अभी जैसे मैं बात कर रहा था कि देयर आर IS कोड्स, these cylinders are designed as per certain IS codes। वो ऐसा ही नहीं है कि आप एक बॉटल के वेसल के अंदर उसको रख देंगे। उसका बस्टिंग कैपेसिटी, उसका वॉल थिकनेस कितना होना चाहिए, उसका मटेरियल कितना होना चाहिए, अंदर से कैसा होना चाहिए, इट इज ऑल इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। सो अगर मैं बात करूं तो क्लोरीन सिलेंडर्स के फॉर्म में आता है, जिसको हम बेबी सिलेंडर्स भी बोलते हैं आम लैंग्वेज में, और इसकी जो कैपेसिटी होती है वो 65 to 100 kgs होती है। और यदि मैं टनर्स की बात करूं तो टनर, बिकॉज टनर इट कम्स द वर्ड कम फ्रॉम द टन, सो इसकी कैपेसिटी इज 1000 kgs, लेकिन हम उसके अंदर जो गैस फिल करते हैं वो 900 kgs करता है। द रीजन इज बिकॉज of the safety reasons, that is why हम 100 kg कम गैस फिल करते हैं, और इसका जो ग्रॉस वेट होता है वो 1500 kg के आसपास होता है। अब हम बात करते हैं कि अगर वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट के ऊपर हम क्लोरीनेशन कर रहे हैं, देन व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट, कितना हमको क्या क्या करना चाहिए, कैसे करना चाहिए, और हमारे पास क्या होना चाहिए। तो सबसे पहली चीज है, हमारे पास में एक प्रिवेंटिव मेंटेनेंस शेड्यूल होना चाहिए। नॉर्मली गवर्नमेंट वाटर यूटिलिटीज के अंदर प्रिवेंटिव मेंटेनेंस शेड्यूल्स नहीं होते हैं, आई एम सॉरी टू से, बट वो होने चाहिए। दोज आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज प्रिवेंटिव मेंटेनेंस लीड्स टू द मेजर रिपेयर्स, एंड इफ दे आर नॉट एड्रेस्ड then they leads to the accidents. So that is why preventive maintenance plans are very very important. Then there should be standard operating procedures. So त्यागी जी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, जब मेंबर वाटर सप्लाई होते थे, we discussed the SOP for the chlorine and we made the SOP for the chlorine in Delhi Jal Board. Then there should be SOS plans. अगर एक्सीडेंट हो जाता है तो किस तरह का SOS प्लान होगा, और वो प्रॉपरली उसमें ट्रेनिंग भी होनी चाहिए। सेफ्टी प्लान्स भी आपके बिल्कुल क्लियर होने चाहिए। जहां भी आपके चांसेस हैं वहां पर फायर ब्रिगेड का नंबर, किस आदमी को कांटेक्ट करना है वो नंबर, वो सारी चीजें लिखी हुई होनी चाहिए। कुछ डज एंड डोंट्स लिखे हुए होने चाहिए। एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, जिसको मैं बहुत जरूरी समझता हूं, वो है कंटिन्यूअस इंप्रूवमेंट towards modernization and automation. This is very very important because हमको मैनुअल इंटरवेंशन को इस तरह के जो रिस्की फैक्टर्स हैं उनसे खत्म करना होगा। वो हम आगे डिस्कस करेंगे कि कैसे खत्म हो सकता है और हमें क्यों वो खत्म करना चाहिए। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। सबसे पहली इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है कि किसी भी वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट के ऊपर जब कोई क्लोरीन का टनर आता है तो उसको कैसे रिसीव किया जाना चाहिए, वो क्या प्रोसीजर होना चाहिए। सो सबसे पहले जब भी आए तो हमको चेक करना चाहिए कि जो क्लोरीन का सिलेंडर है उसके ऊपर एक कैप या हुड है कि नहीं है। क्लोरीन का सिलेंडर के साइड में जहां पर वॉल्व होते हैं उसके ऊपर एक कैप होती है, whether that cap is available or not. If that cap is not available, please don't receive the tanners. Then हमको टनर को प्रॉपरली चेक करना चाहिए कि उस टनर के अंदर कहीं फिटिंग, कहीं डेंट, कहीं कोई फिजिकल डैमेज तो नहीं है। It is properly painted or not. If there is a damage or if there is a dent, that can lead to any accident. अनलोडिंग से पहले या अनलोडिंग के बाद हमको अमोनिया टॉर्च से क्लोरीन के लीक को चेक करना चाहिए कि सिलेंडर से कहीं कोई क्लोरीन लीक तो नहीं हो रही है। यदि लीक हो रही है तो हमको सिलेंडर को ऐसे नहीं करना है, इमीडिएटली जो सप्लायर है, वेंडर है, उसको इन्फॉर्म करना है। उनकी टीम्स हर सिटी में अवेलेबल रहती हैं, उस लीक को इमीडिएटली प्लग करना है, चाहे वो माइन्यूट है चाहे वो मेजर है, व्हाटएवर। एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि उस सिलेंडर का हाइड्रोलिक टेस्ट कब हुआ है ये हमको जरूर 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 चेक करना चाहिए। यदि वो डेट 2 साल से ज्यादा की है तो हमको इमीडिएटली सप्लायर को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए, बिकॉज हाइड्रोलिक टेस्ट ही ये असरटेन करता है कि ये सिलेंडर की बस्टिंग कैपेसिटी अभी कितनी बची हुई है। देन सिलेंडर के ऊपर लैबलिंग, उसकी फिजिकल कंडीशन, जो गैस सिलेंडर रूल्स हैं जो 2016 में अमेंड हुए, वो रूल्स के हिसाब से हमको उसको चेक करना चाहिए कि वेदर लेबल्स एंड एवरीथिंग इज करेक्ट और नॉट। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। नाउ द स्टोरेज ऑफ द टनर्स। सो आई explained you in the last graph that the temperature up to 70 degrees may lead to any accident. तो हमको अपने सिलेंडर्स को ऐसी जगह पर रखना है जो शेड्स हो। सिलेंडर्स को कभी भी हमको ओपन डायरेक्ट सन में नहीं रखना है, बिकॉज मेटल का टेम्परेचर हमेशा ज्यादा तेजी से बढ़ता है। सो अगर ऐसा है, और दूसरी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज ये है कि हमको सिलेंडर्स को जो हमारा स्टोरेज है वो क्लोज नहीं होना चाहिए, वो वेंटिलेटेड होना चाहिए, ओपन स्पेस होना चाहिए, ऊपर शेड होना चाहिए। देन टनर्स को जब मैं किसी भी ट्रक से अनलोड करके प्लेस करता हूं तो मेरे को उस प्लेटफॉर्म पे उस टनर को रखना चाहिए जिस प्लेटफॉर्म पे रैंप भी है। सो इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि मेरा जो प्लेटफॉर्म है जिस पर मैं सिलेंडर्स रख रहा हूं, इट मस्ट हैव रैंप ऑल्सो। देन जब मैं उसको शिफ्ट करता हूं, टनर्स को गाड़ी से निकाल के अपने प्लेटफॉर्म पे रखता हूं, उसके लिए बहुत जरूरी है कि मेरे पास में ट्रैवलिंग ट्रेन होना चाहिए जो मेरे स्टोर पे अवेलेबल होना चाहिए, ऊपर रूफ पे लगा हुआ होना चाहिए, और उसी के थ्रू मेरे को अपने टनर को उसके ट्रक से जहां भी वो उसे अनलोड करता है वहां से उठा करके उसकी राइट प्लेस पे रखना है। और जहां भी रखना है वो जगह वेल वेंटिलेटेड होनी चाहिए, जैसे मैंने बताया, थोड़ी ठंडी होनी चाहिए और ड्राई होनी चाहिए। एंड देयर शुड नॉट बी एनी एसिड or a corrosive material stored in that particular store where I am keeping the tonners. Number one. Number two, very important, मेरे filled tonners और मेरे empty tonners एक साथ नहीं होने चाहिए, वो अलग अलग होने चाहिए। अगर हम बात करते हैं नेक्स्ट, अगर अब हम बात करते हैं इसका, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। टनर प्लेसमेंट। अब टनर को मैं प्लेटफॉर्म पे रख रहा हूं, बट मेरे को डायरेक्ट प्लेटफॉर्म पे नहीं रखना है बिकॉज ये सिलेंड्रिकल है। तो ऐसा हो सकता है कि बाय एनी जर्क और बाय एनी मैकेनिकल इंटरवेंशन वो टनर रोल कर जाए और वो नीचे गिर जाए। इसलिए ये टनर्स भी रोलिंग स्टड्स के ऊपर होते हैं, जिनको हम ट्रिन यूनिट्स भी बोलते हैं, उसके ऊपर इन सिलेंडर्स को रखा जाता है। रोलिंग स्टड्स का क्यों जरूरत है, विच इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। मैं एक उस सिलेंडर को रोकना ही है तो मैं क्यों रोलिंग स्टड्स लूंगा? मैं कुछ भी लगा सकता हूँ। हम लोगों को गाड़ी रोकनी होती है, हम ईंट लगा देते हैं, तो मैं उस तरह की कोई चीज क्यों नहीं लगा देता? मुझे रोलिंग स्टड्स ही क्यों चाहिए, क्यों फिक्स चाहिए? नंबर वन, देयर शुड बी सर्टेन डिस्टेंस बिटवीन टू सिलेंडर्स जो मेरे को इजी मूवमेंट दो सिलेंडर्स के बीच में देगी। इतना डिस्टेंस दो सिलेंडर्स के बीच होना चाहिए। क्लोरीन सिलेंडर में दो वॉल्व होते हैं, एक ऊपर और एक नीचे, ताकि मैं क्लोरीन सिलेंडर को उसकी जगह पे रखे हुए ही रोल कर सकूं ड्यूरिंग इमरजेंसी कंडीशंस। इसलिए रोलिंग स्टड्स के ऊपर भी क्लोरीन सिलेंडर को प्लेस किया जाना जरूरी होता है। नाउ टनर प्लेसमेंट के लिए, जैसे मैंने आपको पहले भी बताया, सो देयर आर 3 पिक्चर्स जो ये बताते हैं कि मेरा जो ट्रैवलिंग क्रेन है वो किस तरह का होना चाहिए, उसका डिजाइन कैसा होना चाहिए। हमको इन डिजाइन में और इन सारी चीजों में ज्यादा छेड़छाड़ नहीं करनी है। यदि हम इन डिजाइन में छेड़छाड़ करेंगे तो हमको बहुत ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम्स हो जाने वाले हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, लोग क्या काम करते हैं, वेंडर आता है, समझाता है, अरे साहब अब वो हुक लगाने वाला सिस्टम कहाँ है, अब तो मैग्नेटिक वो आ गया है, क्रेन आ गया है। वो बड़े बड़े शिपयार्ड्स में भी कंटेनर्स हम मैग्नेट से उठाते हैं। आप कहाँ पुरानी बातें कर रहे हो, वो ही लगा लो। मैंने झेला है, बिकॉज क्लोरीन के हैंडलिंग के टाइम पे मेरे पास ही वेंडर्स आते थे, अरे सर आप इतना एडवांस सोचते हो, टेक्नोलॉजी सोचते हो, अब तो आप देखो शिपयार्ड्स में भी वो मैग्नेट से कंटेनर उठाते हैं। भाई उठाते होंगे, अगर शिपयार्ड के अंदर कंटेनर में मैग्नेट जरा सा भी इधर उधर हो जाए तो वो जमीन पे ही गिरेगा। लेकिन यदि मेरा टनर जमीन पे गिरा और उस कारण से उसका वॉल्व टूटा तो बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट हो जाएगा, बहुत बड़ा एक्सीडेंट हो जाएगा। दैट्स वाई हमको उन्हीं टेक्नोलॉजीज को एक्सेप्ट करना है जो टेक्नोलॉजीज हमको सजेस्ट किए गए हैं, उसमें बहुत ज्यादा हेरफेर नहीं करना है। दैट इज वाई आई हैव स्पेशली, मैंने पूरा डिजाइन उस ट्रैवलिंग क्रेन का इसीलिए यहाँ पर पुट किया है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। नाउ द कनेक्शंस, अगेन वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। क्लोरीन की हैंडलिंग में हर चीज बहुत ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है। उसमें ज्यादा छेड़खानी की तो वो ट्रकों के पीछे लिखा रहता है ना, वो क्या बोलते हैं, सावधानी हटी और दुर्घटना घटी, वही वाला हिसाब किताब है। सो देयर शुड बी अ कॉपर पाइप, और वो जो पाइप होना चाहिए उसका थिकनेस भी डिफाइंड है, उस कॉपर पाइप की स्पेसिफिकेशन भी डिफाइंड है, बीआईएस ने उसको प्रॉपरली डिफाइन किया हुआ है। हमको उससे ज्यादा अलग नहीं जाना है। कभी कभी क्या होता है कि हम लेड वॉशर्स की जगह रबर वॉशर यूज कर लेते हैं, और हमने किए हैं दिल्ली जल बोर्ड में, हमने किए हैं। हमने चलो फाइबर के बनवा देते हैं, चलो बढ़िया सिलिकॉन के बनवा देते हैं। नहीं, why lead washers, why not rubber washers or silicone washers, why not fiber washers? हमको लगता है लेड वॉशर बड़ा महंगा है साहब, अरे सिलिकॉन वॉशर यूज कर लो। दुनिया इतने बड़े बड़े कंप्रेस्ड जहां पर सिलेंडर्स हैं वहां भी हम सिलिकॉन वॉशर्स या रबर वॉशर्स यूज कर रहे हैं। बट why lead washer? We need a washer which is non-reactive towards chlorine. यहां पर मैं प्रेशराइज क्लोरीन यूज कर रहा हूं। आप एक चीज, लोग आते हैं समझाते हैं, अरे साहब आप क्या क्लोरीन का सॉल्यूशन होगा, लीजिए मैं रबर वॉशर को, सिलिकॉन वॉशर को उस सॉल्यूशन के अंदर डाल के जा रहा हूं और आप एक हफ्ते बाद देख लेना उसमें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। हाँ जी, नहीं पड़ेगा। Characteristics of a liquid chlorine and highly pressurized chlorine are different. We need to understand this. The people come, they say, अरे आप कार्बन स्टील का पाइप लगा रहे हो, क्या जरूरत है, आप पीवीसी पाइप लगा लो ना। No, there is a difference. दोनों की कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स अलग हैं। मेरे क्लोरीन सॉल्यूशन की कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स अलग हैं, मेरी क्लोरीन गैस की कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स अलग है, और मेरी प्रेशराइज्ड क्लोरीन की कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स अलग है। लिहाजा हमको डेविएट नहीं होना है। कोई हमें कितना भी समझाए तब भी नहीं होना है, वो हमें एक्सपेरिमेंट करके जाए दिखाए तो भी नहीं होना है। हमको सिलिकॉन वॉशर्स, रबर वॉशर्स, रबर पाइप्स या पीवीसी पाइप्स पे नहीं जाना है। वो जो एक्सपेरिमेंट करके दिखाते हैं, साहब ये डिप कर दिया हमने पानी में और साहब इसका थिकनेस इतना है, इसकी बस्टिंग कैपेसिटी इतनी है, मतलब 20 दिन बाद आऊंगा साहब आपको दिखाऊंगा, सेम ही रहेगा। नो वे, बिकॉज द कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स आर डिफरेंट। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। एंड द वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग कि हमारे जो टूल्स हैं उसमें भी हमको कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करना है। हमको कुछ जबरदस्ती नहीं करना। ये बहुत छोटा सा बच्चा है, ये एक यंग मैन नहीं है जिसको लेकर के दौड़ दोगे तो वो दौड़ जाएगा। ये बहुत छोटा सा बच्चा है, इसको बड़े प्यार से, बड़े आराम से, बड़े धीरे धीरे हैंडल करना है। अगर मैं कोई वॉल्व खोल रहा हूं और वो वॉल्व नहीं खुल रहा है तो मुझे बिल्कुल जोर नहीं लगाना, मुझे वहीं छोड़ देना। सप्लायर को बोलना है भाई साहब आओ, ये वॉल्व आराम से नहीं खुल रहा है, इसको आप खोलिए। बिकॉज हम आगे वॉल्व भी डिस्कस करेंगे, वो वॉल्व बहुत डेलिकेट वॉल्व होता है। अगर मैंने फोर्स लगाया, इट इज नॉट द पार्ट ऑफ द सिलेंडर, इट इज सेपरेटली फिटेड ऑन द सिलेंडर। किसी कारण से हाईली रिएक्टिव क्लोरीन अंदर है, अंदर में कोरोजन हो रहा है, हाइड्रोलिक टेस्टिंग प्रॉपर नहीं है, कहीं कोई गैप है, मैंने जरा सा जोर लगाया, वॉल्व इधर उधर हुआ तो वहां से लीकेज चालू हो जाएगी। दैट इज वाई बहुत आराम से, बहुत हल्के से, और जब भी मैं कोई वॉल्व ओपन करूं तो उस वॉल्व को मुझे बहुत हल्के से ओपन करना है। अमोनिया टॉर्च से, अगर आप लोगों को अमोनिया टॉर्च समझ में नहीं आ रही हो तो मैं बता देता हूं। अमोनिया टॉर्च इज नथिंग, दिस इज अ सॉल्यूशन ऑफ अमोनिया, जिसको हम एक लकड़ी के स्टिक में कपड़ा बांध के उसमें डिप कर लेते हैं, और या ग्लास रॉड में भी कर सकते हैं, और उसको जब चारों तरफ घुमाते हैं तो अमोनियम क्लोराइड का वेपर्स बनता है और वो व्हाइट कलर का होता है। सो दैट पर्टिकुलर थिंग इज कॉल्ड एज अमोनिया टॉर्च। सो डोंट कंफ्यूज, अमोनिया टॉर्च कोई बहुत बड़ी चीज नहीं है, बहुत छोटी सी चीज है। सो हम लीकेज चेक करें। लीक चेक करने के बाद में यदि हम देखें कि कोई लीक नहीं है, हम बहुत हल्का सा खोलें, लीक चेक करें, और उसके बाद यदि मुझे ये नोटिस होता है कि उसमें कोई लीकेज नहीं है तो मैं बहुत हल्के से सिर्फ एक कंप्लीट टर्न दूंगा। आई नॉट गिव मोर देन 1 टर्न। नोट है, 1 टर्न से ज्यादा आपको उस वॉल्व को नहीं खोलना है, और वो एंटी क्लॉकवाइज डायरेक्शन में खोलना है। जितने भी हमारे नट एंड बोल्ट्स हैं वो क्लॉकवाइज डायरेक्शन में खुलते हैं। हियर इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, ये एंटी क्लॉकवाइज डायरेक्शन में खुलता है बिकॉज ऑफ द सेफ्टी रीजंस। और जब मैं ऐसा करता हूं तो मेरा जो स्पैनर है, उस स्पैनर को मैंने वहां पर लगे छोड़ देना है, उसे निकालना नहीं है। बाय चांस फॉर एनी रीजंस यदि कोई एक्सीडेंट हुआ, गैस लीक होनी चालू हुई, तो मैं इमीडिएटली वहीं जाके उसे बंद कर सकूं। इतना समय नहीं होता कि साहब मैं दौड़ के जाऊंगा, पहले स्पैनर ढूंढूंगा, फिर जाके उस स्पैनर को वहां पर फिट करूंगा। वी डोंट हैव टाइम, दिस इज very risky. So it is also always recommended leave spanner there. So you should have ample spanners in stock. Next please. Then there should be a pressure gauge between the cylinder and the chlorinator to check the pressure available in the tunnel. This is again very important. एक चीज मैं आपको बताना भूल गया कि वो जो प्लेटफॉर्म है जिसके ऊपर हम सिलेंडर्स रख रहे हैं, वो प्लेटफॉर्म एक वेइंग सिस्टम के साथ अटैच होना चाहिए, ताकि मेरे को ये पता लगता रहे कि अभी तक कितनी क्लोरीन उसके अंदर बची है। तो दैट इज वन थिंग विच आई मिस्ड। और यदि मेरा प्रेशर 0.5 kg पर सेंटीमीटर स्क्वायर रह जाता है तो मेरे को क्लोरीन सिलेंडर से गैस को विड्रॉ करना बंद कर देना चाहिए। क्यों? Because my chlorination system is vacuum based, and if the pressure of a water which is coming to the chlorinator is higher than the pressure in the cylinder, then there are all chances कि वो पानी जो है वो उस सिलेंडर के अंदर आ जाएगा और उसके अंदर गैस अवेलेबल है। अगर उसके अंदर गैस अवेलेबल है जरा सी भी, तो वो रिएक्ट करेगा और आपका जो वॉल ऑफ द सिलेंडर है उसको वो वीक कर देगा। सो इसलिए 0.5 kg पर सेंटीमीटर हम उसमें थोड़ा सा छोड़ देंगे। देन जब भी मैं अपने कनेक्शन को पूरा कर लूं तो मेरे को उस सिलेंडर को एक हुड से ढक देना चाहिए। पहले वाली स्लाइड पर ये आप नीचे जो इमेज देख रहे हैं, ये फाइबर का बना हुआ एक हुड होता है जिससे मैं उसको ढक दूं। ऐसा मैं क्यों करता हूं? ऐसा मैं इसलिए करता हूं कि यदि कोई लीक है तो उस लीक को मैं यहीं एड्रेस कर सकूं। अब मेरे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है उस लीक का आइडेंटिफिकेशन, कि वो अगर लीक है तो मैं उसे कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करूंगा कि लीक है। सो मार्केट में chlorine detectors, chlorine sensors are available. Come to the next slide, please. यहां आप देख रहे हैं, यहां दो तरह के क्लोरीन सेंसर्स हैं. One are the fixed sensors and another are the portable sensors. अब ये जो फिक्स सेंसर्स हैं ये स्टोर में लगते हैं, बट वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, कहाँ लगते हैं, कहाँ लगने चाहिए, कितने लगने चाहिए। वाटर यूटिलिटीज क्या काम करती हैं कि पूरे स्टोर के अंदर एक क्लोरीन सेंसर लगा दिया, खत्म जी, हो गया साहब, क्लोरीन लीक होगी पता लगेगा। भाई साहब, जो क्लोरीन लीक होगी और उस सेंसर तक आएगी जो 6 मीटर दूर है, तब तक तो सारा खेल ही हो जाएगा। हर हुड के अंदर, हर क्लोरीन सिलेंडर पर, प्लीज मेक अ नोट ऑफ इट, हर हुड के अंदर, हर क्लोरीन सेंसर पर, सिलेंडर के ऊपर एक क्लोरीन सेंसर होना चाहिए। जो भी सिलेंडर आपका इन ऑपरेशन है या जो भी आपके ऑपरेशनल बेंच है, उस पर जितने सिलेंडर्स आप एक टाइम पे यूज करते हैं उतने ही आपके पास में क्लोरीन सेंसर्स होने चाहिए फिक्स टाइम। और वो सेंसर्स के जो सेंसिंग इलेक्ट्रोड्स हैं वो वॉल्व के माउथ पे लगने चाहिए, जैसा कि राइट हैंड साइड की थर्ड इमेज में दिखाया गया है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। हाँ, sure. Now, when there is a leakage, what to do? There should be an automatic scrubber. जैसे ही वो लीक को डिटेक्ट करता है, वो डिटेक्टर एक सिग्नल भेजेगा स्क्रबर को, और वो स्क्रबर चालू होगा जिसमें कास्टिक का सॉल्यूशन है टू अरेस्ट द लीक्ड क्लोरीन, और वो इमीडिएटली एक सायरन बजाएगा, एक हूटर बजाएगा, और उससे आपका जो क्लोरीन है उसको आप न्यूट्रलाइज कर पाएंगे। पहले हम लोग क्या काम करते थे, एक पिट बना देते थे साहब, उसमें पानी भर दिया और सिलेंडर को पानी में धकेल दिया हम, लेकिन वो गलत है। अगर हम ऐसा करेंगे तो हम तो उल्टा क्लोरीन सिलेंडर को, बिकॉज एक तो क्लोरीन लीक हो रही है, जब पानी में जाएगी HCl बनाएगी, HCl जाएगी वो मेटल के साथ रिएक्ट करेगा, मेटल के साथ रिएक्ट करेगा तो देयर आर ऑल चांसेस कि वो सिलेंडर बस्ट हो जाएगा। सो later on this practice was discontinued. When I joined in Delhi Jal Board, the same practice was there. So this is the whole diagram, how it should be. Then the next one, emergency handling, which is very important. There is an image. आप ये उस रिसर्च का इमेज है जो किया गया कि अगर क्लोरीन सिलेंडर पूरा बर्स्ट होता है तो कितने मीटर, कितने फीट तक, कितने ppm तक गैस जाती है। So this image is very important. Next slide please. As I told you कि जब भी कोई सिलेंडर से लीक होगा तो बिकॉज क्लोरीन इज हैवियर देन वाटर, ये सरफेस के साथ मूव करेगा। राइट हैंड साइड की इमेज ये दिखाती है, लेफ्ट हैंड साइड की इमेज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। जब भी ऐसा होता है तो सबसे पहला काम ये होता है कि जो आदमी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन से रिलेटेड नहीं है उन सारे लोगों को हाइट पर कहीं शिफ्ट कर दीजिए, नंबर 1, और ऐसी जगह शिफ्ट करिए जो विंड डायरेक्शन के अपोजिट हो। सो विंड डायरेक्शन को देखने के लिए विंड सॉक्स होने चाहिए। नाउ हाउ टू डिटरमिन अ गुड विंड सॉक्स? अभी मार्केट के अंदर ऐसा कुछ भी ले लो, सब विंड सॉक्स है। नो, इट इज नॉट। विंड सॉक्स ऐसा होना चाहिए जो आपको ये भी इंडिकेट करे कि जो हवा बह रही है वो कितने नॉट्स की स्पीड से बह रही है, ताकि आप डिटरमिन कर पाए कि कौन सी जगह आपके लिए मोस्ट सेफ है। इसीलिए अगर आप देखें तो इस इमेज के अंदर यही दिखाया गया है कि विंड सॉक्स कितनी झुकी हुई है, वो ये डिटरमिन करती है कि विंड स्पीड कितनी है, तो वो आप उसे इंडिकेट कर सकें। और आजकल तो विंड स्पीडोमीटर्स भी आ गए हैं, तो you should also keep that speedometers with you. Next please. Now if there is a leakage, and leakage वॉल्व से हो गई है जिसको आपको वहां पर ठीक करना है, या वो सिलेंडर के वॉल से हुई है, दो जगह से ही होती है। सो उसके लिए द इमरजेंसी किट्स आर अवेलेबल। अगर वॉल से हुई है तो उसकी पैकिंग से हुई है, उसके स्पिंडल से हुई है, उसके थ्रेड से हुई है, या वो वॉल ब्रोकन हो गया है, तो उसके लिए emergency kits are available. I have given a image of one emergency kit. While procuring it, it's very important that you buy a trusted brand and a quality kit only. Next, please. If it is from the walls, then there is an emergency kit again. There are chains, there are clamps, there are yoke arrangement through which you plug the cages if it is from the walls. Next. Now it's very important. त्यागी जी बहुत अच्छी तरह से समझ पाएंगे. He was director safety also with Delhi Jal Board, member बनने से पहले. क्या होना चाहिए? मैं थोड़ा सा समय ज्यादा लूंगा, प्लीज अलाउ मी. हम लोग क्या काम करते हैं? हम लोगों ने गैस मास्क लिया, साथ में हमने उसमें वो फिल्टर्स ले लिए. नंबर 1, हर फिल्टर का एक थ्रेशोल्ड लिमिट है. कितने पीपीएम पे वो कितने मिनट काम करेगा. फॉर एन एग्जाम्पल, जो फिल्टर अवेलेबल है, दुनिया की सबसे बढ़िया, अगर मैं बात करूं, ब्रीदिंग एपरेटस बनाने वाली 2 कंपनियां हैं, हनीवेल एंड 3M. अगर मैं उनके फिल्टर्स की बात करता हूं तो वो जो फिल्टर्स बनाती हैं उसकी कैपेसिटी है कि यदि 10 पीपीएम गैस है एटमॉस्फेयर में तो फिल्टर 5 मिनट में एग्जॉस्ट हो जाएगा. अगर वो 3.5 पीपीएम है जो मेरे को सुंगामने आ रहा है तो 15 मिनट में एग्जॉस्ट हो जाएगा. और अगर उससे ज्यादा है तो कुछ सेकंड में हो जाएगा. तो मेरे लिए तो यूजलेस है. क्या मैं इतनी देर में कोई भी लीक को अटेंड कर सकता हूं? नहीं कर सकता. देन द अनदर थिंग, वो ब्रीदिंग एपरेटस के साथ में एक कैनिस्टर आ जाता है, उसकी 15 मिनट ज्यादा होती है. सो वी शुड अवॉइड दीज 2 थिंग्स. वी शुड गो फॉर अ सेल्फ कंटेन्ड ब्रीदिंग एपरेटस लाइक द सेकंड स्लाइड or second image on the right, or the best is we should go for a inline breathing apparatus which has a tubing, which has a oxygen cylinders on trolleys, and that has a minimum working capacity of 30 minutes. अगर है तो आप कम से कम चेंज करके दूसरा लगा सकते हैं. So that is why we should go for it and we should avoid it. And there are personal protective equipments. So those are on the left image, first image. So it's very important to determine कि हमको चाहिए क्या as a safety. Next. Now the medical kit होनी चाहिए, सब मानते हैं. अब मेडिकल किट में क्या होना चाहिए? मैं साहब एक बहुत बड़े मेडिकल किट खरीद करके ले आया, बहुत फर्स्ट क्लास. अब उसके अंदर कफ सिरप नहीं है. ट्रस्ट मी, वो मेडिकल किट आपके क्लोरीन के फर्स्ट एड के लिए बेकार है. और अगर उसके अंदर रिससाइटेशन एपरेटस नहीं है तो वो भी बेकार है. बिकॉज ये 2 चीजें आपको सबसे पहले चाहिए. और सबसे इजी थिंग जो आपके पास हमेशा रहना चाहिए वो है गुड़. मेरे को सर दर्द की जरूरत नहीं है टैबलेट की, मेरे को बुखार की टैबलेट की जरूरत नहीं है. एज अ फर्स्ट एड किट, इफ आई एम डेडिकेटिंग दैट किट टू हैंडल द क्लोरीन लीकेजेस, first thing I need a cough syrup, second thing I need a good, and third thing I need a blood clotting device or a blood clotting gauge. These 3 things are most important. If these 3 things are not there, it is useless. And a stretcher also. What kind of a stretcher I want? I want a stretcher that has a wheel. अगर मैंने एक ऐसी स्ट्रेचर ले ली जिसमें व्हील नहीं है और मेरे पास में 4 बंदे नहीं है, जो बंदा वहां फेंट पड़ा हुआ है, तो बेकार है. मेरे को एक ऐसी स्ट्रेचर की जरूरत है जिसमें व्हील लगे हों और एक ही बंदा उठाए और लेकर के जो भी एक्सीडेंट में बेहोश हो गया है या जो भी इफेक्टेड है उसको बाहर निकाल सके. ऐसे एक्सीडेंट में इट इज नॉट नेसेसरी मेरे पास 4 बंदे हो उस स्ट्रेचर को उठाने के लिए. सो दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू डिटरमिन व्हाट आई रिक्वायर. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. What I should avoid. As I told you, we should avoid PVC connections. Why? Because the reason I explained previously. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि मेरे को अपने ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट के ऊपर टनर को बहुत लंबे समय तक नहीं रखना है, और मेरे को उस टनर को एज अ स्टोरेज वेसल ही यूज करना है, उसे किसी और पर्पस के लिए यूज नहीं करना है। दिल्ली सरकार ने अभी जब बहुत ज्यादा ऑक्सीजन का हुआ तो एक इशू उठा कि क्या हम क्लोरीन टनर्स को एज ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर यूज कर सकते हैं। वी शुड नॉट ट्राई दिस because chlorine cylinders are meant for chlorine only. They are not meant for oxygen or other gases. So we should use it for the designated purposes, not other than the designated purposes. Next. Sorry, longer period means when a cylinder comes, you should use it on first come first served basis. You should not keep a cylinder at your treatment plant for 6 months. This is wrong. Then another avoidance is टनर की हैंडलिंग बहुत सिंपल होनी चाहिए। एज आई टोल्ड यू, जैसे छोटा बच्चा होता है उस तरह से उसको हैंडल करिए, ज्यादा दम ताकत मत लगाइए। क्लोरीन हैंडलिंग शुड ओनली बी डन बाय अ ट्रेन्ड पर्सन। हर व्यक्ति को क्लोरीन का हैंडलिंग मत करने दीजिए। इवन स्टोर में भी जो अनऑथराइज्ड पर्संस हैं, दे शुड नॉट बी अलाउड टू एंटर इन दी क्लोरीन हैंडलिंग एरिया। कभी भी अपने आप को टनर को रिपेयर मत करें, और ऐसा प्रयास भी ना करें कि साहब अपना एक्सपर्ट बन जाए और उसे रिपेयर करें। नेवर स्प्रे वाटर डायरेक्टली ऑन द टनर एंड ऑलवेज कीप टनर अवे फ्रॉम सनलाइट एंड द हीट। वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। हमेशा ट्रस्टेड ब्रांड्स के ही सेफ्टी गियर्स यूज करें। मेडिकल किट्स भी जो आप यूज करें उनको डिफरेंट साइट्स पे होना चाहिए। अगर पता लगा आपने उसी एक्सीडेंट वाली साइट पे रखा हुआ और कहीं है ही नहीं, तो कैसे आप मेडिकल किट और सेफ्टी गियर्स को वहां से निकाल करके यूज कर पाएंगे। सो देयर शुड बी सेवरल सेट्स ऑफ द सेफ्टी गियर्स एंड मेडिकल किट्स। टूल्स बहुत अच्छी क्वालिटी के होने चाहिए, बिकॉज अगर आपने जरा सा भी उसके एजेस को घिस दिया, वॉल के एजेस को, तो आप यूज नहीं कर पाएंगे। और जो क्लोरीनेटर्स हैं वो हमेशा ट्रस्टेड ब्रांड के होने चाहिए। डोंट यूज ड्राई फीडिंग ऑफ क्लोरीन। डोंट डू दिस। ड्राई फीडिंग ऑफ क्लोरीन से मेरा मतलब ये है कि सिलेंडर लिया, पाइप में लगाया और सीधे उसको फीडिंग चैनल में डाल दिया। सो एंड द लास्ट वन इज कि आप ऑटोमेशन और वेब बेस्ड इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम को एनकरेज करें, ताकि सारे ऑफिसर्स उसके टच में रह सकें और उनको इमीडिएट जानकारी मिल सके कि अगर कुछ गड़बड़ हो रहा है तो, या गड़बड़ होने वाला है तो। अभी तो IoT based systems are available, and I inform you that Delhi Jal Board is using IoT based systems at its wastewater treatment plants. So IoT बेस्ड सिस्टम में आपको हेल्थ ऑफ द सिस्टम का भी पता लगता है, तो ऐसे सिस्टम्स को जरूर लगाना चाहिए जिससे आपको क्लोरीनेशन सिस्टम की हेल्थ का भी पता लग सके और आप एक प्रिडिक्टिव मेंटेनेंस कर सकें। प्रिवेंटिव मेंटेनेंस के ऊपर अभी एक कॉन्सेप्ट आया, प्रिडिक्टिव मेंटेनेंस, सो यू कैन डू द प्रिडिक्टिव मेंटेनेंस आल्सो। एंड थैंक यू वेरी मच। अगर इससे ज्यादा कोई भी जानकारी चाहिए, सो माय मोबाइल नंबर, माय मेल आईडी इज देयर, यू कैन कॉन्टेक्ट मी एनी टाइम। थैंक यू वेरी मच। आई टेक योर टाइम। थैंक्स वेरी मच। दो साल में एक बार, 2 साल में होना चाहिए। यस।
Thank you, sir. That was very enlightening. As we are running behind the schedule, I would kindly request the speakers to stick to their time limits. And for the next session, may I invite Sri R.S. Tyagi, Vice Chairman, Indian Waterworks Association, Delhi. He has more than 37 years of experience in the water and wastewater sector and has handled a variety of projects, including the Inceptor project for cleaning of River Yamuna. He has also published a book on sewer rehabilitation with trenchless technologies. Today, he would be sharing with us some pointers regarding the safety and security audit of water treatment plants. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, BIS organizer, Mr. Kanodia, Divya, and others, eminent speakers, and the audience. It is my privilege to give a talk on the safety and security audit of the water and wastewater installations. It is equally important as the health of the drinking water is concerned. As Mr. Sanjay has deliberated upon the use of chlorine and how to handle the chlorine, it is equally important how the installations, each and every component of the installations of the water and the sewerage are important, right from storage of the raw water, its conveyance, its treatment facilities, its rising lanes, distribution lanes, and the reservoirs, and finally the consumer's end. So each and every component of the water and the wastewater has to be kept very safe and secured. Next. I have divided this entire presentation into 9 parts. Next, please. As I already told that the water and sewage infrastructure laid whether over the ground or the underground, right from its storage, right from its source up to the consumer's end, it is very important. And these are very prone to the natural and the man-made disasters. As I personally feel that there are very few natural disasters because many of the disasters are created by, even natural disasters have been created by the persons, men. These are the man-made. If you encroach upon the watershed area, then it will invite the flood. Though seismic is a natural, bhukamp is a natural disaster, but if you talk about the flooding, then it is man-made. If you cloudburst or a drought, it is a man-made. It is not a natural. Because you are exploiting the water to the large extent, which should not be. You are cutting the trees, which are inviting the drought. So these are some natural disasters. We say that it is a natural disaster, but these are man-made. In treatment process, it is also equally important. It has to be kept safe because treatment process is very, very sensitive to the contaminants in the raw water. And the sewerage services are equally important to be kept safe because if you don't handle the sewage system properly, it will invite the waterborne diseases. It will contaminate your water resources because water resources are already very, not in abundance. It is hardly 1% is available. There is the drinking water. Next, please. Next. There are 2 words. One is the security and another is the safety. What is security? Providing safe and sufficient water is the prime responsibility of the government. Means it is a responsibility of the government to provide safe and sufficient drinking water to all its citizens. And to ensure the safety of the water, to keep the safe water, the water infrastructure are to be kept secured against sabotage, cyber threats, and other to do this, there will be terrorist also. Is a terrorist threat. So, to ensure the security, the water supply installations or any installation related to the water supply should be very secured. Means all the premises should be restricted to the unauthorized users or the unauthorized intruders. And nowadays, because we are using the computer system, IT system, so there may be some threat of cyber threat that may hamper your process of the treatment system. Next, please. Next. So, what should the security audit to keep the secured, to keep our infrastructure secured? What is the risk assessment of the installations? What are the threats to the installations? What are the probable threats? This may be the security threat, this may be the terrorist attack, there may be the mixing of pollutants by the terrorist. Then how to protect it? There are some physical protection, like you can do the boundary wall, you can create the watchtowers, you provide this security and guards. You can install the RFID barriers to restrict the entries. You can use the IT fencing, means you can do the camera surveillance. You can interlink the security system of your internal link, the internal security can be linked to the police department. Because if you have provided the IT fencing at your installations and it is not linked to your security personnel, then it is useless. You cannot secure your installation yourself. You have to take the help of the security of the local police. There should be the robust vigilance and the monitoring. This just providing the security installations or the IT fencing, or you provide all the precautions against the security. But if you don't keep yourself vigilant at all the times, it is of no use. And all the security systems should be monitored regularly, and it should be assessed whether it is working, it is functioning or not, or whether it needs some improvement, because there is a lot of scope of the improvement at every stage of the time. The proper training to the security personnel. Means you have installed all the security system, a very modern system, but your staff is not properly trained, and it is of no use. So it should be very trained personnel should be there for safeguard of the installations. Next, please. Now come to the safety. What is safety? It is a very general word. The safety of the installations, the safety of the workers, and safety of the treatment process. There are 3 stage safeties required at all the installations. One is the safety against the treatment process. Means we have provided all the safety gadgets, you are taking all the precautions, but your treatment process is affected by the pollutants. You might have heard in newspaper that our treatment plant have been shut down because of the excessive ammonia in the river. You have provided all the safety equipments at the plants, but your pollutants are affecting the treatment process, so you are not safe. And if you are not monitoring the system, and it goes to the water goes to the users, it is going to be very disastrous. So safety against treatment process is also important, because this may affect the millions of the people who are using the water. So then what is the safety? The safety is the process of protecting, preserving, treating and monitoring of raw water and treated water, both, to keep them free from all the pollutants and safety of the human lives also. So this is the safety. The real meaning of the safety is to maintain the safety, to ensure that your water which is going to the end users is safe and protected from all the pollutants. Next, please. As I already told that there are some natural and man-made disasters. Natural disaster may be the flood, maybe the earthquake, maybe the hurricanes, and landslides, drought, volcanoes. There are so many natural disasters, but many of them are only due to the negligence of the men, of ourselves. Means we have got the forest. That is why the landslide is happening over there. No rain is there because we have got the forest also. We have encroached upon the watershed. That is why there is a flooding. I was reading a research paper of Mr. Kapil Gupta, the Dr. Kapil Gupta, IIT Mumbai. He has studied about the flooding of the Mumbai. Why it is happening? Because all the natural watershed have been encroached upon by the builders. So that is why the flooding is happening. And you are saying that it is a natural disaster. No, it is a man-made disaster. So there is a very here gap between the natural and the man-made disaster. But these components, these water installations are prone to all these type of the disasters, and we have to be kept them safe against all those disasters. For that, we have to go for the disaster preparedness. Means you have to go for the advanced planning to mitigate all these disasters. Rather to respond to the disaster, it is better to mitigate the disaster. Disaster hoy na. You take the example of Tokyo, Japan. It is very prone to the natural disaster very frequently. But there is you will not, you might have not heard any casualty during those disasters, during the hurricanes, during the earthquake, because they have mitigated, they have built up all the structures against the seismic pressure, which are very safe. Next, please. Next. So there are various components which are affected by these disasters, like raw water storage, that is dams and reservoirs. So during the seismic pressure or during the earthquake, there may be crack in the body of the dams, which may lead to the disaster, which may lead to the destruction of the entire structure. This may cause inundation in the existing structure and the habitation at the downstream area. The second way is the carrier canals, because water comes from the raw water resources up to the treatment facility through canals, through conduits. If there is a breach or there is maybe dislocation of the joints of the pipes during the earthquake, so there may be a huge disaster. There may be the flooding of, because a lot of water is coming from the raw water resources. These are not handled properly, for those not made against the seismic pressure, then these may create very disaster, and this may affect the entire population where you are supplying the water. Next, please. There may be dislocation of the joints also during the earthquake or the flooding. There may be the intakes, they may be dislocated, there may be crack in the intake points. You cannot take the water from the raw water resources. So there are so many components which are affected during the various type of the disaster. Maybe the natural or man-made, if there is any sabotage of the pipeline or there is sabotage of any component, which it is going to affect your entire water supply of the city. Next, please. These are some disaster cycles. There are some activities which are to be done before and during the disaster, and there are some activities which are to be done after the disaster. One is the prevention. Prevention, you might have heard that prevention is better than cure. आपको बीमारी हो रही है, क्यों हो रही है? उससे पहले इसको प्रिवेंट करिए ना. आप ऐसी एक्टिविटी करिए, आप ऐसी चीजें ना खाएं जो आपको नुकसान दे. मीन्स प्रिवेंशन, आप प्रिवेंट ऐसा करिए उसको, अपने स्ट्रक्चर्स को ऐसी जगह इंस्टॉल करिए उनको. क्यों आप नदी के किनारे बनाते हैं स्ट्रक्चर? आप क्यों रखते हैं उसका लेवल, इसको फ्लड लेवल से नीचे, तो फिर फ्लड होगा ही होगा उसको. Then prevention is very important part of the disaster preparedness. Then mitigation. Mitigation is the advanced part of the disaster preparedness. Prevention is another thing, but mitigation is the advanced part of this preparedness. Means you locate your plant away from the any type of the possible disaster. Most of the cities are doing that. They are constructing the sewage treatment plant at the just at the bank of the river because of decreasing the length of the conveyance main, just availability of the water. But during the flood, this may be inundated. If you keep their bed level or the formation level below this maximum flood level, it is going to be flooded during the flood time. Then preparedness. If you have made all the preventive maintenance, you are doing mitigation also for the against the disaster, every kind of disaster. But despite of that, you should be prepared for any kind of the disaster. If something happens, what will you do? What is your disaster management plan to handle that situation? Then after disaster, it is another cycle. If disaster happens, then what is the first responder should be the employee, the workers who are working at the site. The residents nearby, they are the first responder. The team comes after when you call them. The firefighters may come at, say, 1 hour later. Your team may come 1 hour later. But who is the first responder? If any accident occurs, only the nearby residents comes first. The workers who are working at the site, they are the first responder. So these first responders should be trained enough to handle that situation. The second is the rehabilitation. If any disaster has happened and there is some damage, there may be some dislocations of the services, there may be some damage of the houses, then how to rehabilitate temporarily? First, you are not going to construct the houses immediately. You will rehabilitate them by and by. So the persons who have been affected by the disaster, they are going to be evacuated, they are to be settled temporarily. So that is called rehabilitation. And then thereafter is reconstruction. If everything has been damaged, your telephone line has been damaged, your water supply has been damaged, your sewer line has been damaged, your houses have been damaged. So these are to be reconstructed slowly, slow and slow. It is not happened within a 1 day or 2 days. It may take 1 year, 2 years in reconstruction and to rehabilitate another to them, to the affected persons. Next, please. Next. So these are some precautions which can minimize the disasters. What is the early alarm system? If you have early alarm system at all the installations, then you have the breathing time to take all the precautions to minimize the disaster. If disaster happens and it is going to damage something, but it will be minimized. Then use of GIS and the latest software. If you use the GIS, then it is going to tell you that which part of the component is going to be affected most. So you can protect that part of that critical system. Then imparting the training to the responders, the workers. It is very important that all the workers who are exposed to these type of disasters should be trained enough. And their training should not discontinue. It is not a one-time job. The training should be continued. And it's a reassessment of the training, their mock drills, that should continue. It should be periodically done by them. As Mr. Sanjay also told about the SOPs, the standard operating practices, procedures. These should not be for the namesake. Because I was member water supply and I got prepared all the SOPs and the preventive maintenance procedure. I got it prepared, but it should not be kept in self because formality has been completed and we have prepared the SOPs and these are kept in self. No, it should be in implementation. Because your treatment plant, all the machineries are running 24 hours. So your SOP should also run, you should follow 24 hours. Everything should continue in hand. It should not be discontinued. So SOPs and all the preventive maintenance protocols should be followed regularly and it should be monitored and assessed by the supervisors also, by the managers, by the head of the department also. And then the structural safety. What is the structural safety? Your structure should be safe, structurally safe against the seismic pressure. It should not be inundated. The level should be kept above the flood level. And it should withstand with all type of the pressures, with all types of the winds, cyclones, etc. So it should be designed properly. Then selection of technology, it is also very important. Selection of the technology of the treatment plant, of the conveyance system, what type of material should be used, and what should be the emergency response plan. Just I told in the first slide also, it should be in place, and what should be the emergency plan at each type of the installations. Because emergency response plan cannot be generalized. It is very installation specific. At every installation, your emergency response plans will be different from the one component to the other. And the documentation of all these type of the plan for the future means we have faced this type of difficulty, we have made the strategy, we fought against this type of disaster, and we learn from that like this. And it should be kept for the future so that it can be utilized at the later stage for the similar kind of the situation. Next, please. Yes. So these are some checklists at all the installations. Which we should have the inventory register, list of the emergency contact numbers. We should have the resource persons information who can be called during the emergency. We should have a team in place who can respond to all type of the disasters, and list of the 10 the emergency action plan should be in place. Then display the name of the emergency handling team also. It should be displayed at the prominent place, so that in case of emergency, he can call the 101. Yeah, this is the nearest hospital. We can call immediately. This is the police number. This is the nearest police station number. So every resource person phone number or contact number should be displayed at very prominent space. The rescue plan should be in place, and the evacuation site should be displayed very prominently, that in case of emergency, every person should be assembled at this place. Next, please. Next. So these are some safety during the operation and maintenance. As I already told us, SOP should be in place. Proper training should be given. This is the same thing. Means during operation, these are the same steps which we have followed at all the installations at the regular time. Availability of first aid. This is very important. Availability of first aid means generally first aid are never used. In normal days, these are not used. When we check the first aid and when it is to be used, then all the available medicines are outdated. So these are not usable. So it should be checked very periodically, and this should be replaced by the new medicines also. Next, please. And it is also that important that the regular health checkup of the workers which are exposed to the such type of these chlorine effect and the methanes and these carbon monoxide and the H2S gases. So their proper health check should be done by them, by the management. Yes, carry on. I already covered. So these are some precautions which we can explain. Like one is the government or the Supreme Court who has implemented the PEMS rule, means prevention of the Manual Scavenging and Rehabilitation Act 2013, which came into the force that the manual scavenging is completely eradicated, and all the precautions in the disaster situation and in the hazardous situation should be followed. So there are some steps which are to be followed during the working in the hazardous situation. Like the manual cleaning should be switched over to the completely mechanical cleaning, because manual scavenging is completely banned by the Supreme Court and by the enactment of this PEMS Act 2013. Next, please. So these are the conventional methods which we were very horrible, and the person is going to the manual and then he's taking all these serial slides. So that is very horrible. And health, next, please. So conventional mechanism, the system should be switched over to the mechanical cleaning, like the cement cleaning machine. Next, please. So the suction machine. Next. The suction jetting machine. So these all are the machine. The super sucker machine. Next, please. Super sucker machine. Next, please. the recycler. Next, please. These are some devices which have been modified later on to clean the sewer manholes in the very congested lanes. Next, please. This is the robotic cleaning machine. So these are some machines which have been replaced all the manual scavenging through these type of the machines. So there is no intervention of the persons. They are not required to go inside the manholes. So these machines are used for mechanical cleaning. Next, please. Next. So these are some standard operating practices that what should be the duty of the supervisors during the working at the hazardous situation. There are some standard operating practices. If you are working in the disaster situation where these hazardous gas, obnoxious gases are being produced, then what should be the lethal limit of the oxygen presence, the methane, the H2S, and carbon monoxide? There should be some detective. These are the gas detector and the ventilator should be used so that there is no obnoxious gas where you are working, where the workers are working. This is the responsibility of the supervisor to ensure that all the limits of the gases which are very obnoxious should be within the limit so that the worker can work over there. Next, please. Next. So these are all some duties that all types of the safety gadgets. The most important part here is that availability, then usability, and then utilization. There are three things for the safety gadgets. One is there is a list of the safety gadgets which should be available at all the working sites. One is the availability. So that is not for the formalities. One is the availability, then usability. Means आपके पास हैं सारे gadgets, but वो use नहीं हो सकते, वो खराब पड़े हैं. Then usability, functionality, they should be functional. The third part, they should be utilized. वो हैं भी, सारे gadgets हैं, useful भी हैं, functional भी हैं, लेकिन वो site पे use नहीं हो रहे, क्योंकि workers खुद कहते हैं साहब हमारा ये use करने के बाद हमारे से काम नहीं होगा. This is general tendency in every organization. साहब अगर मैं गैस मास्क लगा लूंगा तो मैं काम नहीं कर सकता. अभी आप देख लीजिए छोटा सा गैस मास्क लगाते हैं उसमें दिक्कत होती है, बट उनको तो पूरा का पूरा बॉडी सूट और गम बूट्स और क्या क्या पहना के उनको भेजते हैं नीचे जैसे कोई उसमें जा रहा है अंतरिक्ष में. बट इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू कीप देम सेफ against these hazardous situations, and this is the responsibility of the supervisors that all these safety gadgets are available, functional, and being used at the site. The gases are within the safe limit, and the third one is that all the he should available over there, and the person who is going in the disaster situation or in the hazardous situation, he should be given permit by the supervisor that everything is safe and you can work inside this hazardous situation. And the important part is that that person should not remain in that hazardous situation not more than 5 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes maximum. He should be replaced by the other persons and he should be come out. Next, please. Next. I have covered all these. Next. So these are some instruments. You should have the oxygen cylinder, you should have the ladder, you should have the tripod, all the safety gadgets which have the list in the presentation should be available and utilized at the site. And moreover, if there is any fatal accident over there, there should be some ambulance over there. And you should have the number of nearest hospital with the supervisor. Next, please. Next. These are the list of gadgets. Please scroll on. Next, please. This is the permit to give the entry to the workers that everything is safe and you can go for the work. Next, please. These are some responsibility of employer also. Because employer cannot wash his hand that everything is being done by supervisor, he is responsible. Or I have assigned the work to the contractor, so he is the responsible. No, there is a prime responsibility of the employer that all the safety, the norms are being followed by the workers or by the contractor who has been deployed on his behalf. All the workers should be trained enough. They should have the certificate that they are trained enough to work in the hazardous situation. As I already told that all the structure, all the safety gadgets should be functional, available, and be used at the site. These are three important things. And all the health workers should be checked. Health checkup should be done very periodically. All the vaccination should be done for the respiratory system because chlorine may be of noxious gases. They affect the respiratory system first. So all the vaccination should be done which are very required. Next, please. So these are some recommendations. This is my last slide. Historical data must be documented for the future and forecast natural catastrophe. This is important part. We should not leave that we have learned this lesson and then keep it and ignore it. Because every lesson can be utilized in the future catastrophe. Earlier, alarm system should be installed at each of the installations. Focus must be on mitigation rather than the emergency response. SOPs must be followed. These are not kept in the self. It should be followed regularly and periodically. Robust disaster management plan must be prepared. Regular training and periodical work mock drills should be conducted. Disaster management plan, including response team. Disaster management center must be set up because Delhi Jal Board has set up some disaster management centers at some critical places. I think 4 locations are there, where all the list of the resource person, all the materials available over there, all the facilities are over there. If you, in case of any disaster situation, you can call the emergency center. They will come with all equipment, with all resources at the site, and they will handle the system. And there is another cell that is a disaster management cell, which is headed by the director. That is an independent cell. I don't know how it is working, but during my time, it was working very well. All the workers in the Delhi Jal Board, as well as for the contractors, they were trained enough to work in the hazardous situations. And the regular monitoring and assessment of the disaster management plant. It is very important to monitor and assess the disaster management plant periodically because there is a lot of scope of the improvement at every stage. If something happens now, there will be something different may occur in future. So that should be documented and it should be utilized in the future. Thank you so much. That is geographical information system. So that is a map or a dashboard which can be utilized for forecasting what kind of disaster is going to happen at which place, so that you can go immediately to that. And it is IT enabled. That's
Thank you, sir. For the next session, may I invite Sri Rajat Jain, Additional Chief Engineer of WAPCOs. He has more than 14 years experience in planning, design, project management, disaster management in the field of water supply, sewerage and drainage. He was involved in the preparation of stormwater manual and is currently a part of the GIS study team for revision of water supply manual for CPHEO.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm thankful to BIS for giving me this opportunity to present the topic regarding water supply management during flood. Next slide. My presentation gives a brief glimpse of effect of climate change in developing and LIDC countries, effect of climate change in India. Then here I'd like to highlight the brief reason for flooding, then impact and effects of flood in terms of water supply, aspects to minimize the flood effect of water supply, preventive measures. Then I try to cover the measures for mitigation of flood damages. Then while planning, designing and implementation, how we should strengthen the existing system. While planning the water supply system, there is an urgent need that we have to strengthen our existing asset. So strengthening of existing system is also required. Then assessment, monitoring, and reviewing is the concurrent activity which has to be carried out. Then the flood management measures, and also I have highlighted one case study. Next slide. Like due to the rapid urbanization, we are what we are looking is at the that to have a robust system and to meet the demand of all the regions, the 24/7 water supply is an important aspect, and due to which we need a lot of infrastructure. And for this, but also due to urbanization, sudden changes in climate changes is leading to increasing frequency of various type of natural disasters. And this disaster is bound to affect the infrastructure and the services. This generates an urgent need to counter the effects and come up with remedial or preventive measures. Like we cannot minimize for disaster. We cannot stop them, but we can minimize the impact. Next slide. Now, due to the climate change, the increasing disasters are increasing, and also there is a global warming. The report by World Meteorological Organization shows an increase in frequency of disaster by a factor of 5 over the 50 years, and also climate change is causing global warming, which leads to increase in frequency and intensity of hot extreme heat waves and heavy precipitation, droughts, cyclones, etc. If you see, there are two pie charts. In first pie chart, what I highlighted is that LID's countries, and in second is the developing countries. In LID countries, if you see, the LIDs are the low-income developing countries. These countries are the countries which are facing more impact of climate change. Further, in the study, it has been also found that developing countries will also bound to be more affected by the climate change. And India is also one of the countries which is bound to have the impact of climate change. Next slide. Next slide. Here we are showing the effect of climate change. Due to the effects of climate change, the flood is an aspect of the climate change. The increasing frequency of flood are a major concern for us to work upon our water system to reduce the loss of lives due to contamination and lack of water. If you see in this map of India, the major flood-prone regions in India are Punjab, Haryana, most of the Gangetic Plain, including UP, North Bihar, and West Bengal, the Brahmaputra Valley, coastal Andhra Pradesh, and Odisha, and southern Gujarat. These are the areas which are the flood-prone areas. Further, based on the study which have been done by Mr. Haider Ali, Partha Modi, and Vimal Mishra, it has been found that change in frequency of 3-day duration extreme precipitation events in the near period, that is between 2020 to 2059, and far period, that is between 2060 to 2099, exceeding 20-year return period. What we are observing is that the frequency of flood will be increasing. Next slide. The reasons for the flood are, Tyagi sir has already highlighted the reasons. Just to sum up is that the excessive rainfall, including cloud bursting, some floods are a result of geomorphology, climatology of water catchment areas, unusually high sea levels or rupture of dams or dikes, environmental degradation, climate change effects. Next slide. Now here comes the impact of flood on water supply system. Here what we have highlighted, Tyagi sir has already highlighted all these issues, but from the at the source, the total partial destruction of river water intakes, at raw water storage, there is a deposition of silt, accumulation of debris, and damage of machines and equipments. In raw water conveyance system, rising mean, pressure means there may be a breach of embankments of canals, dislocation of joints, washing away of pipes, deposition of silts, In water treatment facility, what happens that due to flooding, there might be excess turbidity, contaminations, inundation of equipment, pumps. Further, the primary, secondary storage filter, the infiltration or exfiltration due to cracks, mixing of contaminants. Then the source contamination is one of the major problems due to flooding. So contamination in water catchment areas, siltation in carrier systems, and then power cuts, road blockages, disruption of communication, intrusion of salt into continental aquifers, contaminating or reducing the availability of groundwaters. Now, what we are highlighting here is what are the impacts of flooding on water supply system. So, what are the aspects how we can minimize these impacts? So, as a whole, we can summarize into 4 aspects. First is supply water on priority basis. Like while planning, the priority should be that the water supply should be least affected. Further, there should be alternate methods of supply should be envisaged while planning. Then the second aspect is that strengthening of the existing system and concurrent assessment, monitoring, and review. So, just to minimize this, there are some preventive measures which can be proposed. The next slide, please. As Tyagi sir has already mentioned that standard site-specific operating procedures should be in place with advance notice, secure the facility prior to the flood, secure water and chemical storage tanks, safeguard chemical supplies. The dams, reservoirs should be assessed pre-monsoon and post-monsoons. Then fresh water availability should be ensured and it should be protected so that it not get impacted during the flooding time. Secure electrical assets, sampling and disinfection preparations, and customer notification. Next slide. Measures for mitigation of flood damages in water supply system. All these sessions have already made. I think that I will not go in detail about these. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. Now, while planning the issues, what we face, being a water supply expert, that is the for flooding, water storage tanks got damaged from floods. So we have to ensure that good containment techniques, site tank to avoid natural drainage and flood detention areas. Then flood water enters wells and contaminates water source and can be flooded. So it can be planned to avoid erosion of aprons through deeper foundation edges, construct raised head wall or slab above flood water level. This we do for all WTPs, STPs also. Then construct watertight well shaft above water table. Then for urban water supply and distribution, damage to water distribution system and treatment works causes less water to be distributed to the citizens. Keep distribution system functioning through sufficient water being treated in water treatment plants. Design service reservoirs with adequate capacity. Introduce water rationing. Water rationing means that the water quantity should be limited and it should be like the distribution should be equitable to all the citizens during flooding time. Then keeping the service reservoirs as full as possible prior to the flood, making distribution pipes more resilient to flood damage. Then bottled water distribution. The areas which are not serviceable, the distribution of water, bottled water is a part of flood preparedness and response strategy, especially for dispersed population. Next slide. Flooding in downstream parts of floodplain, structural measures to control water flow. Flood-prone facilities can be raised or protected with levels or with levees or bunds. Non-structural measures make affected areas more prepared. Example, early warning system. Pipes at weak points breaks at the earliest. It is a major problem that comes during flooding. That weak points such as river crossing, open canals, slides, scars, etc. should be strengthened. If the generation of water supply could get damaged, the reserve electrical generators as well as stock of pre-positioned replacement pumps and pipes for emergency repairs. Spare part supplies get affected. For this, there should be a standardization of pumps, pipes and fittings, which is important so that spares and equipments can be arranged from an unaffected town. Next slide. Next slide. Now, these are the important aspects which we have to assess and review of the system after flood. That it is important to identify the needs and damages and resources available. We have to monitor the essential water supply activities that are carried out as planned, and we have to ensure and review that the response remains relevant to the needs and the resources. While post flooding, we have to the type of damages which we can identify and quantify immediately is the contamination of the water source, damage to the water treatment works, damage to the pumping stations, current availability of supply from all sources, causes or indicators of contamination during flooding. Next slide. Now here, there's one case study. On December 2004, an earthquake of the Indonesian island of Sumatra triggered a massive tsunami that devastated coastal areas of 11 countries around the Indian Ocean. This includes India, Maldives, Sri Lanka, Seychelles, and other neighboring countries. This tsunami leads to the destruction of piped-in water supply and groundwater pumps and saline water intrusion of shallow wells and surface sources, citing the threats of outbreaks from waterborne diseases such as diarrhea, cholera, typhoid, and hepatitis. Now, the NGOs and UN takes almost 5 to 6 months to provide relief to the population concurrently, and based on the steps taken by the agencies there, the study group has recommended the following: that to continue to take steps to minimize the risk of waterborne diseases, to develop and disseminate practical solutions for the special circumstances for saline water institution, clarify the condition under which proven approaches to household water treatment may be useful in emergencies, improve water quality and surveillance. I say improve water quality and surveillance without compromising emphasis on water quantity, and document experiences from tsunami response, distill the lessons learned, disseminate the results, and develop guidelines to inform future actions. And next slide. Here, these are the steps taken by the local agencies that during the disaster of tsunami, that they provided the packaged water. Packaged water, that is 200 ml poly bags and packed bottles, were distributed to some squatter camps. Large plastic tanks were provided where the roads become serviceable, and plastic tanks from 500 liter to 2,500 liter tanks were set up at the squatter campsites. Then portable treatment plants were also deployed in a limited number of areas where mobile water treatment purification plants were brought in and began producing large volumes of potable water. Then this is an important aspect which can be like the local citizens can be trained that to treat their own water during the time of flooding. That is, in the few areas, the relief organization began to encourage the affected population to treat their own water by boiling bleaching powder, chlorine tablets, and LM were distributed. Next slide. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you. With proper planning and design and implementation, we can minimize the impacts. We cannot delay the disasters and we cannot control them. But with better planning, coordination, management, we can minimize the impacts and save many lives. Thank you.
Can I ask a small question? Can I raise a small issue? In the olden days, we had all the raw water and treatment facilities at a height which was not prone to flooding.
Yes.
And we also had a system of overhead tanks so that the water would be stored there for a certain period in case of a disaster. We have done away with that policy, and now we are having sumps in most of the tall structures. We got some which are below, which will get flooded anyway.
Yeah.
We have all the water supply systems below the ground or above the ground. So do you think there is a need to have a policy change and go back to some basics that we followed in the olden days than what we are doing today to prevent flooding of these infrastructure?
So, what I've experienced is that, while we design the WTPs, STPs, our service reservoirs, we design them above the flooding level. But earlier, at that, in older times, uh, the flooding was why the flooding is happening is that the catchment area has been affected and the river is changing its course. That's why the flooding is happening now. So while planning it, what you have mentioned, it is important to see that what is the highest level of the flood, and all the service reservoirs, water treatment plants, they have to be planned above that level, high flood level. In fact, the return period for that flooding level, we have to see that we are considering 1 in 50 years or 1 in 100 years. That when a return period we have to increase, because earlier the flooding was today the flooding is happening because the a lot of urbanization has happened and the catchment area has been disrupted. So, while planning this thing, we have to consider. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we'll be having a Q&A session later, so we can address all the queries together. And there's a slight change in the program. So next on dais will be Sri Anil Kumar Sinha IAS. He was the founder vice chairman of Bihar State Disaster Management Authority and has extensive experience and knowledge relating to disaster risk reduction. He has handled major disasters like Orissa Super Cyclone 1999, Bhuj Earthquake 2001, etc. He was a member secretary, High Powered Committee on Disaster Management, set up at the behest of the then Prime Minister. Sir, it's over to you.
Namaste and good afternoon to all of you. I'm sorry that on my request, Divya Madam was kind enough to make slight change in the schedule. Actually, my wife is admitted in AIIMS. She has to undergo surgery tomorrow. She's okay, and nothing to worry. But then I have to go back, for various things. And as I saw, as it usually happens, the program little bit, gets delayed, you say, for whatever reasons. I'm sorry that I'm missing the opportunity to listen to my dear friend and old veteran, Dr. Piyush Vatela, who has come from Dehradun. I was also keen to listen to, I think, Monica Bahal from GIZ. Okay. But I think be that as it may, maybe today I'll have to miss it, you see. Well, friends, first of all, I'm very, very thankful wholeheartedly to Bureau of Indian Standards. I think I would have visited this organization maybe 20 years earlier. And I do not remember whether during High Powered Committee, which was just referred by Dr. Divya, BIS was consulted or not, you see. I don't know if you should tell us about. High Powered Committee was set up in 1999 with the orders of then Prime Minister Vajpayee ji, late Vajpayee ji. I used to be then the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture. And that committee was the first ever committee of its kind to go into kind of what we now call 360-degree not a holistic kind of a review of disaster situation in India, and then give recommendations to the government for long-term solutions, you see. In fact, whatever we see today in India, you see, I can say very humbly, I was the member secretary of that committee because of my responsibilities as joint secretary. But whatever we see today in terms of Disaster Management Act 2005, passed by the Parliament, then these, I'm sure all of you have heard of National Disaster Management Authority, headed by the Prime Minister, state authorities headed by the Chief Ministers, and district authorities headed by the DMs, you know. So these are all as a follow-up of the recommendations of that high powered committee. But let me come to that a little later on, you see. I'll be talking to you about this whole subject of disaster management, some basic concepts. You'll be surprised why am I mentioning basic concepts while talking to a very distinguished, learned, qualified gathering like this, you see. But I will explain to you, you see. And then what have been the major changes and reforms in the country in last 20 years or so, you know. Before that, it was all relief. We used to talk of relief, relief management. There used to be relief commissioners in these states and all that, you see. But now we talk more of prevention, we talk of mitigation, we talk of advanced planning, which last two speakers have very well shared in their PowerPoint presentation. And friends, I don't have any PowerPoint presentation. I'm not using the power of the PowerPoint, but I'm trying to convey to you a couple of points, a few points based on my own experience and insights, you see. Today's, you know, these days, whenever one is called to deliver the lecture, and I'm very happy, madam, for calling personally, because last almost 2 years, it has been only through the video, you see, Zoom or whatever, WebEx, etc., which is good. One can see the advancement of technology. Only last week, I think I talked to some 40 odd officers of scientific and technological organizations, you know, from all over India. That was organized by the National Academy of Administration in Mussoorie. They have a Center for Disaster Management, and they keep doing various programs. And in that program, 40 odd people, or about a month back to Delhi judicial officers, we addressed, you know, we interacted with people sitting in Trivandrum to, you know, Meghalaya, to, you know, all further places as far as it could be, you see. But that is the advancement of technology. Now, friends, you see, what is a disaster? Basic question, you know, is what is a disaster? So I was saying that these days when we talk of, when I'm called, then I wonder, what is there to talk, you see? Because these days everything is available here. Everything which has been talked about or I'm going to talk is available here on the press of a button. So what a person like me can really share? And that is where I gets me thinking that, okay, not those things which are available here. Though it is said that what is not here is not there, like Vedas. कि जो वेदा में नहीं है वो नहीं है, और जो कुछ है वो सब कुछ वेदास में है. ये तो literally वैसे बन गया है. But there are certain things which may be available but not easily visible, you see. I mean, there is one advantage and a problem. You ask for one thing, it will give you not 10 but 100 options, and then you have to choose, you know, which is another layer of difficulty, crossing another level of hurdle. So let us start from the basic. What is a disaster? I'm sure if I ask you, everyone will give one's answer because you know about it. I don't think there is anyone who doesn't know about disaster. But let us go back to the very basics, you see, as we saw it
our friend was talking about, earlier days when there used to be, tanks on the higher levels, and now we have gone underground with sumps and all that, and that is the policy, and is wondering whether that policy can be changed. And I think that's a very serious point. So now talking about disasters, I go back to my childhood, and maybe some of your childhood, you see. Because I can't say for everyone. People like him, his childhood was different than our childhood, you say. Our childhood was that if I wanted to go to see a movie, and I'm talking of 50s, I'm talking of early 60s, then going to a movie was a big project, let me tell you. It was not like this, that you can see any movie, any language, anything you see. We used to live in a small town called Lahiriya Sarai near Darbhanga. I don't know if there's anyone from Bihar, So there are twin towns, and those days, you see, 50, 60 years back. So it was a lot of excitement went into making a movie program because one had to cross the hurdle of parents who would say no, go to grandparents, they will say yes, and then use the power of grandparents to win over and get a decision in your favor that yes, day after tomorrow we'll go to this movie, Madhubala, Dilip Kumar, Narges, whatever, and 3 o'clock show or 6 o'clock show or noon show, you say. Not like today again, you can have a show anytime, you say. And then tomorrow, or day after tomorrow, right in the morning, because you have to go to 3 o'clock show, something happens, you see, in the family or something, and the program is postponed. What was it for a child, young child like me, or others? It was a disaster, you see. It was a disaster, my God. So much went into it, and then this program has been. Now, you don't know when the next program will really materialize, you see. Again, it's not like this. It's a total paradigm change, you see. Let's take another situation. You become elder, you go to college, you see. By the time we came to college, fortunately, there were co-educational colleges also, you see. Not just boys or girls, you see. You get into a class, and a boy has a crush on one of his, female girl students, you see. And then comes 15th August. I'm mentioning 15th August because this year, if you recall, 15th August was the day of Rakhi. And on 15th August, the girl comes and tells him, कि भैया ये मैं आपको राखी बांध. What was that situation for that boy? Total disaster. You see, there couldn't be worse disaster in his life or anyone's life than this, isn't it? No exaggeration. I think this is the situation. And then we talk of all kinds of disasters, social disaster, political disaster, this disaster, that disaster. So, friends, what I'm trying to say is that this word disaster, which we take, you've been talking since morning, or nowadays you hear every day on the net or newspapers, is very commonly used, you see, and is used in a huge kind of a range of contexts. But then we as officials, all of you are officials holding positions in Delhi government, other government, national organizations, GIZ, etc., etc. You can't go by that kind of a definition. You may have an understanding, but definition has to be legally something which is viable, kind of, which can be justiciable, which can be scrutinized through the lenses of the law, you see. So that is where we talk of, the definition of disaster, which came for the first time in India in 2005. Before that, there was no definition of disaster in our country. There were disasters, there were floods. One can't remember right from the time, societies and humanities are there. There have been floods, you see. So there were disasters, you see. There were responses by the government, etc., etc. But the definition of disaster has come for the first time. It wasn't there in the Constitution which we adopted on 26 January 1950, you see. Nothing. Nowhere. You look at the three lists, central list, union list or the state list and the concurrent list, there also it is not there. I think there is flood control word perhaps finds a mention, but nothing of what we call, and globally we should discuss disaster management or disaster risk reduction or disaster risk management, etc., etc. Now, I'm sure each one of you would have faced a disaster in your own context. Most likely, in some context or the other, where disaster is something where it doesn't happen only with the water management system. It can happen in your house also. छोटा सा आग लग गया, जरा सा कोई चीज हुआ, there is gas, there is electricity, there is a loose wire, naked wire, etc., etc. So it can happen anywhere. In the community where you live, in the society where you live, there can be hazardous things and all that you see. But then another perspective of understanding disaster is there is some people who believe that disasters can be prevented, you see. But then many people contest. They say, sir, how can disasters be prevented? You see? How can you prevent earthquake? You can't. You may perhaps prevent flood because of these levees and dams and this and that. But how can you prevent, say, a landslide? How can you prevent lightning, etc., etc.? But then we have to understand with another bit of lens, you see, that what is a hazard and what is a disaster, you see. There are two things, you see. There is one thing which is hazard. There can be natural hazard. There can be man-made hazard, you see. If this thing is not safely constructed and there is a live wire and I touch it, then this is a man-made hazard which can cause a man-made disaster, you see. When you have all traveled either by flight, then there is a flight when there is a possible disaster. There is a hazard of flying, you see, civil aviation. There is a hazard when I was coming by road, right in the morning, Gopinath Mundeji, when this ministry got formed 2014, within a couple of months, he lost his life. In a road in Delhi, road which is generally very safe, you see, isn't it? But then every road travel doesn't convert into a disaster, you see. Mind it. Every train travel, when you are traveling by train, there is a hazard of train disaster, you see. But it doesn't convert into a disaster. Not every. There are several which have. And then every air travel doesn't convert into a disaster. But the one in which Madhava Sindhya ji, the one in which, other dignitaries or others, one need not take name, you can understand, they have converted into a disaster. Similarly, this I explained, with this a child can also play because this is safely constructed. But if it is not safely constructed, certainly why a child, even adult, will be at risk if you try to play with that kind of a thing, isn't it? So I think, understanding what is a hazard, So what makes, supposing an earthquake takes place out in the desert, you see. Earthquake takes place out in the sea. Of course, sea earthquakes can cause tsunamis, but I'm talking of those which happen deep, far off in the sea, no habitation, nothing. It is not even near any coast. So does it cause a disaster? No. We don't even come to know about it, you see. Same thing if it happens in a Registan, so we आपको पता ही चलेगा because there is no loss of human lives, there is no loss of property, you see, either public or private, you see. So what makes a hazard convert into a disaster? A scenario between our roads and Japanese roads will explain, you see. I've lived in Japan for a couple of years, worked there. Even a child of 3-4 years, when they are crossing, going to school in the morning, they come to the road, stand at the edge, look right and left, assure themselves that it is safe, then go to the middle part. Then again look right and left. Right and left I'm saying because, that depends on the the direction. Some countries have different directions of, flow of the traffic, you see, but they're very careful. So it doesn't happen. You travel in India, what is the scene? Children, they treat these roads, highways as their playground, you see. And they just run across. And what happens, we know. Terrible accidents happen, you see. Isn't it? So I think this is very, very important. If we know that, you see, hazard is not a disaster, but hazard is something which is all around you. Every moment there is a hazard. Right now, what are the hazards here in this hall? There is a hazard of fire, you see. If somewhere some wire is there, short circuiting, etc., is there, it can lead to a little bit of this. And then, if it is not taken care of, it can convert into a disaster. Delhi is in which zone? Seismic zone, I'm sure 4, you see. 4 is serious enough. It is second, in terms of seriousness. God forbid, but if there was a big shaking, and I know BIS sets the standards, so they have to be earthquake resistant or safe, you see. But if by chance, you see, this hall is not really safe, then, you see, this can cause a disaster, and then we are all at risk. So, you see, if something happens, so I've explained to you, the difference between hazard and a disaster. We can discuss on that. But I also believe, I belong to the school of thought, that disasters are preventable. It's a question of understanding, what is the hazard, the nature of the hazard, etc., etc. How does the society interact with that? So therefore, an earthquake in Japan does not cause a disaster. They're vibrating every day, almost every second. An earthquake in California, USA, doesn't convert into a disaster. But an earthquake in Bhuj, earthquake in other towns, I think Iran, perhaps yesterday, you see, if the buildings are not safe, then that causes a disaster, and therefore deaths, etc., etc. I come to there are 5, 6 points which I'll try to cover, you see. One is now, second, which I'll talk, how do we respond to a disaster? The third will be the disaster management in India, which I mentioned very briefly, because a lot of that has been covered, and a lot others, PUC will be covering, I believe, you see. Then next point will be, fourth will be about some UN initiative. Again, very brief mention, because PUC, I know, will elaborate. He has done a lot of work. The fifth point will be disaster management and technology, you see, because you are all technologists, as I can see. The sixth will be gender and, women empowerment as far as disaster management is concerned. That is very, very important. The seventh point will be about response. I think a lot of how do you respond, Tyagi was talking about, how do you respond, SOPs, checklist, plans, preparedness, etc., etc. All those things were there. So I will not refer to what he was talking, but I will refer to what has happened in India in terms of response in last 2030. The next point will be about some new initiatives taken by government, global initiatives by our government, which is a matter of pride, you see. And my last point will be about community initiatives, you see. I think Tyagi also mentioned, Jansa mentioned about, community, first responder, etc., etc. Now let me come to how do you respond to a disaster? I'm sure some of you have your own experiences, but let me tell you, and what I'm going to tell you is based on research. It is not just empirical finding, based on hardcore research, which I'll tell you which research you see. I'm sure all of you know about 9/11, you see. Isn't it? There were 2 towers which got hit, and then thousands of people, more than 3,000 or whatever, they died. One tower was hit and then the second tower was hit. There was a time difference between the hitting of the first tower and the second tower. The time difference was around 18 to 20 or 22 minutes, not more than that. But that much of time was there. In the tower which was hit second, you see, not the first one. I'm sure you have heard of Morgan Stanley, you see, global finance company. They had their office, 3,000 employees, which is big number for one place for a company like that, is spread over 3 floors, you see, 73rd, 4th, 5th, something like that, 3,000 employees. 2,993 of them came out safely from that floor, 70th plus, coming down, because lift is not operational. Lift is not operational. So to come down, in the much simpler situation, there will be a lot of stampede and all that, etc. They came down. But who were those 7 who lost their lives? 6 were casual visitors to the office of Morgan Stanley that day. And the 7th was the guy who started this story. His name was Rick Rescorla. And now this can help you. Rick Rescorla, 9/11, Morgan Stanley case study. You will get it here, but please listen to me first. Now, when he joined a couple of years before that as the security officer, then he started enforcing his discipline, mock drill training, this and that, rehearsals and all that. हमारे यहाँ अगर rehearsal होगा, if I am the boss or any one of you who have been bosses in the office, then you will tell your colleague, कोई young colleague आएगा, सर आज 12 बजे कर रहे हैं, एक रिहर्सल कर रहे हैं. तो कि ठीक है बेटे कर लो, बहुत अच्छी बात है, अच्छा सोचा तुमने, मैं तो जरा बिजी हूँ बिकॉज मेरे को जरूरी फाइल्स है. तो आप जो है आप कहते हैं भाई तुम लोग कर लो, मेरे लिए जरूरी नहीं है. बट इन यूएस द कल्चर इज डिफरेंट. If that guy says it has to be done, then it has to be done because he is the in charge and he has the last word. So even the boss, doesn't have. So, and I have seen this happening in Japan, you see. So he started enforcing this. His colleagues started, scolding him and telling him, what nonsense. We have stayed here for years. You don't understand the value of our time. 1 minute means millions of dollars business, you see. So you're wasting all that. He said, okay, that's your job. I am doing my job and you better conform to this. He went about this rehearsal, training, etc., etc. If something happens, what is to be done, what is not to be done. How do you get down, you see? If you are coming, you are on the 54th floor. If someone is coming from the 55th, how do you give way, etc. All those discipline. And that is how 2,993 people came out safely. 6 were the casual visitors who didn't know about this. But then why did the 7th, Rick Rescorla, die? Because it was as security in charge, it was his dharma. कि जब तक लास्ट आदमी नहीं निकल जाएगा, तब तक हम नहीं निकलेंगे उससे. And in that kind of a situation, he also lost his life. This is a research conducted, this was reported in Time magazine, you see. I'm forgetting which year, but many years back. Now, what was the outcome of the research? You see, I want to tell you. Outcome of the research said that there are 3 patterns of response of humans, and it said they are disaster personalities. There is a situation in which some people, they freeze. They freeze mentally and they freeze physically. So if you have something is happening, you have frozen practically, then what will happen? Things are falling, things can get thrown like this thing can get thrown like a bullet, you see, and it can kill people. If you really see those videos, etc., severe earthquake or things like that, you see. So they freeze and therefore they suffer. They're bound to suffer. Things are happening. Second is of those people who panic in these kinds of situations. And when you panic, you may have seen visuals or people from 30th, 40th, 50th floors, in such situation, catching hold of their own partners, friends, and just jumping, you see, because they have panicked, they have lost their rationality. But there's one more pattern of human response, you see, which is people know what to do, which is knowledge, and people also know how to do, which is practice, which is rehearsal, and which is what these 2,993 people knew and they did, you see. They knew what to do. It was one of the worst situations, and they knew how to do. So this is the research. I'm kindly read it, at your leisure, but disaster personality. So I'm sure now for each one of us, it is clear which is the personality type you want to be in. First, freezing. Second, panic. Or third, you know what to do and how to do. I think it's very clear. The second thing which I want to say before I move ahead, all this disaster management must start in your home, madam and sirs and friends. It is not something which starts here. It is not something which closes when the seminar closes. This is something which must start at your home. That's why you gave the example of children on Japan roads, you see, And there are a number of reasons, you see, but time will not permit me to go all to. So therefore, what to do and how to do. And in India now and globally, for practically all disasters possible, we know what to do and how to do. We know. I think there is almost no disaster in which this is not known. And therefore, even then, if people die, then, it's a kind of a willing thing to ignore certain known sciences and practices, and then you venture into that, you see. Then the next I'm coming to the disaster management in India. One high-powered committee I mentioned, Disaster Management Act I mentioned. What is most important disaster management act I'd like to mention is the definition of disaster use. That is where the story begins. And the definition says any grave occurrence, mishap, catastrophe happening due to natural causes, man-made reasons, accident, negligence. So what remains, friends? Natural causes are covered, man-made reasons are covered, accident is covered, negligence is covered. So what? They are so generic. What remains? Possibly nothing. Anything which happens can be covered. But then in today's parlance, current parlance, one thing remains, which is also covered in the next line, and that is environmental pollution, all that, which is so much current, you see. So the next line says, and all other activities which are adverse to environment. So therefore, this definition and what I want to share and move ahead is such an open-ended, challenging definition. I don't think, I think Madam would confirm whether WHO or in Europe or anywhere, you have a definition which is as open-ended and therefore as challenging. And why it is important for public servants, because when these days PILs are happening every day, you look at it, the way Supreme Court is assertive, nothing doing. Why will you not pay compensation to those who have died out of COVID, you see? I mean, government agreed for 50,000, which is too sad, you see, unfortunate. It has to be somewhat more. But then this is the power of this definition, which Supreme Court has invoked and forced the government that you cannot deny because this is the definition in which it is covered. You look at the judgment of the Supreme Court and this is how it has gone. Rest of the things like the NDMA, SDMA, financial provision, this and that, etc. I'm not mentioning, So I'll move to next. The next is the UN initiatives. Now, a couple of UN initiatives. I don't know if you have heard of Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, SFDR. That was the third World Conference on Disaster Reduction held in the city of Sendai, Government of Japan. Second was in Kobe, again Japan, where I worked. First was in Yokohama, 1994, 2005, 2015, you see, and then the programs like Sendai framework is a very detailed program. It is again a qualitative jump, quantum jump from the Yoga framework, which was in 2005, etc., etc. So, friends, pardon me, I'm not going into the details. But these are the things which are here, and there will be no difficulty. The whole story, the global campaigns, let me just tell you, it started in 89 through a decade declared by UN, International Decade for Natural Disaster Reduction, IDNDR. Again, our friend Piyush Rotela is an expert, he will talk to you. See. Now, when we talk of these global SFDR, then SDGs. I'm sure you have heard of SDGs that concerns water supply, drinking water, safe drinking, sustainable development goals, 17 of them. And then the Paris Agreement 2015, now it is COP, 26, Glasgow, etc. They are all interlinked with each other. See. And interlinking leads us to one concept, which I just mentioned, is mainstreaming of disaster risk reduction. Because unless until disaster risk reduction gets mainstreamed into, first of all, your own life, your personal life, your family life, your community life where you live. Pandemic must have shown, the community life and how do you have to live together and really mainstream in that kind of a situation. And then the national life, there is just no organization of the government or society which can ever say कि भाई ठीक है आप कर लो हमें तो कोई मतलब नहीं है हम तो यहाँ पे अपना काम करते हैं मेडिटेशन करते हैं हमें क्या जरूरत है ये तो आप लोगों के लिए है अगर आप जहाँ पे बैठ के मेडिटेशन करते हो unless until you are in Himalayas etc. But आप society में है then that place has to be safe. Water supply has to be safe. Anything else has to be safe or resilient. Again, you will be talking about resilience also, you see. Okay. Now, that is what leads to the national policy. That is what leads to the National Disaster Management Plan. They are all expansion of, these things. I'm not going into details. The next point which I'm coming is disaster management and technology. They are very interlinked. Today, the management of disasters is heavily dependent on technology. And technology has really advanced and given us tremendous support, insights, leverage, etc., all that. First thing to be talked about in the technology is early warning system. I think someone talked about GIS, geological information system, GPS, satellite, space technology, etc., all that. Now, early warning system, very briefly, we'll say early warning system is something which is highly important, say, for floods or cyclone, earthquakes. We don't have early warning, but now the alert systems are coming, etc., etc. But early warning systems have two ends which must be understood. One end is very high end, you see, high tech end, is space technology being, So IMD, all S&T organizations, etc., you would be using all that data directly, indirectly, coming from there, isn't it? For monitoring levels, all that. But which is the other end? Other end is very simple, is in the village. Because here, जब cyclone आ रही है या बाढ़ आ रहा है तो ultimately this is for the last person, you see. And one woman told me in one of the such seminars, sir, गांव में तो सिस्टम है कि डिंडोरा पिटवा देते हैं ड्रम बीटिंग से आपने अनाउंस कर दिया बट आई एम इन माय किचन आई एम डूइंग माय धर्मा इन द किचन अगर मुझे वो सुनाई नहीं दिया तो किसका फेलियर है मेरा नहीं है आपका फेलियर है योर अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम is not reaching the last person, which is I am doing my dharma in the kitchen. That is therefore last mile connectivity. That is the challenging part today, you see. That is one of the challenges which we have not yet been able to really cover, you see. So I talked of challenges also. Then, so early warning system and last mile connectivity, as you all know, IMD forecast 10 years back and forecast today. Look at the language. The language has changed entirely. So those things are very important. Then emergency operation center, which are very important in your context, you see, because you are monitoring dam, levees, this and that, this supply, that supply, etc., whether there is any contamination, this and that, and all that. So, a state-of-the-art emergency operation center. Now, what is state-of-the-art emergency operation center today? Today, a state-of-the-art EOC in California or US or Japan is something housed in a building which is multi-hazard resistant. Please remember, it starts with multi-hazard resistant facility. That facility can totally seal itself. Why? Because a water, kind of, say, pandemic, some poisoning of the water system has taken place. Now, if normally the EOC is using the same city water supply system, but if that has been poisoned, you see, can it use that? And supposing all the people in the EOC, they fall sick, then what is the EOC? EOC is the control and command post any disaster, you see. They cannot fall prey to any possible, disaster, you see. Because वही तो एक बचा है जिसके थ्रू आप सिचुएशन को कंट्रोल करेंगे, isn't that? There is no other instrument left for you, and that is why EOCs with water supply systems, whether it is by the district administration, state administration, etc. So those EOC state of the art, as I said, multi-hazard resistant, plus their own power supply. Today, without power supply, you will immediately stop functioning. One backup, second backup, third backup, fourth backup. That is the local decision. Then it can sustain itself for 15 days, 21 days. They can seal themselves off. So no air from outside, no power from outside, no water from outside. They have their own water supply system, you see. They have their own dormitories. There may be male employees, female employees, dormitories. There are kitchens, there are medicines. All these are housed. I'm not talking of a scenario. I'm talking of an experience which I have seen at least in a dozen countries, you see. So the state-of-the-art emergency operation center is something which we need to adopt in every department, especially for water supply, which is so critical. If this happens, the whole city is paralyzed. I was just coming from AIIMS. Now, supposing they don't have their own, of course they don't have, but what can be the possible scenarios? Agar the water supply system gets contaminated, just imagine. वहाँ तो पूरा वर्ल्ड है भाई, आप जाओ तो आपको चलने की जगह नहीं, आज एम्स में ये स्थिति है, isn't it? Okay, so now next, therefore EOC, and come to the next point to say, gender and women empowerment. I think that is at the core of disaster preparedness and planning. Let me tell you. Again, I'm not explaining, but our friends can explain how gender and women and weaker people, elderly citizens, children are impacted much more adversely than others who are affected by a disaster. When a disaster happens in an area, supposing this is the area, God forbid, where this happens, everyone is impacted. First impact is on everyone. But then who is impacted more, you see? These people, poor people, plus the other disadvantaged, weaker, whatever name you call. Pardon me if I ever use a wrong kind of a terminology in this context. I hope this point is clear. Therefore, this connects with the point that the disaster management must begin at home. और होम में कौन बिगिन करेंगे? दो लोग बिगिन कर सकते हैं होम में. एक तो विमेन है, दूसरा चिल्ड्रन है. मैं नहीं, आई एम सॉरी. चिल्ड्रन क्यों हैं? सर, यस, आई एम टोटली विथ यू. बट बच्चे हम इसलिए कह रहे हैं कि बहुत से स्टेट्स में स्कूल्स में ये ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम चल रहा है. In Bihar, I'm not elaborating, but every school in Bihar. Now, what happens? Children are, वो बड़े नागरिक जी हैं, वो जो वहाँ पे सीखा वो जाके घर में बताएंगे, they will pour out everything, you see. So therefore, whatever they have learned in school, they will come and tell. First of all, the first person who will listen is the mother. unko dadi, badi sister, this and that, and then it goes to the. So therefore, I personally link these points. You see. Now, so therefore, women as agents of change, women to take leadership, etc. They are just some, जो अमृत के बूंद होते हैं ना, जिसमें सारी लाइफ समाई होते हैं, बस मैं वो बता रहा हूँ बिकॉज बाकी तो सब इतना बड़ा है कि it takes time, you see. Then you see response. Many people ask me, सर आपने इतना बात किया, इंडिया में क्या हुआ? वही चीज तो होती रहती है. But let me just give one example, you see. India में we have set benchmarks in response. 99 super cyclone in Odisha, 10,000 people died, you see. 1984, 3rd December, Bhopal this tragedy also took place. Now, there are two cases, but you see, we can show what is the. Now, if then you 99, you go to 10,000 people died. I had gone on the 30th morning with then Defense Minister, you see, George Fernandes ji. We flew. He was the defense minister. We couldn't land in Bhubaneswar. They went to Kalaikunda, this and that, etc., etc. But kitne visits हमने किए? Itni bodies everywhere. Like if you wanted to pick up a body after a few days, आपने उसको उठाना चाहा, तो ये पोर्शन चलाएगा, बाकी बॉडी नीचे चला. ऐसी हालत जो है वो हो गई थी जो हमने देखा है इसे. You come to 2013 or 11, cyclone Philin happens, you see. Is stronger than that one. Number of casualty, I think 24 or something like that. Isn't it? Properties का infrastructure का तो बहुत हुआ इससे. Then comes Hudhud. Then comes Fani and so many, and now you have on the eastern coast and western coast, etc. also. But Odisha has consistently, not a बार का fluke नहीं है. At least 4 or 5 disastrous cyclones, they have shown the casualty in just about 20s or less than 20, you see. That is the kind of a preparedness and planning which has happened. The multi-purpose cyclone shelters have played a great part, etc., etc. Detailed story apart, but that is how we have. Bhopal gas tragedy में तो इतने लोग भरते नहीं. 10,000, 30,000 and generations affected. If only someone had told them कि भाई ये रुमाल है, जल्दी से इसको भिगाओ और इसको यहाँ पे रखो. So that is again what to do and how to do. अगर आप पहले से आप जानते भी हैं, आप नहीं करते रहे, तो शायद आप उस समय निक ऑफ द टाइम में आप पैनिक कर जाएंगे, फ्रीज कर जाएंगे, आप इसको करेंगे नहीं. इसलिए that rehearsal is very, very important, you see. Then I just mentioned, and Madam kindly don't get to, I'm finishing in 2-3 minutes now. There is one concept of build back better. So every disaster must be taken as an opportunity to build back better. You don't go back to the previous situation, which was the government approach earlier. तो अगर कोई स्कूल भुज में 1200 बच्चे मारे गए और क्योंकि स्कूल buildings fell on them, so should the government recreate those schools? Which means that you recreate that risk, which means that when another earthquake is there, they again fall on the children? No. That's why the approach is BBB, build back better. I think Bill Clinton, after tsunami, he was named as the UN envoy. So he promoted this concept, you see. The other thing is now what India has taken the initiative, because while human deaths we have reduced, infrastructure losses have not reduced, but rather they have risen because the cost of development has been going up. You see, so India has taken a global initiative called CDRI, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI. It's an Indian global initiative. Around 20, at least 20 countries are taking part. And recently, on 2 occasions, our PM, UK PM, Mr. Johnson, Italy PM, they were all there at the forefront of this. And now they have also taken another in COP26, IRIS. Infrastructure Resilient Island States, you see. IRIS, IRIS. That is also in Indian thinking and Indian initiative, you see. Now in Bhuj earthquake, I just mentioned, Bhuj earthquake also showed this build back better. The new paradigm came up. After Bhuj earthquake, all the land titles in Gujarat, you know, they contain the first name is of the women of the family. अगर पहले का आपका लैंड था, it was only the name of Mr. Rotela or whoever, you know. So they changed the law. They said no, nothing wrong. अब सारे टाइटल्स में पहले जॉइंट टाइटल्स होंगे, पहला नाम जो है वो विमेन का होगा. इट वाज अ पैराडाइम चेंज इन टर्म्स ऑफ विमेन एम्पावरमेंट, यू सी. एंड देन they set up 4 cities were totally destroyed. Anjar, Bachau, Gandhidham, and one more, you see. They didn't build back the city. They built 4 new cities according to the latest principles of urban planning and whatever else today we talk of, you know, urban disasters, etc. There's no time to expand. But these are the things you get easily on this, you see. My last point is community initiative. It's very important for us to realize that you can't live in such a thing where you are involved, your children are involved. तो क्या आप सारी चीज जो गवर्नमेंट पे छोड़ देंगे? हम तो स्कूल में चले जाते हैं, बच्चों का एडमिशन कराने, लोग डीपीएस चले जाएंगे, यहाँ चले जाएंगे, वहाँ चले जाएंगे, और बच्चे का एडमिशन हो जाता है तो वी फील दिस इज अ ग्रेट अचीवमेंट, isn't it? मैं अच्छे स्कूल में हो गया. But do we ever ask the principal when we go, कि sir, madam, I'm so happy, I'm proud that my child has been admitted, you have been kind enough, but is your building safe? Has any parent asked this to the principal of DPS or whatever famous schools we have in Delhi or anywhere else? We don't do this, which is unfortunate. It is our right, we are paying. My child, your child is going to be there for 10 years, 12 years. His life has to be safe. You have a right to ask कि स्कूल में आपको फायर सेफ्टी प्लान है कि नहीं. You have a right to go around and see कि फायर एक्सटिंग्विशर लगे हैं कि नहीं, वो लेटेस्ट है कि नहीं, अपडेटेड है कि नहीं, या वो उस पर धूल इतनी जमा हो रही है. It's your right, you see. If they don't do it, here the Disaster Management Act, you see. You flaunt that and see if anyone can really. Supreme Court will take them, you know, straight away. And then the last point I close by saying is community initiative. This is one community initiative. No disasters. If you know about disaster, there may be no disaster. And no. This is a humble attempt when I am editing this magazine. So I'm not showing because I am editing this. What has given me enough opportunity. But it's based, and it's not a journal. It's a magazine. Journal, you know, institution like yours, BIS is qualified, IITs are qualified, you know, they can bring out, you see. But this is a magazine to connect to the common people, making disasters everyone's business. Has the disaster planning of India reached the migrant laborers which suffered last year? If not, then we are failing. And let me close by sharing 2 slogans with you. One is about preparedness, one is about development. आपदा नहीं हो भारी यदि पूरी हो तैयारी. बहुत छोटा सा है. आपदा नहीं हो भारी यदि पूरी हो तैयारी. अगर तैयारी पूरी है तो आपदा आएगी, इफेक्ट होगा, भारी नहीं पड़ेगा इससे. और दूसरा, विकास ऐसा हो जो आफत से बचाए. आफत इज डिजास्टर. विकास ऐसा हो जो आफत से बचाए, और विकास ऐसा हो जो आफत न बन जाए. स्कूल इज अ माइलस्टोन ऑफ विकास, डेवलपमेंट का माइलस्टोन है. आप कहीं भी जाते हैं देखते हैं भाई अच्छे स्कूल है कि नहीं. हॉस्पिटल इज अ माइलस्टोन ऑफ डेवलपमेंट. यू गो एंड से भाई यहाँ पे तो कोई मेडिकल फैसिलिटी नहीं है, इसका मतलब कोई डेवलपमेंट नहीं है. बट देन इन भुज यू सी द हॉस्पिटल किल्ड, द डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल किल्ड 179 people. Who were they? Patients, some paramedics, some visitors, some nurses, etc., etc. Maybe doctor. And school killed children, which I told you. See. So a society cannot make an investment in such schools and such hospitals or such any infrastructure in the society. इसलिए आपदा नहीं हो भारी यदि पूरी हो तैयारी. उसके एग्जाम्पल्स हैं. पहला एग्जाम्पल, उसके 2 sides हैं. पहला एग्जाम्पल है उड़ीसा. 60 अगस्त में transferring, 1 million, 1.5 million, 15 lakh लोगों को सेफ जगह में ले जाना, impossible task, but they have been doing it repeatedly. तो अगर तैयारी पूरी है तो उसमें वो भारी नहीं पड़ रही है. केदारनाथ, रिमेम्बर कितनी भारी पड़ी कि आज भी हमें पता नहीं है, किसी को पता नहीं है कि कितने लोग उसमें चले गए. सो दीज आर दीज टू साइड्स ऑफ दैट. एंड विकास ऐसा हो जो आफत न बन जाए, विकास ऐसा हो जो आफत से आपको बचाए उससे. थैंक यू फॉर योर क्वेश्चन. आई विल लीव दिस हियर, सो एनी वन ऑफ यू, इसकी ऑनलाइन कॉपीज भी हैं. आप अगर दिव्या मैडम मैं आपको भेज सकता हूँ, आप सबको भेज सकता हूँ.
Sure,
ठीक है.
Thank you, sir. That was a very detailed presentation. Next, we are again having a change in the schedule. So next we'll be having Dr. Preeti Chaturvedi, Senior Scientist, Indian Institute of Toxicology, Lucknow. She is currently a part of the mega projects funded by National Mission for Clean Ganga, Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti, and has studied the river basins of Ganga, Yamuna, etc. for the same. Unfortunately, she will not be joining us physically, and she will be delivering her session virtually.
Thank you, Divya, so much for introducing me, and I thank you and Kanojia sir to invite me to give a talk on disaster management in drinking water system. I hope I'm audible. Divya, I'm unable to share my content.
I made you the presenter.
It's not, that thing is not highlighted.
Okay. Asa, I will try for लीजिए ma'am.
Okay. Yes. Is it visible and am I audible, Divya?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. I again thank Bureau of Indian Standard, Ms. Divya, Kanojia sir, and others whom I have associated within the platform in SST 14. And somehow we decided that we will be doing a seminar, and I feel privileged to be one of the speakers in this platform. So, like Divya said, ma'am, if you are associated with Toxicological Institute, why don't you give something the impact of disaster on environment and human health? So yes, the previous speaker, they told about the management, they told about the preparedness, they told about what should be done. So, but they're talking about what all? So to prevent a loss of human life, to prevent on the cost of human life or the cost of environment, if there is something disaster happening, it means that it is going to impact our next generation also. So how to prevent it and what's are its impact, I'll be talking about in this platform. Think my next slide is not coming.
Are you sharing, ma'am?
Yes, I'm sharing.
But you're not able to share.
Just a moment. I think it is, I'm unable to share again.
Ma'am, we will share from our side.
Yeah, you can also share. I think it's again loading. Just check it. So, no, it's not. The slides are not getting changed.
शेयरिंग उनका होगा स्क्रीन सेपरेट नहीं होगा
Divya, you can share it from your side. Next slide. So I will not be talking much about disaster as Sinha sir has already explained what is disaster. A sudden or an accidental incident where significant number of people or environment or such an event is occurring, which results in like damage to property and livelihoods, right? But what impact do they have? Yes, disasters have significant social, environmental, and economic impact. Like if any disaster, when it happens, there is a destruction of local health infrastructures. It means that there will be various buildings, various dams, hospitals, schools, they get totally destroyed or they get impacted with that disaster. Then with the disaster, when it comes and when it impacts infrastructure, all the like sewage treatment plants, maybe it's a pipeline, drinking water pipelines, or where the treatment plants are there, they may get impacted, and there, and because of that, the commodity which are being provided to the public, there is an suddenly stop in these commodities which from reaching to the consumers, and then the consumers are like they are made to have the things what they have. We know that water is an important commodity, and when people will not have availability of water or supply of drinking water properly, they will be able to, they will be made to have consume the water which is not potable. So that may lead to increased risk of various communicable diseases. Also, like because of this disaster, there can be premature death, and because of using this or getting exposed to certain toxicants, there can be a decreased quality of life. It may also have psychological effects, and it may have like shortages to various commodities. And because of certain disasters, there can be population which can move from one place to another. So all of a sudden, when this population moves, it is also becoming difficult for any regulatory authority or for any district authority to manage the population or to provide certain necessary amenities to this population. And like the previous speaker said, it can be natural or it can be man-made, but it depending upon its scale, it can be major disaster, it can be a minor disaster. Next slide, please. So the natural disasters are geophysical, hydrological, meteorological, climatological, and biological also. So how this natural disasters can be biological? Biological can also be a man-made disaster also. Like geophysical, we know that earthquake, landslide, tsunami, volcanic activity are the major one, whereas the hydrological one are the floods, avalanche, and various cyclones, wave surge, all storms are being headed under the meteorological, and the wildfires are especially climatological. Now the biological one are being made quite different because there are various diseases, epidemics, and which are being caused by various insects, animals, and various other things are there which have been put under these biological disasters. The man-made disasters. So the man-made disasters could be in the form of like accidents occurring in an industries, or happening to transport railways, either airways or the buses, or the spillage of various hazardous materials, or because of certain warfares like dropping of those atom bombs or something else. Now what do? They pollute our environment, that is air, water and soil, and they cause the environmental degradation, which have a long time impact on human and environment health. Next slide please. So the cause of disaster, ways people have been talking about it, there is a improper resource management. Like if the resources are not managed properly, if we do like long-term mining, and then there could be certain gases which may cause certain disasters. Then due to deforestation, we know that the land, soil erosion, the flood has been coming, the river pollution has been occurring because of the human activities or anthropogenic activities. Urbanization to some extent has led to the cause of disaster because of the construction of huge, large buildings. Not only urbanization, uh, uh, the industrialization which has been there to support the urbanization is also been one of the major causes of disaster. And from rural to urban migration of people also causes disaster. So there has been lot of impact on load of population, and this because of this population is more in these urban areas. There are more and more resources, more and more buildings are over there, and people not only pollute their things, but there are also lack of spaces. These industries do not apply proper disaster plan act and disaster plan SOPs, and then disaster occurs. And because of this urbanization, we know that there is a catastrophe which causes like global warming. And we know that recently in Scotland, where our PM has been there in Glasgow, there has been a conference because we need to lower the global warming so that the melting of glaciers won't happen. And what all are causing this global warming? Yes, not only the pollution by industries, but also the vehicular population is causing, and that is impacting our environment. Next slide, please. So as we know that the urbanization has caused a rise in disasters. So as per United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, there has been an increase in number of disasters as per to previous year. So as per documented from 2000 to 2019, there has been only 368 high scale or large scale disasters that have been documented, whereas in 2020 itself there were more than 389 disasters. So and if we see, the disasters have been various types, including drought, earthquake, like extreme flood, landslide, mass movement, storm, volcanic activity, and wildfire. Amongst them, if we see, the maximum cause has been because of the flood. So the maximum rise in disaster is due to the flood, then due to the storm or the cyclonic activities, followed by earthquake, drought, wildfire, and volcanic activities. So this all has happened because of, mostly they have because of the anthropogenic activities, as they have documented later. Next slide, please. So how do this United Nations International Strategy for Disaster Reduction identify a risk? So the risk has been identified, or a risk has been lowered if we have more capacity. So how? It's inversely proportional. If we are capable enough, if we have capacity, if we are potent enough, like if we have equipment, if we have facilities to offering shelter, if we have adequately trained staff, means proper preparedness is there, then the risk is less. But if the risk is more if the capacity are less. Like recently, Sinha sir said Odisha. The Odisha government has won the award for best disaster management. They are well prepared and they could evacuate people in case of any disaster, like for cyclones or any other things. So the United Nations calculate the risk based on hazard multiplied by vulnerability divided by capacity. and the capacity is inversely proportional to risk. So the hazard, this hazard can be environmental, natural, biological, or technological. And how vulnerable it is, how much it could impact. It could be societal, it could be economic, it could be environmental, or it could be technological. Like we know that a recent pandemic has a lot of societal and economic impact on the government, where it has been declared as a pandemic. So, so we need to be prepared enough. In the first wave of corona, we were not prepared, and the second wave also, it took much time. And now, because we have learned about that, we are aware about it, so we are prepared about how to tackle an epidemic or endemic, or if it becomes a pandemic. So now, with the resources and with the capacity and with adequately trained staff, the risk factor for the third wave has been counted to be less. So preparedness is most important to lower the risk. Next slide, please. My earlier speaker, I think Tyagi sir also spoke about the disaster management cycle. Yes. How is disaster management cycle? The half part is being like a pre-disaster, that is a risk reduction, and the post-disaster is a recovery. So we know that if we know about the mitigation, or how to lower the risk, or how to prevent it, if we are prepared, there is a lesser chance for disaster to impact it. So individual disaster response means, if we are known about disaster, how do we find, like how can we secure ourselves, how can we find ourselves or rescue others, and provide first aid and secure supply, whether it be food, water, or first like medical supplies. If we are prepared about the disaster, its response or its relief will be much quicker, with like the post-disaster rehabilitation, like the areas where earthquake or volcanic eruptions has occurred. It could take weeks to months time, because they have to build up basic amenities, basic services, and all the services, the public supply services has to be resumed. In certain cases, there has to be reconstruction done of those services if it's totally get devastated. So it can be lowered if there is awareness, if there is a knowledge, if there is a preparedness about that particular disaster. Next slide, please. Now, the disasters are classified as biological or physical or chemical. So the biological disaster, mostly I'll be giving about the cases of Indian scenario. So as per National Disaster Management Authority, biological disasters are natural scenarios that involves disease, disability, or death on a large scale among humans or animals and plants, especially in the environments, due to various agents like bacteria, viruses, toxins, and insects. So I don't know whether people have known about like the anthrax or the bacillus anthrax spores that has been used as a biological weapon. So these weapons could be sent to like the enemy countries or to the people whom they want to impact, but its impact on the other people also or in the environment has its own. So till recently, where there are biological disasters that has happened, like in recent, if I talk about, was the swine flu H1N1, where most of the people are aware. Then the locust effect, which was in recent, it was an insect attack, and mostly people say that our neighboring countries have sent those locusts, so that not only it impacts our social condition, but it impacts the economy of a country also. And all of us are aware about COVID-19. So the biological disasters can be like natural or man-made. It can be epidemic, or it can be endemic, or if it spreads widely, it could be a pandemic also. So the man-made are like biological, or it could happen due to lack of biosafety in certain hospitals or in certain laboratories, where people are not containing themselves, they are not following proper SOPs. There could be chances that they could leak this toxins, bacteria, viruses from their laboratory, and it could get augmented in the environment. Next slide, please. So how do we manage this biological disasters? As I'll not take time, I'll be skipping, because I know that there are more speakers in the queue and we all have other commitments too. So we know that yes, personal cleanliness is a must and should. Like after pandemic, we know that we have to wash our hands, we have to wash our feet, like our elders used to say that before entering the house. So we used to think that why they are so orthodox. Yes, but these things do matter. Secondly, we have to do aware about people about the health education. We have to drink hygienic water, safe water. We have to wash our hands regularly. We have to eat healthy foods, the food which is not stale. We have to eat a balanced diet, and we have to have aware of the research, advanced research development which is there, so that we know about if such disaster happens, whom to contact, where to contact. And like people should also be properly immunized. Like long back there was a plague, and then smallpox also, it was a disaster. It was an infectious disease, and it was spreading like anything. But with the proper immunization and the government and other regulatory bodies taking care, there has been a control on such disasters. And not only like control, but we have to have a surveillance also of the same. So time to time, not only I know about various agencies where this surveillance regarding certain like smallpox or polio, and then they put the certain drives for like polio drives and other drives. So people have to be aware, there has to be surveillance, and there has to be health education imparted to each and everyone. It has to start right from the beginning. So like not only sorry, yes, so not only to control it, but how to mitigate it. So right, to mitigate the biological disasters, it's not related to biological. We have to have engineering controls, like proper ventilation should be there, and at home or at places in hospitals, the personal hygiene should be there. There has to be like personal protection equipments there if there are certain disasters that has been happening. And respiratory protection. Why respiratory protection? Because that is one of the like if there are certain they are in air, or this proper virulence materials or toxins are there in air, we need to have a proper respiratory protection. Next slide, please. Then the next among the physical disasters coming is industrial disasters. We know about the chemical spills, especially in the Union Carbide plant, where the methyl isocyanate gas had it was leaked, and it impacted so many lives. It impacted so many lives because it was those in earlier days, and people were not aware of disaster that time. Like Sinha sir said, where there wasn't relief, right? Relief management was there, but people were not aware of such disasters. If it happens, how to take care of it. And the radioactive spills is not that common. People have known about it. In Japan, people have to uh, exposed to radioactive spills after the tsunami. They're in Chernobyl. But in India in 1987, there was a radioactive spill in Kalpakkam, and very recent in polymer chemical plant where styrene gas was leaked. But with the awareness, with the preparedness, and with NDMA people, we could help to have a control on these particular activities. So if I say that how do industrial disasters are what are the major elements? So if an accident occurs, it happens at a target site, it impacts the human, it impacts the it could be either they could die or they could be like morbid. So, and there could be loss of property, it could be the loss or totally damage to agriculture or the property. And the accident, what are the targets outside the site, right? So it could go to environment, it could pollute air, water, soil, and later on it may get bio magnified, and could the later stage it could also impact the human or animal life. And similarly, it could the target outside the site, like chemical spill occurred at Bhopal gas plant. So it impacted at the site. Not only people from the site got impacted, but apart from it depends on the where the airflow, what is the water, what water they are consuming. Each and everything gets impacted. Next slide, please. So how the major, as per the Journal of Toxicology and Environmental Health, what are the major hydrometeorological events that have occurred and how does it impact human life? So mostly if people see that people have gastrointestinal infection, if they are having any hydrological disasters, especially if there is an like flood or certain things. The second thing, they might have certain dermal infections in case of or they may have certain antibiotic resistant organisms that they may prone be. And there are certain other diseases like I I don't know whether the people will understand here, like disseminated infections. So this disseminated infections, people are this Burkholderia or leptospirosis. They some way or the other have either gastrointestinal or dermal infections. Then recently we know that the dengue is also becoming like endemic to certain areas. Zika virus as in Africa and chikungunya. So these are some of the hazards that have happened because of the hydrometeorological effects. Then because of this chemical release or due to industrial thing, what impact do they have, like the toxic gases that is being released, or due to hydrocarbons? We know about the hydrocarbons, they cause certain like pulmonary infections and all to the human beings. We know about the air quality of Delhi, how it impacts the lungs and other things. Then heavy metal pollution is there. Heavy metal pollution could be industrial, could be geogenic also. And this polychlorinated chemicals, it could be because of the spray in agriculture and all. People may get exposed to it, or the fertilizer or the pesticides. So all these agents, and in certain cases it could be natural venoms which may come from like bees, wasps, ants, or venomous snakes or scorpions. So these are the chemicals or the biological agents, they impact the human and the causal agents. So the exposure to toxic chemical can cause various hazards, or it impacts human. It may cause death, it may cause like morbidity, it may have certain reproductive effect like teratogenic effect. People that have been exposed to MIC have their second or third generation also, those have malformed organs or organelles, and the people have become like physically handicapped and all. They may have certain growth or developmental changes also. And not only that growth and developmental changes, it may have a few effect on immune system or effect on their steroidal system also. They have certain like people, the girls with they have in the puberty, the puberty have been increased. We may say that from 12 years they have got matured at the age of 8 years itself. They may have certain genetic disorders, certain mental disorders, and they may have cancer also when they get exposed to these toxic chemicals. Next slide, please. So if we are talking about chemical disaster, the chemical disaster can come with the natural resources or the natural disasters like earthquake. So when there is an earthquake, we know that there are the release of toxic gases or obnoxious gases, radioactive materials in the air, water, and the earth, with the release of various dust fibers. And with the earthquake, the various buildings get destructed, and there is a release of dust fibers from the like insulations from the buildings, and there could be like a uncontrolled burning of the post-disaster waste resulting in generation of toxic and irritant smoke. So one way or the other, they pollute drinking water, because everything that goes to a stream, with the stream goes to the rivers, and then there is a difficulty in managing this waste, which is the large pile up which have been gathered in that particular area, and it drastically impact the human life in one way or the other. Like there could be a like skin irritation may happen, they may have respiratory or the systemic toxic effects with severe burns and poisoning from exposure to spilled corrosive chemicals. Then they may have like a stress also, they may have certain injuries or hemorrhages that may occur due to this particular disaster, and there may be like various people may get hypothermia because if this earthquake occurs in a place where in the mountains or in the cold areas, the people being left homeless and they become hypothermic, they get exposed to cold temperatures and all, and because of their wounds and all, they may have certain chronic like sepsis and wound, and sometimes if there is a improper management, it could lead to chronic illness also. Next slide, please. So we know that yes, there is a district level, then there's a state level, and then NDMA, which has been centered by our like taken care by PM. So what should be done, right, during and how to mitigate a certain disaster? So the mitigation measures during earthquake should be like development of critical facilities and proper usage of land and proper planning should be there, as sir told in Japan they have done, and there has to be have an evacuation plan. Then there has to be have a quick resistance building with proper structural design, and there has to be a specific healthcare unit where they could take care of earthquake injuries. And before like we are prepared for this, we also have to take care of that, like take use of the technologies to map certain faults or weak zones in earthquake prone areas using GIS or like GPRS. Though earthquake are not like pre-warning systems are not there in case of earthquake, but still certain faults, if there is a certain change in the way seismic like we can mark those seismic zones before. And such near area like where people gather a lot, like school, hospital, and offices should not be near to these areas. Next slide, please. Now we know that flood is one of the major causing major devastation, and it was one of the major disaster that has impacted in 2020. So how do we like control or take care of floods? We know that flooding has been caused because of this urbanization, as all the water surface area has been like concreting has been done on them. Then there is lots of surface water which has accumulated on the surface that results into the water logging, and it could happen due to rainfall, snow melt, or because of like glaciers which have been melting, or because of a sudden cloud burst, or if there is a dam which has been or a raise from a dam, or if a dam has been impacted because of earthquake or other disaster that has been happened prior to it. So yes, it has an impact on environment. It could damage agriculture. It may have damage to livestock or forest and the wildlife. Not only it damage to the agriculture, but it also takes the alluvium or the fertile soil along with it. And there could be certain toxic waste that can overflow from a like waste treatment plant, and it could reach to the area where it should not go, and because of which it may cause certain waterborne diseases like gastroenteritis, jaundice, or malaria. And also people may get exposed to certain toxic waste too. Next slide, please. So how do we take mitigation? So there has to be proper land planning in flood prone areas. We know that there is like catchment areas. So in a river catchment areas, certain trees or certain plants should be are planted. And nowadays we know that land is becoming very less. So people, what they are doing it, the place where the river swells, they are making houses, or they are making certain activities where people gathered. So such areas should be demarked, and it should be like it should be first inundated during the floods, and there should be no construction work near that floodplains. And in the upper catchment area, there has to be because of the afforestation. So afforestation has to be done so that the river not only keep control of the plants. The trees are not only control of the water table, but they also keep the soil intact so that there will be no soil erosion during this excessive runoff. Now, this in the building of physical barriers, like in should be there, and human encroachment should be avoided in floodplains and catchment areas. Also, the use of advanced technologies like flood forecasting and warning system should be used where people know that yes, that the area where it's depression or a low pressure is there, or if the cloud burst may happen, and there has to be quick measures for evacuating people quite faster, and with the proper civic amenities supply, like supply of medicines, drinking water, foods, etc., should be made so that the disaster could be managed properly. It could not be done because people were not prepared during the Kedarnath disaster. So with that, we should learn a lesson, and we should be prepared for not only for such disaster to happen with proper management of the civic amenities, food, clothes, and also proper management of diseases, like certain epidemic diseases may happen, and vaccination drive should also be planned over that area. Next slide, please. We know that Odisha has been a place where people have learned, because this area is mostly like a coastal area, and every now and then people do suffer various loss to human life and other properties. So people have learned with this. We know that how it could impact environment, how it could impact human health, and we have to learn with these disasters that have happened to tackle them. Next slide, please. Like we know that we have to use of advanced technologies, and hazard reduction initiatives needs to be taken to mitigate devastation caused by cyclones. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. So drought, right? We have been talking about water. We have been talking about cyclones. Cyclone in one way or the other bring water with it, so it may cause flood or sudden flooding is there. But in a drought, there is usually an water imbalance, and it results in water shortage. And yes, it does impact human. It does impact environment. So in such places where drought occurs, the water supply in the reservoirs become empty, and there's an acute water shortage. So the groundwater level is depleted because of less recharge. Not only less recharge, there is an soil erosion that occurs. The soil becomes a sandy, and because of the air and wind, it like goes from one place to the other. There is a cracks in the soil due to desiccation or due to dryness, and there's an extensive damage to the crop. Therefore, it's an economic loss too. And because of the economic loss, the people become impoverished. They do not have like money. So, and they also become exposed. There's a less of food. There are you say that the cows and the goats, they all have lesser of water, and they do not have any feed or any grass to eat. And not only they become malnutrient, but the people also are exposed to like various diseases due to malnutrition. And there are certain like vitamin deficiencies we have seen in like Africa, where people mostly get like drought, and what are the like vitamin deficiency diseases that occur in various areas. And not only this vitamin deficiencies, there are also various communicable diseases that happens, and along with certain gastrointestinal infections. Next slide, please. So yes, how do we measure, how do we mitigate during drought? Management of proper water resources. If there are rains, we have to make a certain like rain harvesting needs to be done. There needs to be built various check dams and other things. For agricultural, people have to use drought resistance, crop drip irrigation techniques, and they have to do like overcropping, or they have to avoid overgrazing by animals. And there has to be various relief measures taken by the government. to generate not only livelihood but also food for the places, so that not only water but food can also be provided along with various medicines and needs to be provided. So it becomes totally different in case of drought, whereas in case of like earthquake, flood or cyclones, we need to take different relief measures. Next slide, please. Yes, the another disaster that has been impacted is wildfire. So this wildfire, how does it cause devastation? Not only plants like trees are being burned, the shelters of wild animals and others are being lost, but it also causes global warming, dry climate, and it could lead to land clearing, and therefore the water table is being lessened, and people get exposure to various mm, exposure to various gases which are being occurred because of this vegetation fire or forest bush. So it impacts environment by releasing greenhouse gases with various damage to flora and fauna, and therefore we need to, and how it impacts human health. People have people have damage to people, they get injuries which are associated with asphyxiation because of the smoke that has been built up in that particular area and because of the fire too. Next slide, please. So yes, we need to have control over this. Next slide, please. Next. Yes. One slide before. So this is the map where few disasters that have been happened. With the more recent one was the cyclone Falin and Uttarakhand flood. Recently, polystyrene gas has not been mapped in this. So these are the areas where not only like natural disasters or that industrial disasters has been happened and that has been mapped. These are the places we should learn from them, and we have to learn how to tackle, mitigate, and aware people from this disaster so that we can be prepared for such disasters if they come and there will be no loss to life. Next slide, please. We know about various notorious disaster that has happened in the past. So if I talk about this Chernobyl accident, I have already spoken about the Bhopal gas tragedy. In Chernobyl, where the release of radioactive substances in the atmosphere, and still there has been the radioactive substances which has been releasing, and it has caused more than 4,000 cancer deaths. And not only that, there has been a chronic radiation spread and the chronic radiation syndrome in animals around it. Then Minamata diseases in Japan, where there was a release of methyl mercury. People still have a paralysis or birth defect, which has been impacted till now. Then the tsunami. Yes, not only people have lost life, but people have got exposed to various chemicals, industrial pollutants, and various sewage. With the sewage, sewage exposure, they could have overcome much before, but with various industrial chemicals, they have one way or the other lost. Then this wildfires, which it was a major one in 2019 in Australia, it has brought a lot of climate change, and because of that, we need to have a control of this temperature. Because of this climate change, there is a global warming, and it could lead to more wildfire with the polar ice caps are being melted, and it may bring damage of flood in low-lying areas. Then in recent, where there was an explosion in Beirut airport, where a chemical ammonium nitrate was used. So it did had various impact on human life. Then the Kerala floods were there. We know that how it has been impacted, and there has been an increase in COVID-19 cases in that particular area. Next slide, please. Now, all this, how does it
Excuse
just
me,
provide
ma'am.
more?
Kindly
Yes.
wind up, ma'am. We are running out of time.
Yes, I'm winding up. So how does it impacts the like major civic amenities? We know that all the other disaster, they impact on like civil amenities, whether it's a drinking water supply, whether it's an like food facility, or whether it's an like medical facilities. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next, we'll be having Ms. Monica Bal, Senior Advisor, Resilient Infrastructure for the Sustainable Urban Development in Smart Cities Project at GIZ. She is an architect and urban planner by qualification and has been working in the urban sector for more than 15 years. Some of the core areas for her expertise include resilient infrastructure development relating to water supply, wastewater, solid waste management, and stormwater management, etc. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. So thanks BIS and thanks on the audience for all the patient hearing. I completely understand that physical events have been just out of our routine, so we are also not used to really attending long events. So I'll try to keep my presentation brief. For those who don't know, GIZ is a German international cooperation. We work with the government of Germany. On behalf of the government of Germany, we work in India to implement projects. And while I'm here, this is the first event where GIZ wanted to collaborate also with BIS now, because we're working with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and water supply systems work across all ministries. Water is the only element which actually is needed by all ministries. So I think it's important to look at how we can build in resilience in the water supply system. So maybe next slide. As I said, you can keep going next. I have a storyline, so don't worry. We work at all levels, that is national levels, state levels, and city levels. We also look at some specific states, but I think that's not really important for the audience here. What I want to say that Germany is working in partnership with India to improve the water sector for the entire country, and that is why we are working for revision of some of the policy level guidelines. We've looked at the details now, how we need to have standards, how we need to look at specifications to improve. But at the end, there has to be a policy. Like today, we are all referring to NDMA Act. It's important that we look at policy. Within our projects of urban development and smart cities, we feel there are three core elements. Looking at housing and planning solutions. So definitely when we are looking at disaster, we look at specifications that are required for housing. For spatial planning, it's important that we look at spatial planning. As a planner, I strongly urge that while the treatment plant is designed, if a right location is selected, a lot of problems are saved. If we are not discharging the treated water directly into river, so the location design and spatial planning plays an important role. Similarly, for basic services and infrastructure, even I would say landfill sites where solid waste is dumped also has implication, because there is a leachate that flows and that impacts the overall environment. Similarly, for SDGs, as my co-speakers and of course Mr. Sinha and of course the co-speakers have already been talking about, SDG 6 and all other SDGs are impacted by water systems. Next. So with this, I think, go next. I would not take too much of details, but what we know is water supply system is essential. So maybe just move on. We can also talk about what is natural disaster and why is disaster important. It is an unprecedented conditions. Our generation never thought about climate change. We never thought that COVID would come. So the next disaster, nobody in the room can predict. Nobody can say, I know which is the next disaster. So we have to be prepared for unprecedented conditions. So like how Mr. Sinha was telling us, it is a condition that we don't know. That is why how well we are prepared that is how we can actually mitigate the disaster. But the water supply system is static. We are designing for 100 years. We have certain specification now. Maybe you're looking at only 30-year capacity. Maybe some infrastructure is designed for longer period. So how do we build resilience for those infrastructures so that they can look at unprecedented conditions? So what is a resilience? I always give this example, is like this bungee game. So when you go inside a bungee jumping, you are pushed up. How well you can come back to your normalcy. So you have an infrastructure situation and there is an event that is a disaster. And then you are obviously thrown below the ground or thrown to a condition that you are not comfortable. How long it takes you to come back to your normal situation is actually resilience. और एक तरीके से हर एक इंसान का एक resilience होता है. Some people have short resilience, they can come back. Even if you have a calamity in your home or somebody's passed away, there are people who really don't have resilience. And there are some people who really face a lot of fear. So that is what we need to build in infrastructure. Principally, if resilience is built into your structures, they will sustain any kind of disaster or any kind of unusual demands. For example, in our Indian system, we have marriages where we really have special occasions, where we really have a lot of resilience. We can work for like 24 hours. But when it's a disaster, we don't show that because it's a negative environment. That is what I'm trying to say, that resilience brings with positivity, and we also have to be prepared to face the unexpected. In COVID, many people could not face because they couldn't accept the fact that there is a situation like this. So I think strongly building resilience in infrastructure will help. Next. I also would like to just say that what are the challenges? I think all speakers have already talked in detail. We know urban growth, we know spatial planning, so I will not take your time. I think we just go next. I also say that, so why GIZ is working with CPHEO manual. I think most of the engineers and other people know that there is a manual on water supply and treatment, which was actually published in May 1999, which still holds good. It has all the clauses, what we were discussing about chlorination in the morning to what Mr. Tyagi implemented. And now ministry also is feeling that these two manual needs revision from a lens of disaster, from a lens of climate change, from a lens of today's need of automation, whether it's blockchain technology, whether it is artificial intelligence, whether it is GIS, geographical information system, GIS mapping, this all needs to be incorporated. And now, as GIZ, we are supporting the ministry for this manual revision. We are also taking services from Wapcos Limited, and I have my colleague, Ms. Shikha, on the call, and she is actually providing inputs to the chapter of disaster into the manual. I will also request her to come in now and maybe briefly summarize, not into details in 4 slides, what are the cornerstones that are required to have the disaster perspective at policy level. So over to you, Shikha.
Thanks, Monica. Thanks for your introduction and for also briefing the audience about what GIS is involved in. So as Monica shared, this is the manual that we are working on, and we are helping CPHEO, develop it further. This was developed initially in 1999, so obviously this is a good time in terms of contextualizing it in terms of the current situation. Now this particular manual is organized into 3 parts. The third part is basically looking at the management issue, under which we have a chapter on how can we build resilience of urban water supply service providers or utilities or urban local with respect to climate change and climate variability. If we go to the next. Next slide, please. Yeah, so as a lot of the speakers earlier have already spoken about the challenges, I'm not going to get into that. But for building resilience to climate change, I think basically 4 elements that a utility or an urban local body needs to implement. The first and foremost are capital, which will basically pertain to either creating new infrastructure or rehabilitating the existing water supply assets. And all utilities and service providers must work towards making a master plan in which all these measures are incorporated. and some kind of prioritization is also undertaken. The second set of measures towards building resilience are socioeconomic. Now, these are measures where either some changes or modifications made in the current processes. These are new ways of engaging also with different kinds of customers, so that we can motivate them towards behavior change and water conservation. The third set of measures are pertaining to institutional arrangements. So these are basically going to be interventions whereby either we look at redesigning or tweaking the design standards, whereby water use can be minimized, water conservation can be enhanced. It will also look at different aspects which, in the event of a disaster or disaster situation, how does the different tiers of the government kind of work together and respond to a particular challenge. It will also talk about other actors which have been neglected till date, and we have seen in COVID how the non-government organizations as well as the civil society organizations kind of collaborated with the government to actually respond to ground. So the institutional mechanisms will also look at factoring in the inputs that can come from the third sector, that's basically the NGOs and CSOs. And lastly, the fourth is going to be pertaining to the operational measure. All of this will be about how the utilities, the way they've been doing their business day on day, how they've been performing their activities on a day-to-day basis, can be tweaked to build in resilience to climate change. So I think if urban water utilities have to build resilience to climate change, it has to be action on all four of these. And utilities will basically have to do some kind of a planning exercise to put these measures in place. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I think in terms of the approaches and measures based on whatever research, whatever interactions we've had with sector experts, it is going to be a mix of integrated water management approaches where different sources of water are used in such a way that there is no dependence on one source is reduced. We're also looking at reuse of treated wastewater and many other approaches within the integrated urban management realm. Also, I think utilities will have to increasingly start looking at diversifying their sources of water supply, rather than just looking at surface water sources. There is a need to move towards conjunctive use of water resources. Water utilities may also have to look at enhancing their storage capacity so that in a disaster event, they are not left stranded. Some of the other measures are going to be kind of regular ongoing measures which are aimed at performance improvements like reduction of non-revenue water, also measures that can help in managing the demand. So, doing a lot of processes with the consumers whereby demand can be reduced. So I think these are some of the major measures that urban water service providers and utilities can implement in terms of building their resilience to climate change and climate variability. Yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you.
Yeah. So thanks, Shika. I think in continuation to what you said, what's important to look at digitalization and innovation technology solutions. And this I strongly feel for smart infrastructure system, innovation is the key. I will not take too much time. I think we already talk a lot about emergency response mechanism and land use planning as I started. That if cities are planned properly, locations are planned, identified in a proper manner for water systems, then of course it will have larger impact and more resilience to face any unprecedented conditions. So with this, I think I also thank the audience for their patient waiting. Of course, before lunch is the most difficult thing, but I now request Divya to just close the session now. But maybe you have the next speaker, and I also thank Mr. Piyush to adjust us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It is a lot of information in a very small capsule, but thank you for that. Joining us on the podium next is Sri Piyush Rautela, Executive Director, Uttarakhand Disaster Management Authority. He has had more than 15 years of experience at the Uttarakhand Disaster Management Authority and has authored a number of books and research papers on various types of disasters and related topics as well. So I'll give the control to you.
many a times we don't want to acknowledge that a person on the street or कोई गांव वाला मुझसे बेहतर जानता है. We approach people in a way कि हम expert हैं और what we call blame the victim syndrome कि हम गांव वाले को या जो सड़क पे है उसके साथ जो कुछ बीत रहा है, जो कुछ हो रहा है, उसके लिए हम उसी को जिम्मेदार मानते हैं. हमें लगता है कि ये मेरी बात नहीं मान रहा, आई एम द एक्सपर्ट, आई एम द अथॉरिटी, तो इसके साथ ऐसा हो रहा है. परंतु एक्सपर्ट भी अभी अभी आए मेरे भी यहाँ. हम बिना एक्सपर्ट्स के, बिना कंसल्टेंट्स के काफी सदियों से काम कर रहे थे. All of a sudden we have seen a number of expert agencies, experts coming up. मैं ज्यादा बातें नहीं करूंगा, केवल 3 बातें करूंगा. मैं उत्तराखंड से आता हूं तो बातें उत्तराखंड की करूंगा. 3 बातों में पहली ये कि ज्यादातर लोगों ने अभी कहा कि डिजास्टर्स की फ्रीक्वेंसी बढ़ रही है, ज्यादा डिजास्टर हो रहे हैं. सवाल ये है कि आप फ्रीक्वेंसी बढ़ना, आपके पास बेंचमार्क क्या है, आपके पास डाटा कितना है. वी हार्डली हैव, अगर इंस्ट्रूमेंटल डाटा कहें तो 100 साल का, 150 साल होगा, और प्रॉक्सी डाटा कहें तो कुछ 100 साल तक जाएगा. वैसे हमारी जो प्रजाति पृथ्वी पर रह रही है 2 करोड़ से ज्यादा साल हो जाते हैं, तो उसके रेफरेंस में हम जो कह रहे हैं अपनी बात मनवाने के लिए कह रहे हैं, और जो यूएन है या कोई बड़ा एक्सपर्ट है बार बार कह रहा है आपसे कि ज्यादा डिजास्टर हो रहे हैं, ज्यादा डिजास्टर हो रहे हैं, शायद आपको सुना ही ज्यादा दे रहा है. मीडिया, अदर काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स, पहले जो चीज अनरिकॉर्डेड जाती थी आज वो पता चल रही है, सो वी आर कॉलिंग. तो मैं पहली बात ये कहूंगा कि डिजास्टर हमेशा से हो रहे थे, और जो हमारा रीजन है इट हैज बीन अफेक्टेड बाय डिजास्टर्स, और मोस्ट ऑफ द हैजार्ड्स जो थे वो पानी की वजह से हो रहे थे. वाटर हैज बीन द मोस्ट पोटेंट फैक्टर कॉजिंग ऑल दीज डिजास्टर्स. दूसरी जो इम्पोर्टेंट चीज यहाँ पे है वो ये है कि लोगों को पानी के बारे में पता था. हाउ, व्हाट वी कॉल बेसिक्स ऑफ हाइड्रोलॉजी, people understood basics of hydrology. Third thing which I'll call is people devise ways of managing water, maximizing its availability, as also reducing disasters. मैं केवल 3 बातें करूंगा. तो पहली बात पे आते हैं कि यहाँ पे 9 सितंबर 1893 को there was a major landslide in Dhaulimbar से Alaknanda Valley से बिरहीगंगा was blocked. उस समय कम्युनिकेशन इतना अच्छा नहीं था. जब पानी आना कम हुआ तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट सर्वेयर T.H. Holland was the district surveyor of Chamoli then. He was sent to investigate. उसने आके बताया कि there has been a landslide, और उसने कहा कि इससे जो डैम बना है it was almost 3 kilometers long, 600 meters wide, 300 meters, 150 meters deep. ये अगर टूटता है तो there will be major devastation in the downstream areas. In those days, say 1893 में, a telegraph line was set up from गोनाताल. जब घोड़ों पे लोग जाते होंगे, और टेलीग्राफ लाइन को हिंदुस्तान में आए हुए 8-10 ही साल हुए थे. 1884 में पहली टेलीग्राफ लाइन यहाँ पे बिछाई गई थी. तो टेलीग्राफ लाइन वाज सेट अप. आर्मी के एक लेफ्टिनेंट हुआ करते थे, लेफ्टिनेंट क्रुकशैंक, उनको जिम्मेदारी दी कि आप रोज डिस्चार्ज का और लेवल का डाटा टेलीग्राम से भेजेंगे, और वो उसके भेजे हुए डाटा को आर्मी के इंजीनियर्स ने एनालाइज किया. उसके बेसिस पे दे डिसाइडेड कि 24 अगस्त को इट विल रीच, एंड नीचे का पूरा इलाका खाली करवाया गया. 6 ब्रिजेज उस समय हुआ करते थे चमोली और हरिद्वार के बीच में, दे वर डिसमेंटल्ड. पैदल जो झूला पुल होते हैं उनको डिसमेंटल किया गया, दे वर केप्ट सेफ, और ऑलमोस्ट 3 lakh cubic meter of water was released in that incident, and there was no death. That's one. If we want, we can do. We have better technologies. अभी आपने सुना होगा 7 फरवरी को उत्तराखंड में एक डिजास्टर हुआ धौलीगंगा में. उसके बाद there was a lake. All major institutions, NIS, NDMA, and the report has not been finalized till now. There were debates over what to do of this dam or lake. nothing has been resolved, is the stage. September 1880 को there was a huge say Nainital was a small town then. 1840 में बसना शुरू हुआ था. बसने के 40 साल बाद आबादी बहुत कम रही होगी, काफी बारिश हो रही थी. 18 तारीख को शेयर कर्नाटक जो नैनीताल आप गए हैं, जो लोग गए हैं, तो मल्लीताल का जो रिक्शा स्टैंड है उसके ऊपर का जो इलाका है, entire hill came down and 151 persons were killed in that incident. 43 were Europeans. Victoria Hotel was totally ravaged. जो फ्लैट्स आप देखते हैं वो उस लैंडस्लाइड की वजह से बना हुआ है. और आप में से जो नंदा देवी टेम्पल गए होंगे वहां पे, दैट टेम्पल वाज अर्लियर ऑन द अपोजिट साइड. इस लैंडस्लाइड के बाद जहां पे मंदिर की टेम्पल बेल मिली, वहां पे नया टेम्पल बनाया गया. इस लैंडस्लाइड हो गया. लैंडस्लाइड इज नॉट इम्पोर्टेंट, बट द थिंग इज कि जस्ट आफ्टर लैंडस्लाइड 18 को लैंडस्लाइड हुआ, 22 को रेमजे कमेटी वाज कंस्टिट्यूटेड. सर रेमजे वाज द कमिश्नर ऑफ द कुमाऊं रीजन. 19 दिन में इन्होंने अपनी रिपोर्ट दी. आफ्टर डिटेल इन्वेस्टिगेशन, डिटेल जियोलॉजिकल जियोटेक्निकल इन्वेस्टिगेशंस वर डन इन 19 डेज. अक्टूबर 11 को इन्होंने अपनी रिपोर्ट दी जिसमें इन्होंने कॉजेज एस्टेब्लिश किए. व्हाट वाज द कॉजेज? रेमेडियल मेजर्स वर स्पेल्ड आउट. ड्रेनेज, उसके बाद जो आप नैनीताल जाते हैं, बड़ा नाला है, दूसरा है, देयर इज ऑलमोस्ट 31 किलोमीटर्स 32 किलोमीटर्स ऑफ से ड्रेनेज वर्क ऑल अराउंड नैनीताल. दैट वाज से implemented after that report. टेनिस कोर्ट्स, जो लॉन्स हैं, गार्डन्स हैं जहां से पानी अंदर जा सकता है, all those were prohibited. Construction was prohibited on certain slopes. And interesting चीज ये है कि इसके बाद वहां पे स्लोप मॉनिटरिंग हो रही थी. थियोडोलाइट से स्लोप का रेगुलर मॉनिटरिंग करते थे. They had set up an SOP कि स्लोप अगर 2 इंच पर आवर से ज्यादा मूव करता है तो वार्निंग हैज टू बी गिवन. And this practice continued till 1997. ठीक अभी हाल तक. 1997 में there was कुछ पेड़ जहाँ पे थियोडोलाइट स्टेशन था उसके सामने कुछ पेड़ आ गए थे. जो हमारे वहाँ होता है, PWD was in charge की जो ये करता था सब कुछ. उसने फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट को रिक्वेस्ट भेजी कि there are trees obstructing the observation and felling is required. जैसा हमारे वहाँ डिपार्टमेंट्स के बीच में होता है, फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट ने कोई जवाब नहीं दिया और ये प्रैक्टिस 1997 में बंद कर दी गई. उसके बाद हम पानी की बात करें तो 2009 we had drought, 2008 we had drought, 2006 we had major droughts. Almost half the state पानी की कमी, drought रहता है तो you would have seen somewhere. और हम as Indians, हम कहानियां लिखने में बहुत अच्छे रहे. We are not good history में से हिस्टोरियंस, और हम अच्छे डॉक्यूमेंट करने वाले नहीं हैं. चंद्रगुप्त की या हर्ष के समय की बात करनी होती है तो हम फाइयान को खोजते हैं या वेनसांग को खोजते हैं. बात की बात होती है तो हम अल-बिरूनी का रेफरेंस लेते हैं, दूसरे अरेबियन जो ट्रेवलर्स थे उनकी बात करते हैं. हमारा अपना लिखा हुआ कुछ नहीं है. तो इस रीजन में भी जो लास्ट हमें रिकॉर्ड मिलता है 1803 का मिलता है. And 1st September 1803, Uttarakhand had a major earthquake. It was 7.5 magnitude. आपसे बात करते हुए इसलिए विशेष रूप से कह रहा हूं कि उसका इम्पैक्ट दिल्ली में पड़ा था. जो आपकी कुतुब मीनार है उसका ऊपर का जो कपला है वो टूट गया था. अलीगढ़ फोर्ट was under siege at that time. earthquake में अलीगढ़ फोर्ट की वॉल टूट गई थी तो ब्रिटिशर्स कुड कैप्चर दैट फोर्ट. आगरा में देयर वर डेथ्स, देयर वर लिक्विफेक्शन. तो एंड दिस इज द मतलब 1803 इज द बेंचमार्क. जैसा अभी सिन्हा साहब ने भी कहा कि आप भी जोन 4 में हो, हम भी जोन 4 में हैं. हमारे वहाँ आबादी जो है 112 लोग, 120 लोग 1 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर में रहते हैं. वर्स्ट केस सिनेरियो हमारे वहाँ माना 4 किलोमीटर 5 किलोमीटर का इलाका बिल्कुल ध्वस्त हो जाता है तो 600 लोग मरेंगे. और उसका उतना ही इम्पैक्ट आपके वहां भी होगा. बिलीव मी, अहमदाबाद वाज फर्दर देन दिल्ली फ्रॉम भुज. 300 किलोमीटर के करीब था और मेजर डैमेजेस हुए इन अहमदाबाद, जो अभी सिन्हा साहब ने बोला कि स्कूल के बच्चे और दूसरी चीजें, ऑल दोज वाज इन अहमदाबाद। सो दिल्ली इज नो सेफ। आपको यहाँ पे बैठ के बात करते हुए और बड़ी बिल्डिंग में रहते हुए और आपको लगता है कि इफ यू आर सेफ तो यू आर लिविंग इन अ से फोर्स पैराडाइज और व्हाटएवर यू कॉल। सो जियोलॉजी में पहली चीज बोलते हैं प्रेजेंट इज द की टू द पास्ट। वी हैव हैड ड्राउट, लैंडस्लाइड, फ्लड्स, अर्थक्वेक्स, पहले भी हो रहे थे, अभी भी हो रहे होंगे, मतलब उससे पहले 1803 से पहले भी ऑल दिस वुड हैव बीन देयर, एंड बिकॉज ऑफ ड्राउट देयर वुड हैव बीन, पानी की कमी होती होगी, जो सोते और झरने हैं वो सूखते होंगे, क्रॉप फेलियर होता होगा, फूड इनसिक्योरिटी होगी, शॉर्टेज ऑफ फूड एंड ऑल दोस काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स वुड हैव बीन देयर। सो ये सब चीजें पहले भी हो रही थी। ऐसा नहीं है कि हमें लगता है कि आज ही ज्यादा डिजास्टर हो रहे हैं, बट दोज पीपल न्यू हाउ टू मैनेज इट। सो पानी की लेके अगर बात करें तो पानी किसी भी पहाड़ी क्षेत्र में पानी कम है, बारिश बहुत ज्यादा होती है। बारिश, एवरेज बारिश की बात करेंगे तो हमारे इलाके में 1500 mm के करीब बारिश होती है, which is higher on a higher side। हिमाचल से ज्यादा है, जम्मू कश्मीर से ज्यादा है हिमालयी क्षेत्र में, परंतु टोपोग्राफी की वजह से पानी बड़ी तेजी से बह जाता है एंड इट्स नॉट ऑफ प्रोडक्टिव, किसी काम नहीं आ पाता है। सेकंड थिंग इज इवन बाय द साइड ऑफ रिवर्स, मेजर रिवर्स, हम अलकनंदा की बात करें, गंगा की बात करें, ऑल दीज रिवर्स आर फेड बाय ग्लेशियर्स। आप में से जो लोग हाइड्रोलॉजी ठीक से जानते हैं या ग्लेशियरोलॉजी पढ़े हैं या जियोलॉजी के छात्र रहे हैं, दे वुड नो कि जो ग्लेशियर फेड रिवर्स है उनमें मैक्सिमम सेडिमेंट लोड जो रहता है वो समर्स में होता है, जब ग्लेशियर पिघलता है। तो समर्स में उसका पानी पीने लायक नहीं रहता है, सिल्ट लोड बहुत ज्यादा रहता है। बरसात में क्योंकि इधर उधर से सिल्ट बह के आती है, तो बरसात और गर्मियों में वो रिवर्स का पानी आप नहीं पी सकते हो। सो आपने देखा होगा नदी किनारे आपका जो स्थान है वहां पर भी पानी की कमी रहती है। ज्यादातर एग्रीकल्चर जो है रेनफेड है, जिसकी वजह से थोड़ी भी बारिश इधर उधर हुई, आगे पीछे हुई तो फूड शॉर्टेज, फेलियर ऑफ क्रॉप्स, दोज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स आर देयर। सो लोगों ने कहीं ना कहीं पानी जो लिमिटेड मात्रा में उपलब्ध है उसको बढ़ाने के तरीके सीखे। जब लोगों ने यहाँ बसना शुरू किया, क्योंकि पानी नदी का पी नहीं सकते थे, तो जो सीपेजेस पहाड़ों से निकलती हैं उनका, और जो छोटे झरने हैं, जो मौसमी झरने हैं जो सीपेजेस से फेड हैं, उनके किनारे रहना शुरू किया। सीपेजेस वर डेवलप्ड इनटू, जो पहाड़ से आते हैं या पहाड़ को जानते हैं, जिसे हम धारा बोलते हैं, पहाड़ के नीचे से पानी निकल रहा है, उसमें डेवलप किया। पर वो लगता है बड़ा सिंपल सा मैकेनिज्म लगता है आपको, जो आप देखेंगे लगता है क्या है यार, पहाड़ से पानी आ रहा है, एक पाइप सा लगा दिया या कुछ। उसके लिए आपको पानी कलेक्ट करने के लिए अंदर चैम्बर चाहिए, क्योंकि उतने फोर्स से पानी निकलता नहीं है। यू हैव ए कलेक्शन चैम्बर, एक कंड्यूट चाहिए जिससे कि पानी डिस्चार्ज हो नीचे जमीन पे, आपको सेफ्टी क्यों, अदरवाइज ऊपर से पानी गिरेगा, इट विल एरोड द थिंग्स, देयर आर सम अदर काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स। बट इतने सब के बाद भी आपने देखा होगा जब गर्मी ज्यादा होंगी या विंटर्स में पानी कम बारिश होगी, तो समर्स में सोते सूखने लगेंगे, नदी का डिस्चार्ज कम हो जाएगा। तो दैट वाज अ कंसर्न फॉर पीपल। और ये जो लोग थे, ये जो हमारी बेसिक इंस्टिंक्ट है ना टू सर्वाइव, जिसने हमारे व्यवहार को, हमारे संस्कृति को, हमारे जो कस्टम्स हैं उनको रेगुलेट किया, तो दोज पीपल वर प्रेस्ड अगेंस्ट। उनको ये था कि अगर या तो जद्दोजहद करें या फिर पेरिश हो जाएं। सो उन्होंने ऑब्जर्व किया चीजों को, पानी को देखा, पानी से होते हुए नुकसान को देखा। तो जो हम बेसिक्स ऑफ हाइड्रोलॉजी बोल रहे हैं, आपको लगता होगा कि मैं कहूँ कि यहाँ पे कि पानी ऊपर से नीचे बहता है, मैं कह रहा हूँ इसलिए बड़ा सरल है, आपको लगेगा बेवकूफी की बात कर रहा है। वही चीज न्यूटन ने भी कही थी, सेब नीचे गिरता है, इतना ही तो कहा था। तो पीपल अंडरस्टूड पानी ऊपर से नीचे बहता है, नीचे जो पानी निकल रहा है ये ऊपर जो जमीन के अंदर पानी चला गया, ऊपरी सरफेसेस में, वही पानी नीचे निकल रहा है। और ये जो पानी अंदर चला गया वो फेवरेबल जगहों पे, जहाँ पे आपकी जियोमॉर्फोलॉजी सपोर्ट कर रही है, वहां पर सरफेस पे दिखाई देता है। और जो हमारे नीचे स्प्रिंग्स हैं, सीपेज हैं, इनकी प्रोडक्टिविटी डिपेंड करेगी, जितना अधिक पानी ऊपर जाएगा उतने ही ये प्रोडक्टिव होंगे। और ये लोग ये भी समझ गए थे कि जितनी ज्यादा देर तक पानी ऊपरी एलिवेशन पे रुका रहेगा उतना ज्यादा उसके चांसेस अंदर जाने के होंगे। बट पहाड़ में पानी को ऊपरी किसी जगह पे रोक के रखना इज अ चैलेंज, क्योंकि ढाल है उसकी वजह से नीचे चला जाएगा। तो ट्रेडिशनली जिसे आजकल हमारे आपके साइंटिस्ट रिचार्ज पिट्स बोलते हैं, हमारे वहाँ ट्रेडिशनली चाल खाल बोलते हैं। हायर प्लेसेस पे जहाँ पे स्लोप ब्रेक होता है वहां पे पीपल यूज टू construct this kind of structures which used to retain water for longer duration and promote groundwater recharge. आप में से जो लोग पहाड़ को जानते हैं, आप लोगों ने सुना होगा कि बांज के जो जंगल हैं वहाँ पानी ज्यादा होता है, चीड़ के जंगल में पानी नहीं होता है। अगर हम जो लोग चले हैं उसमें कई लोग बोलते हैं कि बांज का जंगल जो है वो पानी ज्यादा रोकता है, सोखता है, उसकी जड़ें ये करती है। बट थिंग इज कि इफ यू हैव वॉक्ड अराउंड, जो बांज का जंगल है उसमें लिटर बहुत होता है, तलछट जो है वो बहुत ज्यादा होती है। इट वर्क्स लाइक ए स्पंज। जब बारिश होती है तो वो स्पंज जो तलछट है या लिटर है वो पानी को ऊपरी रोके रखता है और धीरे धीरे अंदर जाता है। तो इसी एक्सपीरियंस से लोगों ने जाना कि जहाँ वेजिटेशन होगी वहां पे पानी अच्छा होगा। और उन्होंने ऊंचे जो क्षेत्र थे, पहाड़ी वाले क्षेत्र, वहां पे टेम्पल्स, मंदिर, दूसरी चीजें बनानी शुरू की और आसपास का जो जंगल था देवी देवताओं को डेडिकेट करना शुरू किया। इसके लिए सोशल सैंक्शंस बनाई गई। कई जगहों पे यू कैन यूज द वुड, ग्रास एंड अदर काइंड ऑफ फॉरेस्ट प्रोड्यूस, बट आप इम्प्लीमेंट्स वहां पे यूज नहीं कर सकते हो। जंगल में आप कुल्हाड़ी, दराती या काटने छाटने वाले औजार उपयोग नहीं कर सकते हो। अपने हाथ से जितना टूटता है उतना लेके आ सकते हो। देयर वे ऑफ मैनेजिंग द थिंग्स। लाइकवाइज कई जगह बारी बारी से एक बार एक पार्ट को यूज कर लिया, दूसरी बार दूसरी पार्ट को। उसी तरह हमारे वहाँ जो पूजा होती है उसमें ब्रह्म कमल, आई डोंट रिमेम्बर द पॉलिटिकल नेम, ब्रह्म इट हायर उस पे होता है। इट इज कंसिडर्ड सैक्रोसेंट एंड रिक्वायर्ड फॉर वेरियस पूजा वगैरह के लिए चाहिए। तो उसको जो हमारे वहाँ लोग हैं हाथ से नहीं तोड़ते हैं उसे। उसे तोड़ने के लिए आप मतलब चारों पाँव पे हो गए और मुंह से तोड़ते हैं उसे। दैट इज जस्ट टू, जितनी हमारे रीति रिवाज है ना, सिमली जिसे बोलते हैं, वो बेसिकली कि आदमी नहीं तोड़ रहा है, उसे जानवर तोड़ रहा है। क्योंकि दीज आर अंदर जो आपका सेक्रेड ग्रोव्स हैं या फॉरेस्ट है उसमें ये फूल उगता है, तो उसको सिग्निफाई किया जाता है कि वहां ये जो पेड़ तोड़ रहा है या उसको दंड नहीं दिया जा सकता क्योंकि वो मूर्ख है, जानवर है। तो दैट काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स, दैट वाज द प्रैक्टिस ऑफ पीपल टू प्रिजर्व, कंजर्व नेचर, वाटर, द काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स। अब लोगों को ये मालूम था कि जो पानी ऊपर जा रहा है वो नीचे निकल रहा है, तो लोग ये भी समझ गए कि जहां पे ये पानी दिखाई नहीं दे रहा है वहां पे ये जमीन के नीचे होगा। तो दे ऑल्सो अंडरस्टूड कि देयर इज समथिंग लाइक, जिसे हम ग्राउंड वाटर बोलते हैं, तो वो है। ग्राउंड वाटर को एक्सप्लॉइट करने के लिए जो लोग कुआओं की तरफ जाते हैं या जानते हैं, वहां पे व्हाट वी कॉल नौला, इट्स अ and they developed the algorithm based upon physiography, vegetation distribution, vegetation distribution, peculiar plants, soil moisture, जिसके बेसिस पे इन्होंने उन जगहों को से आइडेंटिफाई करना सीख लिया जहां पे कि ग्राउंड वाटर नजदीक में हो। आज भी जो हम हाइड्रोलॉजी करते हैं उसमें वेजिटेशन प्लेज अ मेजर रोल। सर्टेन वेजिटेशंस डू थ्राइव बेटर अगर पानी ज्यादा है। और जो नॉलेज की मैं बात कर रहा था ग्राउंड वाटर एक्सप्लॉइट करने के लिए, इस तरह के सीढ़ीदार स्क्वायर काइंड का स्ट्रक्चर रहता है जिसमें नीचे की ओर सीढ़ियां रहती हैं, चारों ओर से पानी जो पॉपुलेट होके आ रहा है वो इसमें जमा होता रहता है और ऊपर छत वगैरह रहती है। देयर इज स्पेस फॉर हाउ द पीपल कुड डू इट, nobody really knows, but the thing is people in this region also knew the art of prospecting deep aquifers। जो गहरे एक्विफर्स हैं उनसे भी वो पानी उनको आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते थे। अल्मोड़ा में रिच के ऊपर यू हैव अ डीप वेल, जिसे आप यहाँ कुआं बोलते हैं, उसी तरह देहरादून के पास नागठाट में देयर इज अ डीप वेल। इनमें जो ईंटें यूज की गई हैं लाहौरी ब्रिक्स बोलते हैं, जो मुगल काल के बाद बनना बंद हो गई थी। तो उस समय ये लोग वाटर प्रोस्पेक्टिंग जानते थे, क्योंकि इस तरह के स्ट्रक्चर आप कहीं भी नहीं खोद सकते हो। आज भी हमारे वहाँ हैंडपंप्स लग रहे हैं, उसका जो सक्सेस रेट है उसमें इसरो एंड अदर एक्सपर्ट एजेंसीज आर गिविंग कंसल्टेंसीज, उसका जो सक्सेस रेट है 70 के करीब है, 60 to 70 प्रिलिमिनरी जो मिलेगा, और मेनी 30% ऑफ दैट गो ड्राई ड्यूरिंग समर्स। तो ये लोग उस समय ये सब जान रहे थे, और कहीं ना कहीं पानी के साथ वेरियस कस्टम्स, रेजियोलॉजिकल रिचुअल्स दे वर एसोसिएटेड कि पानी की पॉल्यूशन ना हो, पानी के सोर्सेज मेंटेन करे जाएं। जितने भी हमारे धर्म में संस्कार हम बोलते हैं जन्म से मृत्यु तक, सब पानी किसी ना किसी तरह पानी के स्रोत से जुड़े हुए हैं। हमारे जीवन का जो बड़ा पड़ाव आता है, आप लोग कहेंगे कि शादी होती है, शादी के बाद ज्यादातर जगहों में लड़की को नल के पास या पानी के स्रोत के पास पूजा करने के लिए ले जाते हैं। दैट्स अ काइंड ऑफ सिमिली। जिस तरह से वो स्रोत हमें जीवन दे रहा है, हमारी उसको आगे ले जा रहा है, उसी तरह जो आने वाली लड़की है वो हमारे कुल को हमें उसे आगे ले जाए। एंड दिस वाज अ गेम चेंजर। से ग्राउंड वाटर प्रोस्पेक्टिंग वाज अ गेम चेंजर। विदाउट दिस जो रिजेज में शहर बने हुए हैं, चाहे अल्मोड़ा हो, शिमला हो, दूसरी चीजें हो, वहां पे बस पाना संभव नहीं था। एंड ऊपरी जगह पे बसने से उन्हें स्ट्रेटेजिक एडवांटेज भी मिली। दे कुड हैव अ फेयरली गुड आइडिया ऑफ नीचे किस इलाके में क्या गतिविधियां हो रही हैं। उस समय इट वाज नॉट अ गुड काइंड ऑफ अ सिचुएशन। तो हैबिटेशन रिजेज के ऊपर इसलिए बसा पाए कि पानी को मैनेज कर पाए। उसी के साथ ये लोग अपने एक्सपीरियंस से ये भी जान गए थे कि पानी और जो सूखा है या लैंडस्लाइड है, फ्लड है, इनके बीच किस तरह के रिलेशंस हैं वो समझ गए थे। उसको लेके इन्होंने अपनी जो रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट स्ट्रेटेजी है इस तरह से बनाई ताकि इनका इम्पैक्ट कम कर सकें। ड्राउट मैनेजमेंट के लिए कई बार लगता है हमें कि यहाँ पे जो प्रजाति हो रही है या जानवरों की जो स्पेसीज हैं वो अपने आप हो गई, ऐसा नहीं है। पीपल जो भी प्लांट स्पेसीज हैं, दे आर, आप जेनेटिक इंजीनियरिंग ना कहना चाहें ना कहिए, दे आर जेनेटिक क्राफ्टमैनशिप कह सकते हैं। लोगों ने एफर्ट किए सेलेक्टिव ब्रीडिंग करने का, उसके बाद वो प्रजातियां बनी। मोस्ट ऑफ द प्लांट वेराइटीज इन द हिमालयन रीजन आर रेजिस्टेंट टू ड्राउट। उसी के साथ हमारे वहाँ का जो लैंड होल्डिंग पैटर्न है बड़ा टिपिकल सा है। आजकल चल रही है वहाँ पे चकबंदी की बात, क्योंकि हमारे वहाँ परिवार कितना ही समृद्ध क्यों ना हो, उसके सब के सब नीचे नदी किनारे के सिंचित खेत नहीं होंगे। कुछ उसके उखड़ खेत हैं, कुछ सिंचित खेत हैं, उसी के साथ फ्रेगमेंटेड हैं। थोड़े खेत यहाँ पे हैं, थोड़े दूसरी जगह में हैं। देन इट वाज अ सोची समझी रणनीति थी लोगों की कि अगर एक जगह पे किसी वजह से क्रॉप लॉस हो, अगर खेती किसी वजह से यहाँ पे नहीं होती है तो दूसरी जगह से कुछ एश्योर्ड रिटर्न आपको मिल पाए। उसी के साथ टेरेस फार्मिंग थी, बंडिंग थी, जिससे कि वाटर कंजर्व रहे। जो लिमिटेड वाटर है वो ज्यादातर मल्चिंग करते थे लोग। उसी के साथ कुछ एग्रीकल्चरल प्रैक्टिसेस आई वुड लाइक टू मेंशन आउट हियर। हमारे वहाँ 12 राजा बोलते हैं, मिक्स क्रॉपिंग जिसे आप जानते हैं। 12 वैरायटीज को एक साथ उगाते हैं एंड दीज वैरायटीज मैच्योर एट डिफरेंट वर्टिकल लेवल्स, सो दे यूटिलाइज डिफरेंट वर्टिकल लेवल्स। वर्टिकल स्पेस इज बेटर यूटिलाइज। जितनी प्लांट वैरायटीज हैं इससे बोलते हैं कि इट्स साइंटिफिकली प्रूवन कि इनफैक्ट जो इंसेक्ट्स हैं या दूसरी डिजीजेज हैं वो नहीं होती हैं। सॉइल न्यूट्रिशन बना रहता है, वीट ग्रोथ नहीं होती है। एंड अदर इज सारी व्हाट वी कॉल क्रॉप रोटेशन। इसमें पूरे गांव की जमीन को 2 भागों में बांट देते थे। विंटर्स में एक भाग को खाली छोड़ते थे जिसमें कि जानवर वगैरह, क्योंकि आपके पास पास्चर लैंड कम पड़ती थी, तो 3 क्रॉप 2 साल में हर पार्ट से ली जाती थी। इससे न्यूट्रिएंट बैलेंस एंड soil fertility was replenished. उसी के साथ एनिमल स्पेसीज हैं, फूड प्रोसेसिंग है, प्रिजर्वेशन है, वैल्यू एडिशन ऑफ फूड, growing, distillation, animal sacrifice, all these added ensured food security and nutritional value of the food. इन सब पे बहुत ज्यादा बात करने का भी समय नहीं है. लैंडस्लाइड की बात करेंगे. पीपल अंडरस्टैंड, उन्होंने माना कि पानी जरूरी है. उनको ये भी पता था कि अगर पानी ज्यादा हो जाएगा तो बाढ़ आ जाएगी या लैंडस्लाइड हो जाएगा. अगर आप पहाड़ में जाएं तो यू विल सी अ पर्टिकुलर काइंड ऑफ अ हैबिटेशन पैटर्न. लोगों की खेती और पानी पहाड़ में मिड स्लोप से मिलेगा, जहाँ पे स्लोप ब्रेक है, जियोमॉर्फिक कंडीशंस आर राइट कि वहां पे पानी मिले. उससे ऊपर को आपको पानी नहीं मिलेगा. खेती ज्यादातर मिड स्लोप्स में या लोअर स्लोप्स में है. बसावट आप देखेंगे ज्यादातर जगहों पे हैबिटेशंस आर ऑन द रिजेस. पानी और खेती दोनों नीचे हैं, पर बसावट ऊपर है. लोगों को मालूम था कि नीचे वाला जो इलाका है लैंडस्लाइड से भी प्रभावित हो सकता है, बाढ़ से भी प्रभावित हो सकता है. सो उन्हें रोज चलना मंजूर था. हमारी तरह नहीं थे वो कि हम आज की तारीख पे वी आर गिविंग सेफ्टी से ऊपर हम कंफर्ट को प्राइमेसी दे रहे हैं. हमें कहा कि हमें घर कहाँ पे चाहिए, ठीक रोड साइड पे. रिवर व्यू चाहिए हमें. दोज पीपल आर नॉट लाइक अस. दे अंडरस्टूड कि नजदीक अगर होगा तो नुकसान हो सकता है, ऊपर रहे. उसी के साथ दे कुड आइडेंटिफाई वल्नरेबल स्लोप्स. एक हमारे वहां बोलते हैं जंगल स्लोप्स. जो वल्नरेबल स्लोप्स है ऊपर, उसका जो ऊपर का इलाका है वहां पे अनलाइन बर्न्स बनाते थे, अनलाइन गूल बनाते थे, अनलाइन कैनाल बनाते थे, जिससे कि एक्सेस प्रेसिपिटेशन जो है सीधे के सीधे जाके जो नजदीक का ड्रेनेज है उसमें डिसिपेट हो जाए और ग्राउंड के अंदर ना जा पाए, ताकि जो वाटर प्रेशर है वो थ्रेशोल्ड लिमिट के अंदर बना रहे और लैंडस्लाइड्स ना हो. उसी के साथ साथ आज भी जो लैंडस्लाइड कंट्रोल का सबसे पॉपुलर और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट तरीका है दैट इज टेरेसिंग. टेरेसिंग जो हमने खेती के लिए किया उसकी वजह से यहाँ के जो स्लोप्स हैं उनको स्टेबिलिटी मिली. उसी के साथ यहाँ के जो लोग थे घर से जो दूर के, यहाँ हो गया नेपाल हो गया, नॉर्थ ईस्ट हो गया, जो दूर के जो खेत हैं, घर मतलब जो जहाँ पे आप रह रहे हो उसके पास पड़ोस में जो खेत हैं उसमें मेड़ बनाते थे. जो दूर के खेत थे उसमें मेड़ नहीं बनाते थे क्योंकि बारिश के समय उसको मैनेज करना मुश्किल होगा. और उन्हें मालूम था कि अगर उसमें पानी जमा रह गया तो इट कैन लीड टू स्लाइड एंड देयर वाज सीजनल माइग्रेशन विद. और इन सब के लिए these people resorted to say religio magical kind of और customs कहें या दूसरी चीज कहें, जिसकी वजह से बिना एडवर्टीजमेंट के इन सब चीजों का एक जनरेशन से दूसरी जनरेशन तक दे वर कम्युनिकेटेड. आज हम छोटी सी चीज कर रहे हैं, वो चाहे स्वच्छ गंगा हो या स्वच्छ भारत हो, हमें एडवर्टीजमेंट करने पड़ते हैं. लार्जर पोर्शन ऑफ आवर थिंग्स गोज टू एडवर्टीजमेंट. और अगर हम अभी बात करें, आप में से हमारे इलाके में न नारियल होता है न पान सुपारी होती है, परंतु हर घर परिवार साल में 1-2 नारियल खरीदता होगा, कुछ पान खरीदता होगा, कुछ सुपारी खरीदता होगा. इट्स जस्ट द अपील टू our little tradition or the great tradition which enforces us or motivates us to buy that. वो मार्केट हमने सस्टेन किया हुआ है क्योंकि that appeal is to our. अब हम कहेंगे prosperity of the region depended upon. अभी prosperous कैसे था, I can argue, but the thing is because of various regions over dependence upon state हो सकती है, breakdown of ट्रेडिशन हो सकता है, मार्केटिंग इकोनॉमी हो सकती है, दूसरी चीज हो सकती है, जिसकी वजह से ट्रेडिशन यहाँ पे हुआ. बिकॉज ऑफ विच यू कैन से डिजास्टर, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, माइग्रेशन, पॉवर्टी, ऑल आर रिलेटेड. और इम्पोर्टेंट ये है कि अगर हमें आगे की बात करनी है तो कहीं ना कहीं हमें लोगों के ट्रेडिशन की या लोग जो कर रहे थे उस पर रिसर्च करने की, उसको डॉक्यूमेंट करने की जरूरत है, क्योंकि आने वाले हो सकता है 20-50 साल में ये सब खत्म हो जाए, इसके ना एविडेंस मिले ना. पहले अभी तक बताया जाता था कि अल्मोड़ा सिटी हैड अराउंड 110 नॉलाज से वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग स्ट्रक्चर्स या ग्राउंड वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग स्ट्रक्चर्स. आज 20-30 भी खोज के नहीं मिलते हैं, कहीं पे आपने कंस्ट्रक्शन कर लिया, कहीं पे कुछ कर लिया। इनको कैसे आप बेटर यूटिलाइज कर सकते हो? हमारे जो कंसल्टेंट है या इंजीनियर हैं, हमें पानी की पहाड़ों में जो प्रॉब्लम है, दैट हैज मेनली बीन क्रिएटेड बाय इंजीनियर्स। वो ऊपर में जो स्रोत है वो आपने टैप किया विदाउट कंसिडरिंग कि इससे क्या क्या डाउन स्ट्रीम में व्हाट ऑल इट वाज डूइंग, क्या रिचार्ज हो रहा था, किससे पानी मिल रहा था। वहां पानी टैप किया और 20 किलोमीटर दूर में इसको पानी दे दिया। जब नीचे पानी की प्रॉब्लम हुई उसके लिए मैंने कहीं और टैप किया और फिर पानी यहाँ लेके आया। और आज के समय में मैं भी सरकारी सिस्टम से आता हूँ, जो आदमी छोटे सॉल्यूशन देगा, अच्छे सॉल्यूशन देगा, सस्टेनेबल सॉल्यूशन देगा, उसे हमारी पार्लेंस में बेवकूफ कहा जाता है। जो करोड़ों का लंबा प्रोजेक्ट बनाएगा, जो 20 साल में कंप्लीट होगा, 30 साल में रिडेंडेंट हो जाएगा, ही इज कंसिडर्ड अ वेरी ब्रिलियंट माइंड। और अगर हम अपने ट्रेडिशंस को, अपनी चीजों को आगे ले जाना चाहें तो दिस माय लास्ट थिंग। आई एम होप यू आर कन्विंस्ड कि इलाका आपदाओं से प्रभावित हो रहा था, लोगों को कुछ ना कुछ जानते थे और वो कुछ कर सकते थे। जो कुछ ज्यादा जानना चाहे तो देयर आई हैव रिटन अ फ्यू बुक्स रिसर्च गेट पे, और एक हिंदी में एक अंग्रेजी में है, जो अंग्रेजी में पढ़ना चाहे वहां पे हार्ड कॉपीज कैन आल्सो बी रिक्वेस्टेड। दैट्स ऑल। थैंक यू बीआईएस, थैंक यू दिव्या जी, थैंक यू एवरीवन, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Actually, we have received some questions in Q&A. There was a question, it's like, abhi open discussion hai. So there's a question from, forgot from whom. There's a question regarding what should do if there's too much chlorine in the residual water. I think Jal Board can answer that. One second, I'll just check the question and repeat.
I think Mr. Sharma is not there. On behalf of him, if you want to answer.
Okay. There was a question from Rudresh Sukham. What can be the consequence of chlorine overdosing in water? How to address such incidences? Maybe Jal Board.
यदि पानी के अंदर क्लोरीन का एक्सेस अमाउंट होगा तो उसकी वजह से हमें कई सारी प्रॉब्लम्स हो सकती हैं। जैसे कि पहले तो उसकी स्मेल इतनी ज्यादा हो कि हम पी नहीं सकते हैं, उसका टेस्ट चेंज होगा, बिटर हो जाएगा। फिर इसके बाद हमारी जितने भी मेटाबॉलिक एक्टिविटीज हैं वो सारी बहुत और डिपेंड का कितना, जैसे BI स्टार्टिंग 0.2 to 1 ppm सेफ होता है। यदि बियॉन्ड है तो 1.5 तक तो हम उसको ड्रिंकिंग पर यूज कर सकते हैं, लेकिन इससे ज्यादा होता है तो उससे में कई सारी प्रॉब्लम्स होंगी जिससे को हम उसको यूज नहीं करते, और इवन बहुत ज्यादा का तो हम बाथिंग और अदर पर्पज के लिए भी यूज नहीं कर सकते हैं।
तो he has also asked कि वो कैसे हम ठीक कर सकते हैं।
क्लोरीन इसको रिड्यूस करने के लिए हम उसको इवापोरेट कर सकते हैं, उसको हम गर्म कर सकते हैं पानी को, और इसको हम ओपन में यदि 3-4 घंटे तक के लिए रख दिया जाए तो भी हमारा क्लोरीन जो होता है वो इवापोरेट हो जाएगा, जिससे उसकी कंसंट्रेशन कम हो जाएगी। और यदि हमारे डिजायरेबल लिमिट में आ जाए तो इस बात उसको हम ड्रिंकिंग अदर पर्पज के लिए यूज कर सकते हैं।
There's a question from Shubham Agrawal regarding kindly address how the sewerage systems could be designed for drainage system to cater cloud outburst kind of disaster, at the same time maintaining the economic viability of system. I'll try to put this question on screen.
Yes, pushing.
This is the question.
Ma'am, like cloud outbursting is an event which can occur first time and also again and again. When we design the stormwater drainage system, we see that the flood events have been occurred in last how many years, like 20 years or 30 years, 40 years. So it depends that in Uttarakhand, the cloud outbursting is occurring again and again. So for a particular region, we can consider that design, but to design it for every place, it cannot be possible. So, while designing, we have to see the past 30, 40 years data. Based on that, if any event has been occurred of cloud outbursting, we have to incorporate that.
Shivam, your question is answered.
I'm asking about the economic viability here, because if we address the issue of cloud outburst, there's a lot of the charge will be very high. So for to maintain that, for to design for that, size of the sewer, drainage sewer will come out very high. Yes. So how to address it? The cloud like at a particular like condition, the cloud outbursting has been occurred. अगर पहले हुई है तो तब तो हम सीवर सिस्टम को डिजाइन कर सकते हैं. अगर पहले कहीं नहीं हुई है तो उसको उस सिस्टम के लिए हमें जो लास्ट में 30-40 इयर्स के इवेंट्स हुए उसके हिसाब से डिजाइन करना पड़ेगा. बिकॉज जब भी हम ड्रेनेज को डिजाइन करते हैं तो पिछले 30 साल में जो अगर आउटबस्टिंग हुई है तो वो आपका आइडिया में उससे कॉपीड हो जाएगा. सो इट विल बी अ कॉल. Yes, sir. Sir, if it has not occurred first time, कहीं पे अगर नहीं हुआ है तो उसके लिए हम डिजाइन नहीं कर सकते, एंटिसिपेट नहीं कर सकते. कहीं पे हुआ है तो वहाँ उसके लिए हमें कंसीडर करना पड़ेगा. We have to consider it.
Thank you, Jain sir. We have the last question through Q&A. Please advise on the water quality parameters to be maintained at distribution plan level and at user's supply point, with dual plumbing, potable and recycled water being a norm in new townships as per MOEF guidelines. Please enlighten on the potable water and recycled water supply quality, distribution concerns, a standard road section to mitigate ROI. This has come from Mr. Girish Chandra Mishra. Maybe Gen Board can help with this.
On this aspect, and I can add in that, like for Delhi Jal Board, myself is doing the reuse of treated effluent. That will plumbing is not in practice in India at the city level. But the dual pumping has been coming the European countries, where the treated effluent pipeline is used for flushing purpose. And in India, for reuse of the treated effluent, there are not norms till now. But NGT says that there are certain guidelines by NGT, how can we use the treated effluent, but not as the standard has been come till now. So we are in developing phase. This one.
What about the quality parameters?
For quality parameters, we have to maintain that BIS just passed, so the highest we are maintaining
10.
So I would kindly request you to introduce yourself.
Pardon?
Sir, before you speak.
Myself, Dr. DP Singh, ACWF, Delhi Jal Board.
Thank you, sir. There's no further questions in the Q&A, so if anybody in the audience has any question.
I have a question with Mr. Rajat Jain. I'm from Delhi Jal Board. So, as you're dealing with flood management and water supply system, so generally we face this problem of accumulation of water in basements. Many times there are complaints of there is water being accumulated in basements, but we are unable to find out the source. So, is there any technology or any marker type something like that, so that we may find out where this water is coming from, whether it is a groundwater or it is leakage from our supply? Is there any technology with you?
No, ma'am, it is a site-specific situation.
It's a site. Means there is no such technology.
No such technology.
Okay.
Thank you. If there's no more questions, I would invite Mr. Shivam Soni, Scientist P, Service Sector Department, for the formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this event to all the dignitaries who have assembled here and participated in this important event. To start with, firstly, I would like to thank Shri Sanjay Pant sir, Deputy Director General Standardization 2, for sparing time to encourage and inspire all of us with his valuable address. Next, I would like to thank Shri S.K. Kanodia, our Head Service Sector Department 2, for the welcome address and to brief us about the standardization activities started on disaster management in water supply systems. We are grateful to Shri Anil Kumar Sinha, he is retired, former Vice Chairman, Bihar State Disaster Management Authority, to enlighten us about the recent trends and emerging challenges on disaster management in India. Further, we would like to thank Shri Piyush Rautela sir, Executive Director, Uttarakhand Disaster Management Authority, to make us aware about the traditions of water management in Uttarakhand, focusing on enhancing availability and reducing disaster risk. We would further like to thank Dr. Preeti Chaturvedi, Senior Scientist, Indian Institute of Toxicology, for giving insight on toxicological impacts of disaster, environment, and human health. We would like to thank Shri Rajat Jain sir, Additional Chief Engineer, WAPCOS Limited, for sharing his views on flood management in water supply systems. We would like to thank Ms. Monica Bahl, Senior Advisor, GIZ Disaster, to enlighten us about the disaster resilience in water supply systems. We are grateful to Shri R.S. Tyagi sir, Vice Chairman, Indian Water Works Association, Delhi, for giving us the detailed presentation of the safety and security audit of water treatment plants. We would like to thank Shri Sanjay Sharma sir, Advisor, Chief Water Analyst, Delhi Jal Board, for giving us a brief background on handling of chlorine at water treatment plants and the possible hazards involved. Last but not the least, I would extend my big thanks to all the participants, all my colleagues for their support and contribution for making this event a grand success. Thank you all. Now I request our head, Shri S.K. Kanodia sir, to present mementos to the speakers. First, I'd like to request Shri Rajat Jain sir to come up and collect the memento. Yeah. Next, I request Shri Piyush Rautela sir. Next, Ms. Monica Bahl. Thank you all. Thank you for coming. Lunch is ready, so everyone can join us on the lunch.
ये रखा नहीं है हाँ ये छोड़ दो या फिर बोलो ऊपर चलना चलो चलो थोड़ा ऐसे
सर आपको लंच लेके जाइएगा, 5 मिनट भी नहीं लगेंगे आपको, इतना टाइम लगा 5 मिनट में आपको ज़्यादा टाइम थोड़ी लगेगा इतने में। Okay, ma'am. Oh, nice.